A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. If Molly Goldberg was uneasy before she learned the truth about Sammy's whereabouts, she's absolutely frantic now. Molly knows that Sammy wasn't away on a business trip. As she looks at the beautiful home in which the Allisons live, as she observes the surroundings out of which Sylvia Allison comes, she wonders how much the house hides from her eyes. Molly knows that Sammy sent a telegram asking her not to come south to his wedding, telling her the wedding was off. And now suddenly Sammy's back, and Sylvia rushed out of the house to meet him first. Molly and Rosie started to walk along the street up which Sylvia and Sammy must come, and Molly's thinking that there must be some deep and unhealthy secret whose revelation is necessary to Sammy's happiness and future well-being in life. Listen.
Rosalie, is this the way she would drive Sammy back from the store? I think so, Ma. I hope they're going the right way. I think they are. Don't run, Ma. I'm running. You are, Ma. I thought I was walking. Now I'm walking slower. Oh, Rosalie, please. Well, it's hard walking in the sun, Ma. I don't want to miss Sammy. You won't, Ma. He's here. He's near us, and we'll know everything soon. Oh, Rosalie, how everything multiplies itself. 1 and 1 and 2 and 2 and 4 and 4. If they had a quarrel and Sammy left, why did he came back? Why did he came back? But Sylvia's father knows. And if he knew Sammy left, why did he tell us? Maybe he didn't know. I think he knew. Why, Ma? I don't know why. I don't know why, Ma. I have a feeling everybody knew. Even Carabel, the maid, knew. That's why it took so long to open the door the morning we came here. They didn't expect us. They were shocked when we arrived. They didn't have a story to tell us, so they made us one. Oh, Rosalie, darling, what must I do now? Rosalie, darling, be my brain. If Sammy sent a telegram to us saying the marriage was off, if Sylvia got Martha to send it to her and tore it up so we wouldn't see it, Rosalie... You'll tell us, Ma? Why did Sylvia run out of the house first now? Why didn't she wait for us? What will she tell Sammy before I can tell him, before he can tell me? Rosalie. Rosalie. Oh, are we walking right? Yes, Mama, darling. What's the use of wondering, Ma? As soon as we see Sammy, we'll find out. Oh, you'll find out. You'll find out that Sammy will tell us tonight. Marriage, Rosalie, is not something that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and finished. Marriage means for life. And what a person does for life has to be done right. Even if Sammy thinks she's doing right, that isn't going to make it right. Before I found out about these goings-on here, before we came down here, I figured that if I didn't like Sylvia, maybe it was personal. But now it's not personal anymore. Now it's what I feel about Sylvia. It's what I have to know. I'm going to see Ed, the brother-in-law, Rosalie. I'm not finished yet, not to see him. I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to ask why did he call. I'm going to ask Sammy also. I'm going to find out, Rosalie, before Sammy married Sylvia. All right, Mama, darling, please. Let's first see what Sammy has to say. I'm afraid he'll say what Sylvia told us to say. That isn't like Sammy, Ma. Who knows what happened here while we was away? Why did the sister Leah came running into the house and leave by the back way? She didn't even say, how do you do again, Mrs. Goldberg. She didn't come in to say, how do you do? It was sudden hospitality. What was the whisperings and talking, Rosalie? I don't care anymore what Sammy thinks, but I think. I didn't raise Sammy to throw his life away. I wouldn't let him, Rosalie, darling. All my life, I was so careful in what I said and what I thought. Oh, a person does many things and gives up many things to give a good life to their children. I wouldn't step aside now. I wouldn't step aside now because Sammy came back or because Sammy didn't come back. Sammy, Rosalie, isn't any young man who came here to work for Mr. Allison and married Sylvia. He's Sammy, Rosalie. Sammy that I raised. He's Sammy that I taught. One whose life came from me. I know how many things are in his mind, how he dreams and he hopes for himself. I wouldn't let him be drowned in a notion of lies, Rosalie. It's lies and it's lies and it's lies and it's lies all around me. Those big lies and small lies and lies that are being used to cover things that are even worse. And before Sammy does anything more, I'm going to know everything, Rosie. Down to the last small thing that was in me. Down to the bottom. At the very end, Rosie.
And Molly's thoughts whirl round and round from suspicion to suspicion. Unconsciously, she increases the speed with which she walks, and Rosie holds her back. But Molly is driven by the inner necessity for her love for Sammy, by her desire to protect him from what he cannot defend himself against, his youth, his eagerness, and his love for Sylvia. The hot sun floods the quiet street broadly, and the scent of green drifts lazily across from lawn to lawn. The very air breathes quiet and peace, while blocks away, Sylvia slowly drives Sammy back to her father's house and Sammy's parents. Sammy's face is calm but set, and he doesn't show by word or gesture what he feels.
Sammy.
Yes?
You haven't answered me.
You haven't asked anything I could answer.
I've asked you to forgive me.
You asked me that before I left.
Well, you didn't answer.
I said, ask those you hurt.
You're still angry.
I'm not angry. If I were angry, I wouldn't be here. Why are you stopping? Want me to drive?
I'm not going home until you speak to me frankly.
Frankly, I haven't anything to say.
Sammy, you came back. You came back to me. That means no matter what I do, what I am, you love me. And if you love me, Sammy, I can do anything. I'll make everything up to everyone I ever hurt.
That's up to you. That has nothing to do with me.
I know it has.
If you help Leah in order to please me, I'm not grateful.
I'll do anything.
You said that.
Why did you come back?
Because I'm not used to sneaking out of back doors. I couldn't have gone without speaking to your father first.
Is that all?
Because I called Glastonbury and I found out my parents were here. Because I wanted to see you.
You did? Sammy. Sammy, darling. Sammy, listen to me. Your mother doesn't know we quarreled.
Well, Martha says she sent the telegram on to her.
I tore it up. Your mother doesn't know.
You tore it up?
Well, it would have spoiled everything. I told your mother that our father sent you away on business because we didn't expect them.
And what did your father say?
But he did what I asked him to. I told him we'd quarreled and that you'd come back.
You mean he lied to my father and mother?
Well, it wasn't a lie. He did it for us.
Oh?
Well, what else could he do?
I don't know. You might have told the truth.
What good would he have? Your mother would have worried about where you were.
That was very kind of you.
Sammy, please. Sammy, let's forget everything that happened in the past.
Why?
I'm sorry, Bob.
Oh.
Sammy, listen to me, please. Stop staring ahead that way as if I weren't here. Don't you believe I love you? Don't you?
You say you do.
Oh, I mean it. I mean it, Sammy. No matter what I did, I haven't done anything against you.
Start the car, Sylvia. Let's go.
What do you want me to do? What do you want me to say?
Isn't that my mother and Rosie there?
Where? Oh.
Mom! Mom! Rosie!
Sammy, wait.
Mom!
Sammy, I'll go to Leah. I'll tell her I lied about it. I'll make it up to her, Sammy. I'll tell my father I lied to him. Sammy, I'll do anything. I'll go away with you. I don't want anything my father had. I don't want the money or the store or anything. All I want is you, Sammy. I love you, Sammy.
Ma!
Sammy, please. If you tell him, I'll kill myself.
What will Sammy do? Down at the end of the sunny street, he sees two figures running toward him. He hears his mother's voice and Rosie's. But more than their actual presence, he sees approaching at the same time Glastonbury, the clean air, the apple trees in the cold morning, and all his past. What will Sammy do?
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Well, Tony, what are you waiting for?
1950. That's when they hold the next elections for the Hall of Fame.
Oh? You mean you think you'll get elected?
Why not?
Along with Washington and Jefferson and Franklin?
Precisely.
Yeah, but why? What is your claim to fame, Tony?
It's irrefutable. I work for Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, The Tobacco Pouch. Afternoon, shortly after 4 o'clock. The Blue Note Cafe. A huge middle-aged man enters the bar, orders a beer, empties his glass in one gulp, tosses a bill to Ethelbert the bartender, and starts out. Before he reaches the door, it opens and...
Well, hello, Ben.
hello, Casey. How are you, Miss Williams?
Fine, Miss Black.
What are you doing on this side of the river, Ben?
Oh, I cross the bridge occasionally on slumming trips to see how the other half lives. A little pressed for time, Casey, so don't take any wooden nickels.
Yeah, I'll try not to. So long.
Nice to see you, Miss Williams. So long.
So long, Mr. Black.
Hi, Ethelbert.
Hello. Say, you two know that big guy who just went out?
Sure, don't you know him?
No, but I'd like him to come in often. He just give me $1 for a 15-cent beer. His face is awful familiar, Casey, but I
Well, you've
can't
seen his
quite-
pictures in the papers hundreds of times, pal. That's Big Ben Flack.
Big Ben?
Yeah, the boss of Hook Ridge. He runs almost everything on the other side of the river.
Oh, sure, I get him now. What's he doing over here?
He probably came over to get a breath of clean air. The stench of his political machine must get too high for even Ben once in a while. Slip me a pack of cigarettes, will you, pal?
Okay. I hear Flack ain't so active in his organization as he used to be. They say a smart lawyer named Lockhart gives most of the orders now.
Yeah, well, you can gamble that any orders Lockhart gives are those that he gets from Ben. The big guy has that Hook Ridge section in his pocket, and he's going to keep it there until he dies or goes to jail.
Well, there's not much chance of his going to jail. He can get away with murder. And he's gotten away with it, too.
You said it. I never met Lockhart, but what I hear, he's a kind of a slimy double-crossing rat. Ben at least has guts. Here's some cigarettes, pal.
Thanks. You two are through for the day now, ain't you?
Uh-huh, we're working the early shift this week. And I have some shopping to do before the stores close.
Uh-oh.
Well, I've got to buy a birthday present for my little nephew. And you know what boys like better than I do, so you're going with me.
Uh-oh. Okay, where'll we go?
We're going to Blumstein and Riley.
Annie, not a big department store like that where 8 million women are looking for bargains.
I'm looking for bargains, so that's where we'll go.
No.
Casey.
Not Bloomstein and Riley.
Yes.
No.
Pal, as my sister Edna says, quote, a woman's will is always stronger than a fella's won't, unquote. So start walking, Casey.
Million women looking for bargains.
Oh.
Excuse me, lady.
Stop crabbing, Casey. We'll be out of the store in a few minutes.
What?
Oh, they're having a sale on costume jewelry. Maybe I can pick up a pin to go with my new green dress.
Annie, we came here to get something for your nephew.
Yeah, but
and
these pins look like real bargains, Casey. And if I can find a good-looking one for only $2.98...
All right, all right.
It won't take a minute to look them over. Oh, this isn't bad.
Well, that's swell. Buy it.
No, it isn't right. How do you like this one?
That's perfect, Annie. Just the thing.
It won't do at all. Oh, here's a pretty one.
Now, that's terrible.
You're right, it is.
Oh, guy can't win. Nothing.
Oh, here's some that are priced a little higher. Maybe they're better looking.
Annie.
Huh? What?
See that little guy at the end of the counter?
Yeah.
I think he just slipped a bracelet into that big umbrella he's carrying.
A shoplifter?
I can't be sure, but... Look, he's moving away. Let's keep our eyes on him.
Okay, but Oh, he doesn't look like a thief,
If all
Casey.
crooks look like crooks, we wouldn't need a police department.
Oh, I know that. But this little man, he has a nice face, and he's so neatly dressed, and, well, he might be a college professor.
Wait, he stopped at the perfume counter.
Yeah?
Hey, look at that tough-looking hombre. That big guy beside him.
Yeah.
Wonder if he broke his arm accidentally or if somebody else did it for him.
Well, his arm's in a sling.
Sure is. Uh-oh. Just got a load of the red rose in his coat lapel. I guess he's not so tough.
Looks can be deceiving.
Annie, the little guy just took something from the big guy's pocket.
Yeah, I saw him, too. It went into the umbrella.
I'm going to nab that runt, Annie.
Well, you'll have to move fast because he is.
I'll get him. Annie, tell the big guy with his arm in a sling that his pocket's just been picked and tell him to stand by.
Yeah, okay, I will. Hey, mister.
Hey, you with the umbrella. I want to talk to you. Wait a minute, wait. There's no use running, fella. I got longer legs than you have.
Let me go. What's the meaning of this?
You know what it is.
I do not. How dare you put your hands upon
Let's
me?
see what you got in the umbrella.
No, don't touch it. No, don't.
Hey, what's going on here?
Come and see, Monahan. I was wondering when one of you store detectives would show up.
Well, Casey. Hey, what's wrong? Mr. Carrick.
What? You know this little runt, Monahan?
Well,
Monahan, order this uncouth individual to remove his obnoxious hands from my person and to apologize for the indignity he's caused me.
Say, look here, half-pint.
Now, look. Take it easy, Casey.
What?
You ladies and gentlemen, go on about your shopping, please. There's been a mistake here.
A mistake?
Yeah, Casey, Mr. Carrick, come on with me, quick. Behind that partition to the stockrooms.
Look here, Monahan.
I'll explain everything, Casey, when we get away from this crowd.
Yeah, you better.
Hey, Casey, the man with his arm in a sling hurried away from me after I told him his pocket had been picked. He didn't even thank me. I lost him in the
Oh,
crowd.
that's great, Annie. All I needed was a little more mystery.
Huh?
Say, Monahan, what goes on in this store?
All right, through this door, Casey. Back to the stockrooms, and I'll explain.
Your explanation better be good.
Simply tell this impertinent interloper who I am, Monahan.
Yeah, I'll take care of everything, Mr. Carrick. And to save you any more bother, will you make yourself comfortable in this room here while I tell this gentleman who you really are?
Gentlemen, you call this varlet?
Varlet, what's that?
Please.
I shall await you in this room, Monahan, but don't keep me waiting long.
You're not going to wait there with that umbrella full of things you've stolen. Come on, give it to me.
Return my umbrella.
Oh, no. Until I'm told what this is all about, I'm hanging on to the evidence of what I think it's about.
I condescend to humor you. Take this person out of my sight, Monahan.
What is this?
Our friend Monahan is going to tell us right now, Annie, or else.
Come away from that room where I put him. He mustn't hear.
All right.
You step into this stockroom. Now then, I'll close the door.
Yeah, and I'll empty the umbrella I took from your little pal.
Huh?
Look at this stuff, Monahan. Things stolen from this store with the tag's still on them. Now, come on, tell me why you treated a lousy little shoplifter as though he was a tin god and made me look like a sap.
Look, will you and Miss Williams keep this out of your paper, Casey? If it gets in, I'll lose my job.
Huh? Well, give us the lowdown before you ask any favors.
Okay, Casey. That little guy's sister is Mrs. Clayton Westfield.
The Mrs. Clayton Westfield?
Exactly. Brother Wilmer, that you just met, is a kleptomaniac with complications. He thinks he's a reincarnation of a guy named Robin Hood.
Robin Hood, huh?
Yeah, who stole from the rich to give to the poor.
Yeah, I know. I've read the book.
Yeah, well, we store detectives have to protect him and the Clayton Westfield name.
Protect him?
Yet, you see, Mrs. Westfield pays for everything he steals. He's got what you might call a shoplifting charge account.
Mrs. Westfield pays for everything Brother Wilmer steals.
She sends out monthly checks.
Well, now, how does she know what he
He
pays?
always shows her his loot when he goes home, and she makes a note of the price tags. Then he goes out and gives the stuff to people he thinks that needs it. Just a harmless nut.
Well, that's okay for the store he lifts from, but he picks a guy's pocket. How does the guy get his stuff back?
What? Wilmer Carrick didn't pick pockets.
Oh, yes, he does.
Oh, we saw him.
Sure, he made a snatch from a customer at your perfume.
Carrick's never been known to do
All
it.
right, here's the evidence. The one thing that hasn't got your price tag on it.
What?
Tobacco pouch. Here it is. Look at it.
You're right, Casey. That isn't ours. Wasn't worth over $2 when it was new. So the guy didn't lose much.
Lost the key to his hotel room.
A key?
Sure, it's inside the pouch.
Ben Dixon hotel tag on the key. I'll send her right over there.
Well, the man couldn't have wanted it very badly. As I told you, Casey, he walked away when I
Yeah,
told
that
him
was
his pocket.
true. Wasn't it?
I can't figure why Carrick took... He's no dip.
All right, let's ask him.
All right, come on. Now, look, Casey, humor the nut, will you? He'll do anything for you if you treat him like a big shot.
All right.
And, well, you know, as I said, his sister is important.
Yeah, okay, Monahan. I'll even call him your Royal Highness. It'll help you.
Well, here's the room I left him in. We've come back, Mr. Carrick.
Hey, Monahan.
Oh,
He's lying on the floor and there's blood on his head.
He's been blackjacked.
Is he?
Wait now, let's see. Pulse is okay. He's just been KO'd.
half his pockets have been turned inside out, Casey. Somebody has frisked him.
Yeah, but who?
Wait a minute, he's coming to.
Are you all right, Mr. Carrick?
Oh, I have a headache, Monahan.
All right, I'll get you to a doctor in a minute, sir, but first of all, will you tell us...
A man came in after you left me, the man with the rose in his lapel.
The guy with his arm in a sling?
Yes. But his arm was out of the sling when he opened the door, and then he hit me.
Casey.
Why had you taken a tobacco pouch from that man's pocket, Mr. Carrick?
I took it in order to solve a mystery.
You took it in order to...
Monahan, have you told these persons who I am?
Well, I've given them kind of an idea, Mr.
Good. Then I'll speak freely. My mission in life is to redress wrongs, sir. I am a defender of the right.
I see.
When I first noticed that man with his arm in a sling, he made a most unfavorable impression upon me. I watched him, and when I saw another unprepossessing-looking character approach him and furtively slip a tobacco pouch in his hand, I prepared for action.
Wait a minute. Another guy gave arm in a sling that pouch?
Yes, a villainous-looking churl with red hair who quickly disappeared into the crowded shop.
So you wanted to see what was in the tobacco pouch?
As defender of the right, it was my duty to see.
Casey, that hotel key.
The guy must have slugged and searched Mr. Carrick in order to get it back.
See that pouch again, Monahan, will you?
Right? Yeah. Here, Casey.
Right. Only a key inside.
Yeah, that's all. It's the room 405, Ben Dixon Hotel.
Oh, I don't get it.
Neither do I. Hey, what's that?
Out in the store.
Hey, come on, Monahan, come on.
Dump it.
Oh,
Say.
Let me through, please.
Me too.
Here. What happened there? I'm a policeman.
That man on the floor, officer, he suddenly doubled up and fell at my feet.
The knife has been driven through his back, Casey.
Yes, and into his pocket. He's finished.
Did anyone see who knifed him? You.
No, sir, I only saw him fall.
I didn't see anyone.
Casey, that dead man is...
Mr. Casey.
Yes, Mr. Carrick?
He's the person who hit me.
Yes, that's right. Somebody's rubbed out our guy who wore his arm in a sling.
Our story will continue in just a moment. I've got a good word for everybody who likes good beer.
And that good word is glass.
Yes, glass. Beer in glass.
Beer in glass bottles. For glass and glass alone can bring you beer and ale that's brewery bright.
And now we have a new kind of bottle. The Anchor Glass one-way bottle.
The bottle you never have to take back to the store.
The bottle that cuts out the nonsense and nuisance of deposits. The Anchor Glass one-way no-deposit bottle is so light, so compact, so inexpensive to produce that you never bother about empties. You just dispose of them as you would any other food container.
And let's not forget that good word, glass. This no-deposit container is made of glass, clean glass, which never affects the taste or flavor of anything it contains.
No wonder the Anchor Glass one-way no-deposit bottle is sweeping America. If you want perfect flavor, demand your beer in glass bottles. If you want the extra convenience, demand your favorite brand in the new Anchor Glass one-way no-deposit bottle, a product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Why are you pulling me away?
You want to get out of the mob around that dead man, Annie. Annie, we may get an exclusive story if we work fast.
How?
I've got that tobacco pouch in the hotel key.
Well, I don't see how
Think back, Annie. There was nothing the matter with that guy's arm. Well, why did he wear that sling and a red rose in his lapel?
Oh, as a means of identification?
Sure. There's somebody who didn't know it.
And the red-headed man slipped in the pouch.
Containing only a key, which he tried to get back after Carrie took it, but which he wouldn't claim openly when you tipped him that it had been taken. Then he gets a knife in his back. Well, I'm going to use that key to find out why.
Well, how'll you use it?
You unlock room 405 at the Ben Dixon Hotel before word gets around that Arm in a Sling is dead?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Casey. You give that key to the cops and let them...
Yeah, let them crab a possible exclusive.
But we may walk into serious trouble.
Annie, you're not walking into anything. I'm going alone.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, definitely yes. If anybody's waiting in that room, they're going to be expecting a guy who'll show up alone. Well, the dead man is about my size and coloring, and I'll have my arm in a sling and a red rose in mine. It's buttoned.
You have...
Sure, come on, we'll buy him right here.
Oh, no, wait a minute. This sounds too dangerous, Casey. I won't let
Look,
you.
kid, you'll go with me to the Ben Dixon and park yourself in the lobby. If I'm not down within half an hour, you call the cops. Room 405. Empty. A bare hotel room. Nothing here. Uh-oh. Connecting room.
Hello, Slade.
Hello?
I expected you sooner than this.
I got here as soon as I could.
Come on in. It's more comfortable in here.
Peephole in the door, I see.
I wanted to be sure the man I talked to wore the identification agreed upon by you and our friend in Chicago. You made quite a reputation for yourself, Slade, as a careful workman. Also, as a man who doesn't ask questions.
If I ask questions, I'd want to know why you got your face covered up with a mask.
I think you can figure that one. I'm careful, too. Especially when I hire a killer like yourself.
It's smart to be careful.
Now that we understand each other, I'll give you your directions. The man you're to kill is quite a big shot.
Yeah?
His name is Ben Flack.
Flack, huh?
That mean anything to you?
Why should it?
Here are several pictures of him. Study them this evening, then destroy them. Your man spends most of his time at the Ben Flack Community Club in Hook Ridge across the river. Here's $2,000. You'll get the additional $3,000 agreed upon when the job is done. That's all. You can leave by this door.
Thanks.
This phony ain't leaving.
Red!
Let me close that door, boss, quick.
Crazy fool. Why did you hit Slate with your gun?
This guy ain't Slate.
What?
Slate got a knife in his back about 10 minutes after I passed him the key.
Knife in his back?
Yeah. I don't know who did it. When I heard about it, I hot-footed up here to tip you off. Heard you talking to this phony behind the door. When you opened it, I let him have it.
Who is this man? He wore a sling and the rose.
I never seen him before.
He may know who I am. He knows our plan.
Eh? Well, there's only one thing to do.
We can't kill him here. Red, my car's in the parking lot down the street. Bring it to the rear entrance of this place.
Yeah, then what?
Come up the back stairs and help me get this wise guy down to the car by the back stairs. Now get going and fast.
He made me promise not to call you police unless he stayed upstairs over half an hour, Captain Logan. And then I called men from the nearest precinct station before I phoned you.
What did the precinct men find, Miss Williams?
Room 405 and the connecting room were empty, but there were bloodstains on the floor.
Bloodstains?
Yeah. Captain, they think somebody killed Casey and carried his body down the back stairs.
Well, it'd serve him right. I warned this sap he'd butt into police business once too often, and I warned you.
Oh, Captain.
I'm sorry, Miss Williams. I often want to murder Casey, but nobody else is going to do it. I'll come right up to the Ben Dixon and try to pick up the lunch trail.
There's no trail to pick up, Captain, and no lead. He's just gone.
There's your stopping place, phony.
That boathouse.
A very isolated boathouse, Mr. Casey.
Oh, you found out who I am.
Yes. From press cards in your pocket while you were unconscious.
Well, you must know it's pretty dangerous business to knock off a guy in my racket. The newspapers will never get off your tail.
Won't be nearly as dangerous to kill you as it would be to let you live. You've learned too much.
Yeah. I'll say. You able to get out of the car under your own steam?
I guess I can make it. Open the boathouse door, Red. I'll keep this snooper well covered.
Okay, Lockett.
Oh. So you're Lockett. And Flack's lawyer.
Yes. Doesn't matter whether you know who I am. Now.
All right. Come on inside, Mug. Nice place we got here. Don't you think?
You're going to bump me off.
I'm going to kill you, Casey. You tried to make a fool of me, and I don't forgive that.
That window.
Drop those guns. This place is surrounded by police.
Cops. Lockett.
Drop those guns or we shoot.
We can't put up a fight against men we can't see. Drop your gun, Red.
Oh. Huh? Okay.
Pick up those guns, Casey.
That's the sweetest order I've ever taken.
All right, you cops can show yourselves now. I've got the guns.
There aren't really any policemen, Casey.
Huh?
Only me.
Mr. College.
Hey. Who's that little runt?
That half-pint tricked us.
Watch your tongues, varlet.
Yeah, keep your mitts in the air. Mr. Carrick, I've never been so glad to see anybody in my life, but I don't understand.
It's all very simple. You tried to steal my mystery.
I tried to steal your...
Certainly. I got that key from the man who was killed. Then you made off with it for your own selfish purpose. As defender of the right and redresser of wrongs, I naturally followed Joe.
You followed?
To the Benediction Hotel. I proceeded up the back stairs to room 405. Entered by the door you had neglected to lock. I'd listened at the door to the connecting room.
You heard what I said to Casey?
Yes, varlet.
Oh, so that's what a varlet is.
And what you said to your red-headed henchman there.
Now, just...
When he left your car at the rear of the hotel to assist you with Casey, I concealed myself in its fortuitously unlocked luggage compartment and rode here with you to the rescue.
Wilmer, pal, you're some guy. Look, before we drive these two birds to the nearest police station, Mr. Carrick, will you give them a frisk? They just might have an extra gat on them.
I was about to suggest such a procedure, and I am an expert at frisking.
What? Oh, yes, I see what you mean. Don't try anything while he's going over you, Lockett. Or you, Red.
Well,
I'm not a gunman like you, Birds, but I'm a pretty good shot. All right, are they clean, Mr. Carrick?
Quite the contrary, to be literal. But we need have no fear now that they'll produce a hidden gun.
Okay, you two. We start with the cops.
Look, Casey, maybe we can make a deal.
Forget it, Lockett.
Don't be a fool. Every man has his price.
Mine's too high for you.
Defenders of the right cannot be purchased. To the cars, Casey.
Wait.
Outside, Lockett. You two, Red. Go to the cops.
No, they're not. Who is...
Ben Flack.
Ben. The big boss.
Surprised to see me, Lockett? You and Red?
Well,
Casey, feel anything at the back of your neck?
Yeah.
It's a gun in the hand of a friend of mine. Better drop the two gats in your hands. There is a man behind you, Casey.
Drop him, mister.
Okay.
Bring him up, Joe. Now, Joe and I will rearrange the plan you two had.
Then how
do I happen to be here, Lockett? Oh, I've been keeping a steady eye on you and Red for a long time. You haven't made a move I haven't known about. You dirty double-crossing rat. You never put anything over on Ben Flack. I knew about the red-hot your Chicago pal shipped on here before he even got on the train. And one of my guys put a shiv in his back before you ever saw him, Lockett. But I'm taking the pleasure of killing you and Red myself.
No, Ben, don't.
Don't fucking do that.
That ends that. Casey, I'm sorry you and the little guy here had to see what just happened.
I can guess what you mean, Ben.
This overgrown murderer is altogether obvious, Casey. We are dangerous witnesses. That's it. Joe?
Yes, boss?
I've always kind of liked Casey, and I'm soft-hearted with guys I like. You do it.
Sure, boss.
Not if I can help it. Don't let me go. Now, boy, don't get your gun. I'll flip him on the head. That you will not do. Now I'll shoot the other one.
Wait a minute, you don't have to, Wilbur. I've got him under control.
Hey, where did you get that gun you shot Ben Flack with?
From Red.
Huh?
I found it concealed in his pocket when I searched him in the boathouse.
You didn't tell me.
I retain my old Robin Hood technique, Casey. I never tell anybody everything.
Huh.
I hope my bullets didn't kill this murderer. I prefer to let the law take its course in such matters.
No, you only winged him. He'll live. Till after a jury hears our eyewitness testimony.
Excellent.
Well, I'll pile these two sleeping characters into the car, get them to the cops before anything else happens.
We've had an adventure this afternoon and evening, haven't we?
You said it, Wilmer. I've been conked on the head, taken for a ride. Thought twice I was going to be bumped off, and... you know, pal, I'm kind of all in.
Brother defenders of the right should not be too critical of each other, Casey, but I'm afraid you have no staying power.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. Your friends will never guess when you set out your new 2-quart Sunburst crystal pitcher. And someone will say, "Where did you get that beautiful pitcher?" Well, ask them to guess. They'll mention jewelry stores, high-class specialty shops, and the like. They'll never guess that you bought it new and bright for only 50 cents. For this beautiful 2-quart Sunburst crystal pitcher has the same diamond-like sparkle you see in the most costly hand-cut crystals. The kind of crystal that's handed down for generations as a family heirloom. Yes, the Sunburst crystal pitcher is an amazing bargain, a really great value. And yet, you'll find this Sunburst crystal pitcher and other equally great Sunburst crystal values at any retail store selling household glass. Now, the Sunburst crystal pitcher costs only 50 cents, slightly more in distant cities. So ask for it by name. You'll recognize the brilliant, sparkling, traditional Sunburst pattern immediately. Sunburst crystal is a product of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
With Lockert dead and Flack got dead the rights for killing him and that redhead, Casey, it sure looks like you and that Wilmer Carrick has busted up the Flack political machine. Huh?
It'll be pretty hard to reorganize with the ringleaders out of the picture, Edward.
You don't seem very happy about having performed such a fine public service.
Yeah, well, you see, I've just been talked to by Miss Williams and Captain Logan.
They, sore at you?
Yeah, and how? Yeah, and you know, to make the day absolutely perfect, I lost my watch somewhere.
That's funny.
Funny?
Yeah, because a fella gave me a watch tonight. I stepped outside a minute to catch a breath of air, and a little fella comes up and says, "You look like a poor working man who needs a watch." Then before I could say anything, he stuck it in my hand and beat it.
Let's see that watch.
Yeah, here it is.
That's mine.
You mean Mr. Wilmer Carrick?
Mr. Wilmer Carrick, the friend of the poor.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass, Anchor Glass Containers, Anchor Caps and Closures, all products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Photographer is directed by John Dietz. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town, so stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is
service, starting mileage 6428. Detectives Perkins and Walter, and police recorder Don Reed. Central District Patrol, tour of duty 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. on the night watch.
Check by board, mileage 6428, patrolling Central District 6:04 p.m., starting night watch.
This is Don Reed. I'm a police recorder. The sounds you are listening to are real. This is a police car reporting in service for night duty. You will actually ride with this detective unit and follow the activities of the police officers in this car. You will watch and listen with me as the cases unfold. And as you listen, remember the people you hear are not actors, and all the voices and sounds are authentic. For this is Night Watch.
Night Watch. For the first time through the medium of network radio, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California. W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you to car 5-4, now on patrol, and to police recorder Don Reed.
Just checking our log. At 6:31 p.m. this date, we took a stolen car report and arranged transportation home for the victim. 7:32 p.m. assisted West Los Angeles police at the scene of a traffic accident. Cleared. 8:22 p.m. It might be interesting to note.
All units in the vicinity. At 2091 Hazleton, that's 2091 Hazleton, a 459 there now. Unit 5-4 and the call. Code 2.
5-4, Roger, we're rolling. Well, there's our call. And I reported 459. That means a burglar. A burglar is in the house and has been cited by some citizen or perhaps even the victim. We don't know. We have no further information on it. And we're taking off and moving as rapidly as conditions allow. Now, code 2, which we are running, is we just have our red light on. We're not using a siren for quite obvious reasons. We don't want to tip off our presence. Now, one thing in particular that I can feel as we're running in here on these last few seconds, I can feel the tension that has suddenly come over the car. I know I personally feel it. A moment ago, we were cruising along, the conversation was casual, and suddenly there comes this call, a burglar, which in terminology of the police department, of course, is a 459. We're coming into the area now where the burglar has been reported. We've traveled perhaps, I'd say, 2.5 to 3 miles since our call was originally received. Our car is now watching for the street. We'll turn off to the right when it happens. As a matter of fact, this is it, I believe, up ahead. Our red light has been turned off now. We're in second gear, slowing down. No, apparently this is, yes, it is too. This is the street. And now our car lights have gone off. We're driving completely in the dark. The officers are watching both sides of the sidewalk to see if we can see any person at all of suspicious nature. And this apparently is the house right off to the right. I notice the officers observing. And we're coming in now, moving out as quietly as possible. The officers are getting out of the car, and we'll be right along behind them. Going up the walk as I'm talking. Up on the front porch, there's a gentleman who is motioning the officers into the house. Let's move right on in. Standing across from me in the bedroom door is a middle-aged woman clutching a bathrobe to her throat and appears to be in a very highly nervous condition. The officers are questioning her about the prowler. Let's move right on over.
Whoever he was, he came in, and I went into the bathroom, and he was in this room, and I thought it was my daughter. And then I was in the bathroom, and he walked right in the bathroom, and I went to go out, and he gave me a shove. And I started screaming naturally then. My husband ran out of here, and my daughter just came in. Mm-hmm. See? And he was gone by the time she came back in.
Could you tell me, what did he look like, ma'am?
He was taller than you was, because he pushed me, and he had a white shirt on and a tie.
Was he a young man?
Yes, he was a younger man. When he went to shove me, I screamed. And he wasn't going to let me out of the bathroom, you know. And whenever, as soon as he pushed me, then I noticed he had gray trousers and a white shirt and a tie, and he was taller than you are. He must have come in this room first and dropped his coat. I don't know if he knew these houses or whether he mixed them up. They don't get much alike.
Well, we found a coat. The officers discovered a coat with a name in it, unquestionably. I'm moving out of the house now as I'm speaking, and that was the mother of you heard the description of it. I'm moving away now, and unquestionably we will go into investigation and determine just who and what this man is. The officers now are checking to see if he is still in the neighborhood. Right now, we'll move back to our car. Here in our police car again. And I've just been informed by one of the officers that while we were in the house on this investigation, Control 1 has received a second prowler call just a couple of blocks from here, as a matter of fact. Another car has been dispatched to that location. So,
in all units in vicinity. At 2036 Evergreen, they're holding a prowler there now. 5-4, this may be your 459 suspect wanted on your present call.
5-4, Roger. Well, this very possibly is a tie-in somewhere on that case. But where is that, Sergeant?
It's right down at the end of this block, Don. I think it's the house there with the light on, right at the corner.
Right, check. We're coming to a stop now. And sliding in, our lights are out. We're skidding into a stop. And now let's get out with the officers and determine exactly what's happening. This very possibly...
He's right there, officer. Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Come on, Don.
Following the officers on into the house now, as we're going into the main room, and this very possibly may be the suspect that we're looking for. He is in the bedroom, or rather the bathroom, of a private home. The officers are in with him, and he is standing in the nude at the present time. The officers have called for a blanket. He's putting up quite a fight about this whole thing, and let's see if I can move in there. I can't quite get near enough to him now to pick up his voice, because as I said, the man in this case, the suspect, is completely nude, and they are throwing a blanket around him.
All right, fella, you've been placed under arrest. Let's go.
Well, the prisoner is being escorted out of the house, and I'm tagging along behind now as I'm speaking. He is handcuffed with just a blanket pulled up around him. Outside of the door now. The prisoner is being placed in the back seat of Unit 50 with an officer guarding him. Well, that means for us, next stop, police headquarters. It's 10:05 p.m. And I'm standing here at the booking desk in the Culver City Police Station. The suspect was positively identified by two of the victims a few moments ago. The suspect is being brought out of the detention room now. You probably can hear the cell door open, and two of the officers are directing the prisoner toward the booking desk. And incidentally, he is still handcuffed, and his only clothing is that blanket pulled around him. Sergeant Perkins is about to book the prisoner.
What happened tonight?
What happened tonight?
Yeah. How'd you get involved?
Chapter, his name is Murphy. Your sergeant's name is I don't know what. Add the two together and you'd have how I got involved.
How'd you get in the house down there?
The house belonged to me, Sergeant.
How about the other two houses?
They too belong to me, Sergeant.
You own the property, do you?
Indeed I do.
Where are your clothes?
Officer, may I ask you a question? Have you ever, in your house, this is your own individual house, ever gone to the bathroom without your trousers on?
Sure, my own house.
Right. That house in which this particular officer and officer, is it a sergeant? There are about 5 or 6 properties in the city of Santa Monica that I own.
This is the city of Culver City, not the city of Santa Monica. These people are signing complaints against you.
Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, then I suggest that you check with the people themselves.
Well, here is your property slip.
Okay.
What property you don't have. You're being booked on suspicion of 459, which is burglary and attempt assault.
Correct.
What?
I say I'm fully aware of that.
Okay. I'm going to take his handcuffs off and put them on the back of the
Would I be going too far to ask for pair of trousers?
We don't have any. Buddies are going to try to get some for you.
Just that, please. Yeah, finish talking. Okay. Would you do me one favor?
What's that?
Call district attorney.
You know the district attorney?
No, not directly.
I'm sure you'll wait till Monday morning then.
No, I don't think so either. I think perhaps you better call him now.
Take his handcuffs off and put them back yourself.
May I say one thing? I asked you, I made a request.
We'll call him Monday morning.
Wait a minute. Before you go any further, I have committed no crimes. Remember this. I have asked for a request to call the district attorney, and you have said no, right? Take them back. That's all? Thank you. When you're demoted Monday morning, come see me.
We have moved over here to the Night Watch Commander's office, where he and Sergeant Perkins have been conferring on the many reports necessary in this case. I think we're about ready to clear, right, Sergeant?
In just a minute, Don. By the way, you might be interested in one or two other developments that have occurred.
Really?
A friend of the suspect came to the station a short while ago and brought some clothes for the prisoner.
Mm-hmm.
And incidentally volunteered the information that the suspect did not, to his knowledge, own any of the property he claimed he did during our interrogation.
I see.
And by the way, he also stated the prisoner had been a guest of honor at a stag party given earlier this evening.
Really?
Yeah, he was scheduled to be married tomorrow.
You are listening to Night Watch. For the first time, through the medium of network radio, the on-the-scene activities of a detective unit on their tour of duty. The people are not actors, and the voices and sounds are authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. And now to continue the action on Night Watch, we return you to police recorder Don Reed on patrol in police car 5-4.
It's well past midnight on the Night Watch, and I'm speaking from the Culver City Police Station. We've been out on patrol until a few moments ago when we were advised to report back to headquarters. Once again, we're returning to the office of the Chief of Detectives, Lieutenant Bob Conlon.
Hi, Lieutenant. Did you call me?
Yes, Perkins. You know, we had a homicide here a short time ago. I'm working on another angle of the case, and we have two new witnesses. I want you to take their statements, then re-question the murder suspect. When you're finished, report back to me.
Where are the witnesses?
They're waiting in the next office.
Right, Lieutenant. Evening, gentlemen. I'd like to have a statement from both of you. I'd like to talk to you first, if I may, sir. Now, I understand that you met this man in question earlier tonight in a bar. You had a conversation with him. What did you say to him?
I said, come on, have a drink. So he said, all right. He said, what do you have? And he said, whiskey sour. So I went and bought the whiskey sour, and he said, I'm going to kill that woman. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill her. I'm going to kill him. So I said, after all, I said, you got a wife, you got a kid. And I said, your daughter. I said, would you want your kid to think you was a murderer? He stomped out the side door, and that's all I saw of the man.
Has this man ever threatened her before? You know?
Yes, he did. He told me he was going to kill her before. He told me that.
Well, I'll tell you what I would like to have you do is to write down in your own words just exactly what you told us here, and so that we can use it on the coroner's inquest.
The first witness is going over to a table in the corner. And it's interesting to note that the statement just heard may be the first step in changing the entire complexion of this case. And now the sergeant is going to continue.
Now, as the second witness, I'd like to have your statement, please. How long have you known this man?
Well, I should say I've known him around about 12 or 15 years.
About 12 or 15 years. Have you ever heard him threaten to kill this woman before?
Yes.
What words did he use? Do you remember any of the words?
He called her wino. He said, I'll kill that old drunk wino some of these days if she don't get to doing better. He says, I'm trying to raise her up and build her up to do something right. I said, you can't do it by killing her.
How long ago was this?
Well, that's about the last week.
About last week. And what else did he say?
He said to me, I think it was Thursday. He said, that old bag of bones is the kill of my life. He says, she's a ruin. He said, I'm going to kill her. I'm going to kill her. It was the last thing I ever do. I told him, I said, listen, I said, you've got 2 children. You've got a boy that's grown up. And you've got a girl that's about 12 years old. I said, don't you ever think about them? I said, why don't you walk off?
He has committed physical violence on her before.
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what I'd like to have you do, if you'll do the same as this other gentleman, and just write down in your own words just what you've told us here, so that we can use it in the coroner's inquest.
The 2 witnesses are just leaving the room now, and glancing down the hall, I can see the murder suspect arriving in custody of an officer. And in these last few seconds, I'd like to point out the very unusual situation. But you've heard both witnesses state that this man had threatened to kill the woman. But entering the door now is the irony of this case.
because it's the woman that shot and killed him.
Sit down over here, please. Right, my man. There you are. Now, I'd like to have you tell me in your own words just exactly what happened last night.
I went around and turned all my lights on like I do to try to keep them scared away. And I put my kittens to bed early because I had to take them to the garage. I got that man and locked the door and got in. So then yesterday I don't figure to get out no more. I'm afraid to even go out in my yard. And I was going to take a bath. And something, I don't know, I just felt afraid to even strip off because I never know when he's going to be at the door, and I just seemed to have that feeling. So I decided, well, I'll soak my feet and then I'll take my bath and shampoo my hair in the morning. So I went on out to go in the kitchen to fix some coffee because I always drink coffee again after dinner. And I'm in there and I had this light right in that patio there by the kitchen. And all of a sudden the light went off. You just turn it like that. But I could see him clear, just right there in my face. And began to threaten me. And he says, I told you I was going to get you, and I've come to get you tonight. But I've come to kill you tonight. And I made the remark then. I said, I've got a gun too. So I said I wouldn't talk like that. And I figured maybe he got afraid. And he went up to walk and started up the street, and then he had his car that time, and he sat there for quite a while. I opened the front door. The screen door was open. I opened the front door and stood there. But I'd say he sat there a good 10 minutes, or seen that long or more. And then he come to this other window.
This is the window on the driveway in the bedroom.
Yes, and he came to that one.
Where were you at that time?
I was in my room. I had already stripped off, and I was sitting on my bed.
That is in the front bedroom.
Yes. I thought, well, I got to go in there and see if I can get him going again. And I went in and I talked to him, and he said, I'm coming in after you. And he had the screen either off or pulled out at that time, even when I went in, In other words, he was clear to me through that hole. And so I kept talking to him. He said he wasn't leaving, he was coming in. And I said, I got a gun here. And I even showed it. I held it right out in front.
Where was the gun at that time?
It was laying right there on that dresser right by the window. I said, see, I've got a gun in my hand. I said, if you try to come in, I'll shoot. He said, go ahead and shoot. He says, you and him together, you wouldn't do it or something. I don't know the words he said. He said, anyway, I'm coming in after you. And he kept on coming.
He started coming to the window then?
That's when he started to make his lunge in. And I pulled the trigger, and then he started cursing me.
And how far away were you from him at the time that you fired?
Well, I couldn't have been very far because I was right up there talking, I'm standing there by the dresser.
How many feet were you from him? Roughly?
I couldn't say. The windows say like that, and the dresser...
About 3 feet away?
Couldn't have been any farther than that, I don't think. I just reached here and the window there, and I'm standing there, as I said, I held it, and I showed him the gun. And
well, after you fired, what did he do then?
He started cursing me, and then he takes off up the drive to the front door.
Then what happened?
Well, I come from it when I heard him do that. I didn't even know I'd hit him. So I come through, and I laid the gun up here where they picked it up, and I walked up to watch, because I've got a double lock on the door, and he'd have a pretty hard time getting in the door. And I come up, and the porch light was on, and I looked, and he was at the door, but just about the time I got there, he just went back like that.
He fell back, did he?
He fell back.
And he collapsed on the front porch?
Right there. I must have hit him because he fell.
And then did you call the police after that?
Yes.
And the radio car came, said it? Okay, fine. Thank you very much.
It's 1:45 a.m., and we're back here in the office of Lieutenant Conlon, where he's been studying the statements given by the two witnesses that Sergeant Perkins interviewed a short while ago. Well, does that wrap up the case, Lieutenant?
Yeah, Don, that's about it. Sometimes a police investigation may point up a person's guilt or clear them of any connection with a crime. Or, still again, as in this case, may tend to show the suspect's action to be justified.
Well, with that, it just means completing formal reports and submitting them to the district attorney for action. From then on, it's up to the courts.
Ladies and gentlemen, Police Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
In the case of the Prowler tonight, he was subsequently booked for violation 459 of the Penal Code, which is burglary, and Section 240 of the Penal Code, assault, the penalty of which is 1 to 15 years in the state prison for burglary, or up to 6 months in the county jail for assault. In the case of the homicide involving the woman who shot the man as he attempted to break into her home, the Detective Bureau, under Lieutenant Bob Conlon, submitted their reports and testimony to the Los Angeles County Coroner at the inquest, where a verdict of justifiable homicide was rendered. In turn, the suspect was released from custody. Over 100,000 people come through our city each week, making our city one of the most heavily populated in the state of California. My department is cooperating in bringing you the activities of the night watch in the interest of public security. No police department can be effective without the combined efforts of the citizens and the realization of the problems encountered by their officers. If, through this program, our department can further that cause, then our efforts will be well rewarded in bringing you the night watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have just heard, through the medium of network radio, on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch is brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, and is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock, with technical advice by Police Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by Police Recorder Don Reed.
It's 2:30 a.m., and we're just pulling into the police garage. Well, that about wraps it up, huh, Sergeant?
Yeah, except for making out the log.
Roll 1 to 5-4. Are you clear?
Excuse me a minute, Don.
5-4, Raj. You're clear and reporting out of service.
Check 5-4. 2:31 again. End of night.
Okay, Pinky, climb down off her back and throw a blanket over her. How'd she do?
Well, she went a little slow in her turn, Mr. Burke, but she sure opened up plenty good when I got her into the stretch. Plenty good. She's a winner, this horse is.
Miss Murdock will be glad to hear that.
I sure wish it was my horse, Mr. Burke. Sure wish it was. I sure wish I was riding her in a race, too.
Oh, you'll ride someday, Pinky. All jockeys have to be exercise boys to start. Well, take the filly over to her stall and rub her down, will you?
Sure will, Mr. Burke. Sure like this here horse. Come on, Pinky. Come on, at it, girl. Gotta get you over to your stall and fix up the nice clean stride to sleep on. At least you can get some sleep.
What's so funny, Burke?
Oh, hello, Billy. Didn't hear you come into the stable.
Yeah, I don't make much noise. I'm so small you can hardly hear me. Fact is, when I was in school, I had to keep yelling or I'd be marked absent. Nobody could see me. Well, why aren't you laughing at that?
It's not terribly funny.
But sometime you're going to learn that when a star jockey tells a gag, it's a good thing if a horse trainer laughs it up. Especially if the star jockey happens to be friendly with the trainer's boss, like I am with Miss Murdock.
How long do you think you'd be friendly with Miss Murdock if she knew as much about you as I do?
Oh, not long. Oh, there's a couple of ifs you want to remember. One of them is if she believed you, and the other one is if you had nerve enough to rat on me. I'll be the talking type, Burke. Open that mouth of yours out of turn sometime, pal, and I'm telling you now, I'll close it for you. Permanently.
Got bills to pay? Pay 'em. Got things to buy? Buy 'em. Want cash to do it?
Then call Beneficial Finance and get that big okay.
Get that big okay at Beneficial. Get that big okay for cash today. Just pick up your phone and make a call for cash. The Beneficial way is the smart way. The right way too. When you want cash, here's the thing to do. Get that big okay at Beneficial. Get that big okay.
You pick the terms, you pick the payments.
Get that big okay.
Beneficial Finance Company.
Miss Murdock will see you now, Mr. Burke. This way, please.
Thanks, Andrew.
She's in the library. Seemed a bit disturbed that you were calling, sir.
Most people are disturbed when you come over to tell them things for their own good.
I wouldn't know about that, sir. Please go in.
Thanks.
Very good, sir.
Miss Murdock.
Well, what is it, Burke? What is it?
Oh, I thought perhaps you hadn't heard me come in.
The butler announced you, opened the door for you. I heard you say my name, and you thought I didn't know you were there.
You seem so occupied in that book,
If the book were interesting, I wouldn't have seen you at all. Well, what is it?
Miss Murdock, it's about Billy Albert, your jockey.
What about him?
He isn't honest, Miss Murdock. I know that for a fact. I thought perhaps you wouldn't want him riding for you if you knew about him.
Oh, you thought that, did you? Mr. Burke, what is it that you're paid to do?
Train your horses, breed them, run your training farm.
Not to question my judgment of people?
Well, hardly, Miss Murdock. I never intended to do that. All I wanted to do was tell you something you didn't know.
What makes you think I didn't know? I'm a little surprised that you knew, but that isn't too difficult a situation to remedy. After all, you do work for me.
Yes, Miss Murdock.
So you won't talk. Not as long as you're in my employ, you won't. And if you ever leave my employ, well, perhaps it might be arranged that you won't talk anyhow.
Pinky? Huh? Pinky? Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Bill. How are you tonight, sir? All right. You seen Burke? I sure have. He's in his office. Looks like the moon fell down on him. Gonna go see him? Yep. Well, don't get in any mood like he's in. Been in it all day, too. Hey, as long as you're his assistant out here, maybe you could do some assisting in the trouble he's having. Maybe that wouldn't be a bad idea, huh?
Might not be at that. Hey, you're pretty dolled up for an exercise, boy. Where you going, Pinky?
Well, got me new suit, new tie, and the same old girl. I'm stepping out tonight, Mr. Phil.
Go ahead, Pinky. Only watch that step a little.
I sure will, Mr. Phil. I sure will. Tonight's the night. Yes, sir. Tonight's the night.
Come in.
Evening, boss.
Oh, hello, Phil. Come in.
Hey, you've got the lows, Mr. Burke. What's wrong?
Nothing very much. Nothing you can help me with, I suppose. Well, what's on your mind, Phil?
I need some money, Mr. Burke. $1,000.
Who doesn't?
I need it bad, Mr. Burke. A couple of bets I made went haywire.
You've been betting on horses, Phil?
Well, I thought they were horses when I made bets on them. I haven't got $1,000, Mr. Burke. You got to lend it to me.
You know, Miss Murdock has a rule about her employees betting on horses.
Oh, now, look, I don't want to lecture. I want the money. You can get it and take it out of my pay. The Murdock girl will give it to you if you ask for it.
If I ask for it, maybe she will. But I'm not going to. In fact, I don't know why I shouldn't tell her that you've disregarded her orders about betting.
I wouldn't do that, Mr. Burke. That way I'd never get the money I need, would I?
No. But that's your problem. I can't worry about you and me, Phil.
No, I guess you can't. But that being the case, Mr. Burke, maybe you'd better do some extra worrying about you.
Sit down, Markham, sit down. Nice to have you drop in on me this evening.
Thank you, Vance. I got through at the office and thought I'd come in here after dinner. You know, this business of being a district attorney has many complications, Vance, and only a few compensations. One of them is you.
Well, very pretty compliment, Markham. Thank you very much. May I add to that speech that my profession of private investigating could very easily become a chore without the incentive of the cases you called me in on?
Okay. We're even. And now to the purpose of my call.
Yes?
Could you take the evening off to go over to the club for a game of billiards?
I'd like to, Markham. I'd like to very much. Just give me a second to slip out of this robe and into a coat. Turn the radio on if you like.
I will. Oh, I've got a new 3-cushion shot to show you that's terrific, Vance.
Not fair. You've been practicing.
Very good, very good. And now for your last question, sir. What is the capital of the state of Maine? Now tell me quickly before a gust of wind comes into the studio.
What have you got there, Mark?
A quiz show, apparently.
No coaching, please. No help from the audience. Come on now, sir. The capital of the state of Maine. A gust of wind will come into the...
Augusta!
That's right!
Lots of fun, these quiz shows, Markham.
Yes, I enjoy them. Let's listen for a moment, Vance.
All right, now, everybody. We're ready for our next contestant. Your name, sir? Billy Alberts. Well, welcome to our game, Mr. Alberts. What do you do for a living, may I ask?
I'm a jockey for the Murdock stables.
Well, you're a good man to know. I once knew a fellow came to a betting window and he said, I want to bet $5 on this horse. And the man said, on his nose, the fellow said, on his nose, on his back, on his tail, everywhere, so even if he comes in sideways, I win. Well, Mr. Albert, you've selected a topic to talk about. Now, let's have your slip. Popular songs, huh? Well, okay, here's your first question. Name 5 songs that Irving Berlin composed.
Always, Because I Love You.
That's 2.
Alexander's Ragtime Band, remember, and Blue Skies.
That's 5. That's correct. In fact, that's wonderful.
Well, turn that off, will you please, Mark? I'll get the phone.
Sure, Vance.
Hello?
Mr. Vance, this is Sally Henderson, Mr. Markham's secretary. Is he there?
Why, yes, Miss Henderson, just a moment. For you, Markham, your secretary.
Uh-oh. Bye-bye, billiards.
Here.
Thanks, Vance. Hello.
Mr. Markham, I'm glad you left word where you could be reached. Sergeant Heath of the homicide just called you. There's been a murder, and he thought you'd want to get there right away.
I most certainly do. Who was killed, Miss Henderson?
A man named Edward Burke. He was a horse trainer. Shot with a .45 automatic about 15 minutes ago at the Murdock stable.
Thank you very much. I'm on the way. Goodbye, Miss Henderson.
Goodbye, sir.
Well, Vance, we're on the way to a murder. Horse trainer named Edward Burke was killed.
Burke? He trains for the Murdock stables, doesn't he?
That's right. Say, that jockey we just heard on the air was from the Murdock stables, too. Quite a coincidence.
Yes, it is. Well, you were talking a while ago about a very difficult billiard shot. Apparently a murderer has called his shot, Markham. Perhaps we can call his hand.
Vance, the Murdock stables where the body was found are miles from here. Why did you ask me to stop the car outside the Murdock house?
Because Sergeant Heath is at the stables with the body, Markham. He'll find anything there that I might find. I thought someone at the Murdock house might give us something to work on. After all, the Murdocks own the stables.
I've learned better than to argue with you, Vance.
Don't ever stop, please. I'm not always as certain as I sound. We might find out absolutely nothing here.
We certainly won't if we don't get inside. I'll handle that detail. Oh, I hope you have your calling card ready, Vance. Miss Carol Murdock is very social.
You mean she's very rich? Markham, some of the richest people I know are antisocial.
Yes, sir.
District Attorney Markham and Mr. Philo Vance to see Miss Carol Murdock.
Miss Murdock is not at home. Would you care to come in and wait?
Vance?
We would.
Very good, gentlemen. You might wait in the library if you like. Right this way. Oh, there's someone else in the library, a Mr. Billy Alberts. He works for Miss Murdock.
Billy Alberts, the radio star?
He's a jockey, sir.
I know, but he was on the air tonight. How does it happen he's here?
He telephoned after the program, and I informed him of Mr. Burke's death. He came in only a few moments ago to wait for Miss Murdock.
I see. And where is she?
I'm sorry, sir. That I do not know. She'll return presently, I imagine. She always has. Make yourselves at home right through that door there.
Thank you. Oh, good evening, young man. You're Billy Alberts?
Yes, I'm Alberts.
I'm District Attorney Markham, Mrs. Philo Vance.
Vance, a private dick?
I suppose you could call me that. I'm glad to have an opportunity of speaking to you, Mr. Alberts. You undoubtedly knew Mr. Burke.
Sure, he trained horses for Miss Murdock.
Any idea who might have killed him?
Oh, search me. He had an assistant who had ambitions. A guy named Phil Dexter.
Phil Dexter, eh?
Yeah.
I must remember to talk to him. Anybody else?
Well, nobody I know of. I could have a lot of guys sort him that I wouldn't know, though.
That's entirely reasonable, I'd say.
Mr. Alberts, we understand that Edward Burke was killed at about 9:10 tonight. We know you were on the radio shortly after that time. In fact, we heard you.
Yeah, was I good?
Very. Tell me, how long had you been in the radio studio?
Well, let's see now. The show went on the air at 9. They picked us contestants out of the studio audience at about 8:30. I must have got there about 8:15, I guess.
And Burke was killed an hour later while you were still in the studio, eh?
Mr. Albert,
I'd like to...
off me. I can walk. Take them off.
Hey, that's Carol's voice. Some guy's with her. Maybe the murderer.
Come on, Vance.
I'm with you, Markham.
No use arguing, miss. I'm staying
That's a
right
cop
with
with
you.
Miss Murdock. Listen, you...
Wait a minute. I'll handle this, Alberts. Good evening, officer. I'm Markham, district attorney.
Oh, hello, Mr. Markham. And how are you this evening?
Well, how are you this evening? You in a minute. Mr. Markham, this officer of yours has been pushing me around, and I won't stand for it. I'm Carol Murdock.
No, take it easy, Miss Murdock. What's wrong, officer?
Well, I picked this young lady up about an hour and a half ago, Mr. Markham. She was speeding, going like a bat, headed for this place. For a half hour, she wouldn't tell me who she was. Then, when we finally get to headquarters, she tells me her name is Carol Murdock.
Well, that's who she is. She is Carol Murdock.
Shut up, Sonny. I'm talking to Mr. Markham.
Yep.
So, Mr. Markham, I asked to see her license, and she says she hasn't got any. Then, when I want to take her in again, she said she left it at home. So, here we are.
I see. What time did you pick her up, officer?
Oh, I should say about 9:20.
And the murder was committed at about 9:10, eh, Markham?
So we've been informed.
Look, I know all about the murder. I heard it firsthand over the police radio. I know one of my men was killed, but that doesn't give this cop any license to treat me like a criminal.
Driving without a license is against the law, Miss Murdock. Officer, where did you pick her up?
Just a short distance from her own stable, sir.
And you heard about this murder from the police radio, Miss Murdock?
Yes, of course I did. Ask this big lug here. He heard it with me.
That's right, sir.
Oh, I don't doubt that you heard about it over the police radio, Miss Murdock. I was just wondering if it was news to you when you did hear it.
Tonight, picture yourself in your easy chair, just taking it easy. And alongside, hot buttered popcorn. Man. Popcorn is easy to make with a West Bend corn popper that's easy to buy at your Pennzoil station. Here's how. Drive in and buy 8 gallons of power-packed Pennzoil Premium Gasoline for faster starts on cold mornings and better performance anytime. You'll get Pennzoil Premium at the price of regular. And to call attention to this savings, your Pennzoil dealer also offers you a $7.95 West Bend corn popper for just $4.95. It's a double savings. Pennzoil Premium and a West Bend corn popper. And to get you started, a bag of popcorn is included free. So stop today. Enjoy Pennzoil Performance and enjoy hot buttered popcorn tonight.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Murdock murder case began when Edward Burke, trainer for the Murdock stables, owned by Carol Murdock, was found dead. Vance has questioned Billy Alberts, a jockey who was on a quiz program at the time of the murder, and also questioned Carol Murdock, who was caught by a motorcycle policeman coming from the murder scene at about the time of the murder. Still to be interviewed by him is Phil Dexter, assistant to the dead man. But I understand Vance is taking care of that detail right now in the Murdock home. We have been at the house.
I'd tell you more if I knew any more, Mr. Vance, but I don't. Honest, I don't. Let me go, Mr. Vance. Let me go.
I'm not stopping you from leaving, Mr. Dexter. Police might, but I won't.
But you've been asking me the questions, Mr. Vance. If you said to let me go, they'd let me go.
They might, but they'd only pick you up again. Why don't you tell me what you know of this case, and then you'll be clear of it once and for all.
All I know is what I told you. The last time I saw Mr. Burke, he was worried about something. He'd just been to the house here, he told me, and he was worrying. Don't ask me about what I don't know.
Tell me all about the last time you saw him alive in detail.
Okay. I was walking toward the stable when I saw Pinky.
Pinky?
Pinky's an exercise boy.
Mm-hmm.
It was about 6:30, and I asked Pinky if he knew where Mr. Burke was, and he said, sure, in his office. And I said so long to Pinky, and I went in.
Where was Pinky going, do you know?
No. Yes, I do know. He was all dolled up in a new suit, and he said he had a big date in town. He was pretty happy about something.
I see. Then you spoke to Burke and found out that he was worried.
Well, that's what he told me, anyhow, but he didn't say about what.
Excuse me, Vance.
Oh, come on in, Markham.
Thank you. There's a phone call for me, and I didn't want to take it out in the hall. More privacy in here.
I thought you'd released our jockey suspect, Mr. Billy Alberts.
Well, I did. I sent him home about an hour ago, Vance. But Miss Carol Murdock is still in the house, and I just don't want to be overheard in case this is important.
I see. Mr. Dexter, you may leave. Only be somewhere that I can reach you in case I have to, will you please?
Yes, sir, I will, Mr. Vance. I'll be at home.
Well, Markham, go right ahead. The coast is clear and the phone is yours.
Thank you, Vance. I can take that call now. Markham speaking.
Mr. Markham, this is Miss Henderson.
Yes, Miss Henderson.
The homicide department called with some information I thought you'd like to have. Hope I didn't disturb you.
Go right ahead, Sally. Oh, just a minute. Can you hear this, Vance?
Yeah, I can.
Go ahead, Sally.
A body has just been found about 10 miles from where you are now.
Yes?
It was shot in the head by a .45 automatic and tossed out of a car, the police believe.
I see. Any identification?
Positive identification, Mr. Markham. It was an exercise jockey employed by the Murdock stables. His name was Pinky Rice.
Uh-huh.
That's all the information that was given me.
Fine. Thank you, Miss Henderson.
You're welcome, sir. Goodbye.
Well, a second murder, eh, Markham?
Yes, and connected with the Murdock family and its stables. Well, this certainly complicates things, doesn't it?
On the contrary, Markham. I'd say it simplifies things quite a bit. In fact, I'd say it points pretty directly to the murderer.
Billy?
That you, Carol?
Yes, where are you?
Right here. I've been waiting for you over the side of the road where I wouldn't be seen.
Well, all right, I'm here. What's all the mystery? Why did you call and ask me to meet you here?
Take it easy. I thought you'd like to know what I think about the murder of your trainer, Burke. And of Pinky, the exercise boy.
Oh, so that's what it is, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What's there to talk about that you couldn't say on the phone?
Oh, I had no reason for privacy. I thought maybe you might want it, though. You see, I know you had a battle with Burke. Your butler told me.
I pay him for services rendered. Apparently you did, too.
That's right. As I understand it, you threatened Burke.
You want to know why I did? To protect you, you fool. He knew something about you.
Did you kill him to protect me, too?
No. That's not saying I might not have if I thought it would stop him from talking, though. You see, that's the way I feel about you, Billy.
Yeah, you've been trying to convince me of that for quite some time now. You'd get tired of me, though.
Probably. I got tired of everything else in my life. But what has that to do with what you called me about?
Oh, everything. Now, take me. I'm a good jockey. I make good money. In a couple of years, I'm a little too old to ride. I don't make such good money. Carol, how much is it worth if the police don't know about your threats to Burke?
You're not that low.
I wouldn't be so sure.
You can't prove I killed Burke.
Oh, maybe not. But according to the cop who picked you up, you were near enough to the stables to have done it.
Billy. Where were you when Burke was killed?
Me? I was on the radio being a genius. I was practically talking on the air when Burke got his.
And when Pinky was killed? Where were you then?
Home. Kid, there's no heat on me. Now, let's get back to the important reason for this little meeting. How much is your life worth?
Quite a bit, Billy. In fact, I value it a whole lot higher than I do yours.
Is everybody in the next room, Markham?
Everybody you asked for, Vance. Billy Alberts, the jockey, Carol Murdock, and the young man who found Burke's body, Phil Dexter.
Good. We'll go in a moment. I'm pretty sure one of those three is our murderer, Markham.
Well, if you are, I am, too.
I think, of course, that Pinky, the exercise boy, was killed by the same person that murdered Burke. The connection may not be terribly apparent to you at the moment, but I imagine it will be shortly.
All I can say is I hope you're right, Vance.
All I can say is I hope your hope comes true. Well, come on, let's go in.
Oh, there you are.
I'm sorry to have kept the three of you here so long, but it couldn't be helped. And I promise that two of you will be able to leave this room very shortly.
Mr. Vance, I found somebody who saw me away from the Murdock stables at the time Mr. Burke was shot. You see, that's why I wanted you to let me out, so I could find somebody.
That's very convenient, Mr. Dexter. Did you find someone to alibi for you, Miss Murdock?
I don't need any alibi, Mr. Vance. I didn't do anything, and you can't prove that I did.
That's right, I can't, as yet. Mr. Alberts?
You don't want anything to do with me, Vance. I was on the radio when Burke was killed, and I was home when Pinky got knocked off.
That's quite according to what I've been led to understand. Well, I don't want to appear overly dramatic, But one of you three killed two men. I have some questions I want to ask each of you. Answer I don't know if you don't know. That will be all right. Mr. Dexter?
Yes?
2 questions for you. 1, how many shots in a .45 automatic?
I don't know.
Who wrote the song, Memory Lane?
What are you trying to do, Vance? Trick me into saying something? I don't know how that can mean anything. All I know is I don't know.
Singularly devoid of information, isn't he, Vance?
Perhaps he told us more than he realizes, Markham. Miss Murdock, your questions. Where on an automatic pistol is the safety catch?
Near the thumb. It can be released by the thumb.
Thank you. Your other question. Victor Herbert was a great composer. Who wrote most of the lyrics of his operettas?
I haven't the slightest idea of who wrote the lyrics, of why you're asking these stupid questions, or who killed the 2 men that worked for me.
All I can do is assure you that I have.
You think because I know about automatics
Please,
that
Miss Murdock, don't try to tell me what I think. Mr. Alberts.
What?
It's question time for you. Who wrote the popular song some time ago titled Remember?
I don't know. Jerome Kern, Cole Porter, one of those characters. I don't want to know.
Your second question. How was a clip fed into a .45 automatic?
I don't... why lie about it? It's fed to the bottom of the grip. Everybody who's ever seen a movie knows that. Any more questions?
No, I think not. Markham, did those questions mean anything to you?
No, Vance. As a matter of fact, they didn't. But I haven't the slightest idea of what the answers proved.
No? Well, then I'll tell you. They told me that Billy Alberts killed Burke and Pinky.
Oh, no, you don't, Vance.
Wait.
I don't know if you're bluffing or guessing or if you really know something. But I'm not taking any chances. You're not saddling me with any murder rap. Now, when I got 2 legs and this gun to get me out...
Well, thank you, Miss Murdock. I'm afraid the vase you hit him with is pretty well shattered, though.
What if it is? You just see to it that Billy Alberts gets put in jail all in one piece.
Get that big okay, that's beneficial. Get that big okay for cash today. Just pick up your phone and make a call for cash. The beneficial way, it's the smart way, the right way to do. When you want cash, here's the thing to do. Get that big okay at beneficial. Get that big okay.
When you want cash to clean up bills, buy things, make home improvements, you name it, just call Beneficial Finance. You pick the terms, you pick the payments. So call Beneficial and
get that big okay.
Beneficial Finance Company.
Waiting, Vance.
I'm not playing games, Markham. I just wanted to finish these notes. Well, that's all there. Now, what is it you're waiting for?
An explanation, of course, as to how you knew it was Billy Alberts who killed Burke and Pinky. All I knew was that Alberts was on the radio when Burke was killed.
Well, that wasn't Alberts at all. It was Pinky, establishing an alibi for Billy Alberts. That's the reason Alberts had to kill him, to avoid any possible future blackmail.
You knew that?
Of course. Remember when we heard that quiz program together? The Master of Ceremonies asked the contestant, who was supposed to be Billy Alberts, to name 5 songs by Irving Berlin.
Yes, and he named them.
One of the songs was titled Remember. Remember?
Yes, and the contestant included it.
Right. But when I asked Billy Alberts who wrote the song Remember, he didn't know. He couldn't very well know one night and not the next, could he? No. Therefore, it wasn't he we heard on the quiz show. It was Pinky.
Yes, I know that's right, but how did Billy Alberts know that Pinky would be sure to get on the radio and give him an alibi? After all, contestants at radio shows are selected at random.
All Pinky had to do was bribe somebody who was supposed to be on the program, or in other words, buy that person's ticket. No problem there.
No, I can't argue against that either. You know, Vance, Miss Murdock was very helpful to us. She told us why Alberts killed Burke, and she really hit the lad with that vase when he tried to break away, didn't she?
That she did. That little smack on the head was the end of Billy Alberts' escape plan.
And also, Vance, the end of the Murdock murder case.
Calling all detectives. When a sidewalk pitchman gives away free samples, and they're genuine diamond rings, then it's time to start asking questions. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, has to be a super salesman, because all he has to peddle is his knowledge of human nature. The pitchman working on the corner of Elm and Vine Streets was doing a land office business.
Here it is, folks, the most amazing, the most remarkable item you ever saw. Practically given away. This is our way of advertising. Take a look at this, folks. You say it's a cigarette lighter, and right you are. A twirl, a whale, she never misses. But you haven't seen anything yet. Now watch.
He blew out the flame, twisted the bottom of the metal cylinder.
And now it's a ballpoint pen. Only $1, folks. Who'll be the first?
The pitchman was doing fine business, but he didn't look happy. While he chatted away, his eyes darted from side to side, always watchful and wary. Oh, well, watching out for cops is an occupational hazard of sidewalk salesmen. No cops showed up, but about a minute later, a mousy-looking little man joined the crowd. The pitchman spotted him.
This is our way of advertising. Free samples to every 50th customer. And for you, my friend, this genuine imitation diamond bracelet.
From his suitcase, the pitchman pulled a flashy bracelet, tossed it to the latecomer, who grabbed it, put down $1, bought one of the combination lighter pens, and disappeared. About 5 minutes and 6 sales later, the pitchman repeated his giveaway stunt. This time,
a 14-carat simulated, almost genuine diamond ring.
The man who got the ring looked vaguely familiar to me. I followed him as he edged away from the crowd. He glanced over his shoulder, saw me, and started to run. I grabbed him at the next corner. Well, if it isn't Hot Eyes Harry. Hand over the ring, Harry. I want to see the kind of samples pitchmen give away these days. I took the ring, examined it. It was a 6-carat marquise-cut diamond in a platinum setting, worth at least $10,000. A street corner pitchman had a new angle. He gave away genuine diamond bracelets and rings with $1 cigarette lighters. The pitchman had disappeared, but my prisoner, Hot Eyes Harry, was perfectly willing to go to police headquarters after I put the cuffs on him. And when we questioned Harry...
Keys, the pitchman, glams the stuff, see? Then he passes it along one piece at a time to guys like me, and we peddle it in taverns, take ads in the paper. Nobody suspects a pitchman. It's a perfect setup. Except I got caught.
What do you meet Duke to give him his share of the money?
In a junk, the Green Lantern on 18th Street.
The Green Lantern was noisy and disreputable. A place where you can get a drink of liquor, a bang over the head, and your pockets picked, all for 35 cents. The bartender was a massive 250-pounder who could have made a better living as a Hollywood villain.
Listen, Bub, this is the 4th time you come nosing in here. For what are you looking besides a smack in the teeth?
Who around here's big enough to do it? The bartender put his hands in his apron pocket.
Bub, I'm a peaceful man. I don't like trouble. It makes me sad.
He took his hands out of his pocket. There was a bung starter clenched in his right fist. I ducked. The wrong way. When I came to, I was sprawled in the gutter, outside the Green Lantern. I staggered to my feet, wobbled down the block. Oh, well, I've lost many a first round. I fumbled through my pockets. Sure enough, the $20 I'd had there was gone. But somebody had thoughtfully put in a dime for car fare. I went on back to my office, got my wallet and credentials out of the desk drawer where I'd left them. There was also a revolver and blackjack in the drawer. I looked at them thoughtfully. Finally decided this was a blackjack-type job, took that and left the revolver. Fat Boy, the bartender, spotted me as soon as I came into the joint again.
Well, well. Punchy is back for more. Come here, sweetheart. Let me slug you again.
The bartender came around the bar as I approached. He turned for a moment to his silent customers.
He loves this.
I didn't say anything. I just swung the blackjack and cracked him lightly across the bridge of his nose. He let out a bellow and went down to his knees. I swung the blackjack again. They crashed forward like a pole-axed steer. I glanced around. Show's over, folks. The bar's closed. Everybody out. About 10 minutes later, the bartender struggled to his knees.
I'll kill you for this.
Sure you will, but not now. When he came to the second time, I dragged him off the floor, flung him into a chair.
What are you going to do to me?
I grinned at him. I'm going to beat your fat head in, an inch at a time. I dangled the blackjack from my fingers. Where's Duke? The bartender leered at me.
You'll never know.
Okay. I got time. I swung the blackjack in a wide arc, but before it landed...
Wait! He's hiding out. 67 Forest Street, 3rd floor. Don't hit me again.
You mean you don't love it? Come on, let's go for a ride. I picked up a street corner cop, turned Fat Boy over to him, then went on to the Forest Street address. The place was a ratty tenement. I went on up to the 3rd floor. There was only one door. I flattened myself against the wall, reached my hand around. The bullets ripped through the door as they would have ripped through me if I was standing in front of it. A second later, the pitchman dashed out. Once more, I swung the blackjack. And after that, everything was nice and peaceful again. Yep. Fat Boy, the bartender, had stalled me long enough for somebody to get word to Duke that I was coming. Then he gave me the address that was supposed to be a death trap. Except that I know a few things about human nature, too. As much, say, as a bartender with murder in his heart. Well, that broke up the jewel gang. I got a fine reward out of the deal. Not bad for a night's work. Like I said, no matter how tough a proposition may seem, you can generally work it out. If you've got the right pitch. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. This time I tangled with a mad Scotchman, a phony English lord, and a beautiful blonde corpse in a freight house, all because of a butler who walked on his knuckles. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Monkey's Uncle.
Hello.
Mr. Philip Marlowe, please. It's very important.
This is Marlowe.
Oh, thank heavens you're still in your office at this late hour, Mr. Marlowe. I must have your help at once.
What?
Cornelius' life is in danger, man, and time means everything. Now, sir,
Wait a minute. Who are you? Who's Cornelius? Where you calling from and about what? Let's have it a slow step at a time, huh?
Aye. My name's Wesley McDuff, Mr. Marlowe.
All right, lead on, McDuff.
I'm calling from a telephone booth opposite the Beekman Plaza Hotel on Hollywood Boulevard where... Ashley Duke.
Ashley who?
Going for the Beekman Plaza. Lord Ashley Duke himself, across the street.
Now, wait a
I've
minute.
got to get to him. Mr. Marlowe, hurry. Meet me in the hotel lobby.
Yes,
Be quick, man. We've got to stop them. They're going to kill Cornelius.
first reaction was to forget the whole thing. But curiosity's strong stuff with me. Any triumvirate labeled Wesley McDuff, Lord Ashley, Duke, and Cornelius had to add up the screwball no matter where you started. But the word kill was still big in my vocabulary, so I buttoned the office up quickly, got down in my car, and drove over to the Beekman Plaza Hotel, where a 10-minute stand in the lobby produced nothing closer to worried Scotchmen than the plaid covering and a sagging Morris chair. And at the reception desk, there was no Wesley McDuff registered or ever heard of.
I'm sorry, sir.
So at that, I was ready to call it quits. I turned for the door, but before I got there, I was stopped. The uniform said bellhop, and the sprinkle of freckles plus blonde cowlick said all-American boy. But the shifty eyes and the narrow mouth that slid over to the side of his face when he talked said something else, like racetrack tout.
Say, pardon me, sir, but I happened to overhear you ask after a Scotchman. Wesley McDuff, was it?
Yeah, you know where he is?
Well, yes, and...
Yes, and how much?
10?
5.
Okay, sport, 5. But let's get out of the traffic, huh? Over here near this map, like I was pointing out something to you.
That's a fresh idea. Yeah.
Thanks. The fiver?
Oh, here. Now, where's McDuff?
On his way to Burbank, dead drunk.
You're crazy. I talked to him less than half an hour ago. He was stone sober and a long way from the party mood.
Could be. But 15 minutes ago, I helped Lord Ashley Duke pile him into a cab.
Wait a minute. Ashley Duke, how does he fit?
He found this McDuff in the alley outside.
Oh.
I was just coming back from dinner when I saw him pick the guy up. He couldn't say a word.
Huh?
But a Blue Shield medical card we found in his wallet read Wesley McDuff, 13 Vineland Avenue, Burbank. Boy, he was out colder than my old man.
Yeah, now listen, Junior, here's another 5. Fill me in fast. Who's Lord Ashley Duke?
A nightclub character. Entertainer. Lives here with his wife, Lady Ashley Duke, when they're in L.A.
Well, is he legitimate, this Lord business?
Nah, but he plays it to the hilt. Why, after we piled that McDuff into the cab, he dusted his white gloves off genteel-like, slipped the monocle he wears into his eye, and grabbed another cab and shoved. He's a phony. His real name is Bert Dukes, and the lady is Gert. And on her it shows.
What do you mean shows?
That the second she gets behind her door, they got suite 312, she climbs out of her accent like it was a tight girdle.
Oh.
Especially when she and that niece of hers go at it. Yes, sir, the famous Merrimack Caverns are on Route 66 near St. Louis. Oh, good evening, Mr. Fisher.
Good evening, Tompkins.
Okay, where were we?
The niece.
Oh, yeah. Quite a doll. Her name's Merle Brimmer. Acts as her business manager, so she must also have brains.
Now tell me, who's Cornelius?
Cornelius?
Yeah. What's breaking you up? Who is he?
Nobody but the star of the act. The Lord and Lady do a farce thing, a takeoff on English drawing room stuff, and Cornelius plays the butler. Plays it in a derby and a boiled shirt, no less.
Well, why the giggles? You've seen a derby and boiled shirt before?
Yeah, sure I have. But on Cornelius it looks different. You see, mister, he's a chimpanzee.
There, Cornelius definitely added screwball. But I also knew that prospective client McDuff had been sapped and piled into a cab for good riddance, which could add to less than funny. So I decided I'd look around a little longer, especially in the vicinity of Milady's chamber, number 312. When I stepped out of the elevator on the 3rd floor, an owl-faced waiter was just piloting a dinner cart loaded down with dirty dishes out of the room. And when the cart joggled onto the corridor rug, it nearly upset a coffee pot, which left the waiter's mind on the juxtaposition of cart and pot and not the door. It he left open inches. I waited till he passed me. Then I moved up to where I could both see and hear Lady Ashley Duke and her niece Merle exploding at each other through an after-dinner conversation. The former was built like an upended blimp with as much charm as a mooring mast. The latter was blonde and female, spy beautiful. And also she was nonchalantly slipping a shiny .32 automatic from desk drawer to purse.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Gert. Before you snap a stay, you listen to me. Why? So you can explain once more how poor Uncle Bert's idiotic mistakes are just bad luck. $10,000 worth of bad luck. Nuts. Bert don't know anything about investments. He shouldn't be allowed to touch a red cent. And, my pretty, from here on out, that's exactly the way it's going to be. Believe me. Oh, cut it, Gert, and quit blaming Uncle Bert and me. Are you kidding? Why shouldn't I blame the two of you? He's a jerk, and you... I never wanted you with us in the first place. My niece. Ha! Oh, shut up.
And remember, dear Aunt, your husband likes me around. I'm good for his morale, he says. He'll never let you fire me. So don't waste your breath. Auntie?
Get out of here. Go on, get down to the freight house and keep your eyes open. We don't want to lose Cornelius.
Don't worry, darling. Guard duty's an old specialty of mine. Yes, who is it?
Name's Marlowe. I'd like to see Lord Ashley Duke.
Oh, well, Oh, well.
Yes.
He's not in, but what did you want to see him about?
Oh, business. Can you help me?
Perhaps. You see, I'm his business...
She used to be his business manager. She was just leaving, wasn't you, Merle, darling?
Yes, Merle, darling, was. Mr. Marlowe, Lady Ashley Duke. Goodbye, Auntie.
Unhappy, huh?
Oh, rather. Now, sir, to save each other's time, let me be blunt. Lord Ashley Duke is no longer interested in making any investments whatsoever, nor will he be interested at a future date. Is that clear, sir?
Yes, like well water, Lady Ashley Duke, and if I were looking for an investor, I'd keep it in mind. But you see, I'm a private detective working for Wesley McDuff.
A paper? A lousy paper pushing its way in here. Why are you...
Easy, Gertie.
Let go. Get your filthy hands off me.
Sure. Just as soon as you get back into neutral. I also want to save us time, and I want to save Cornelius, too. Now, do we talk or wrestle? Which?
Oh, all right. 7 weeks ago, Lord Ashley Duke and I bought Cornelius from that crazy monkey raiser out in Burbank. We paid McDuff $30,000 for a run-down 17-year-old chimpanzee.
Well, then why do you want to kill him? McDuff thinks you're going to.
Yeah, McDuff's crazy. Just because we change our minds and instead of staying here in L.A., decide to go on the road. McDuff thinks Cornelius will catch cold and die. So he wants him back.
Yeah, but you'll get your money back.
Yeah. But what about the 7 weeks of work just to teach him to drop a glass? Not only that, he's a wonderful imitator.
I can see your point.
Besides, a deal's a deal. And we're taking the risk of Cornelius' death, not the loon who runs that Burbank animal farm. Why, that Scotchman thinks every animal in the joint's related to him.
It's an old idea, honey. But look, Lady Ash...
That's what? We've had our talk, Peter. Now get out. Go on. Go on. Get out before I forget I'm, a lady.
Over here, Tompkins. What is it?
A telephone call, sir. Booth 4, this way, please. Make out all right up there?
Jim Dandy.
Good. Now, if you feel I was underpaid...
I feel we came out even, Buster. Besides, I'm running low on farthings. Unless,
Yes?
You know where the freight house Cornelius calls home is located.
Blank.
Okay. So long, Tompkins. Hello?
Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah. You all right, McDuff?
Hey, it takes more than a foul blow in the dark to stop me, man. And it's just what Lord Ashley Duke is going to discover in many minutes.
What do you mean?
That I've run out of patience. I'm going to act, not talk. I'm about to take Cornelius back with my own hands, and I want you to help me.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Look, man, I'm in a drugstore at Pershing Square, close by the freight house where Cornelius is caged for shipment. I want you to...
But you can't steal him, McDuff.
I can. Steal him and disguise the animal so they'll never be able to claim him again. So they won't be able to kill him.
McDuff, I can't go along with that.
Then I chose the wrong man.
Oh.
There's precious little time left, Mr. Marlowe. Tomorrow they leave Los Angeles. Now, will you help me?
No. Beside McDuff, you'll never get away with it. There's a girl, Ashley Duke's niece, who's got a gun, and I... McDuff! All the way from the phone booth through the lobby into my car outside, I kept telling myself 3 things. 1, I wasn't working for McDuff. 2, McDuff was about to commit a crime. And 3, I couldn't worry about the gun in Merle Brimmer's purse. It was all none of my business. So when I was in behind the wheel of my car, I pointed it toward my apartment on Franklin, lit a cigarette, and forgot about the whole thing. But a block later, I threw the cigarette out, turned, and headed for Pershing Square. Scots with animal farms in Burbank obviously weren't the only crazy people in Los Angeles. After arriving at Pershing Square, I was 30 minutes piling up wisecracks, frozen stares, and assorted giggles before I hit pay dirt. A bottle boy with a great memory.
Yeah, sure, I know the place. Only spot around that'll ship live animals along with the rest of the stuff that they handle. Anything from an eel to an elephant.
How about pink ones?
They got those, too.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I worked there once during the Christmas rush. Made the price of a fifth in one day.
Now, look, you'll do it again right now if you can tell me one thing. The address, what is it?
It's 44...
Come on.
42...
Stick with it.
4th Street.
Attaboy. Here's 5. Crawl back in the bottle. I'll see you. The neighborhood was half residential, half industrial, and all run down, including the freight house, which was 2 windowless stories of dirty red brick, hovering over a loading ramp on a deserted, shadowy street. I started slowly toward it when suddenly a side door flew open and an excited old man with flashlight and giant key ring that spelled night watchman leaped out of the building, arms and legs going like twin beaters on a mixmaster.
Hey, Pop! Hold it, is it the chimp?
Yes, and he's raising the roof in there.
Yeah?
If I shoot him, I'll be fired. He's worth a fortune.
Yeah, I know all about it. Come on, I'll give you a hand.
Oh, okay, good.
Now, let's go. Where is he?
Upstairs, hanging in one window at the back. I just turned the lights on, and there he was. When he seen me, he grabbed a stick from the floor and started beating things with it.
Oh, fine.
And then he broke the window and began to swing on the block and tackle. It runs outside from the roof to the ground. Look, there he is.
Yeah, still beating. Hey, Doc, Pop, he's going to fling it.
There he goes, down the rope.
And away. Well, all right, Pop, we better call the cops.
Over there, near his empty cage. It's a girl. Blood all over her head.
Holy smoke. Merle Brimmer.
She's dead?
Yeah. Beat to death with a stick the chimp just threw at us.
Then you think the monkey did it?
I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no. He's a great imitator, Pop. It could have been somebody else.
Not the monkey? Then who? Who else?
A monkey's uncle. A Scotchman named Macduff.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, Groucho Marx will make another of his famed personal appearances on most of the same CBS stations this Wednesday night. Groucho Marx, whose many activities include emceeing You Bet Your Life, one of the craziest quiz shows on the air. You're cordially invited to hear Groucho Marx every Wednesday on CBS. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Monkey's Uncle.
I walked around the body of the girl on the freight house floor. I took a close look at the cage lock. There was no doubt that it had been forced from the outside. The watchman staring down at the body was shaking like a motorcycle with square wheels. So I took him by the arm and walked him down the stairs and outside for some air.
It's terrible. I don't know what to do. Nothing like this ever happened here before, and the boss never told me what I'm supposed to do in a case like this.
Well, it's easy. Just call the police.
The police?
Yeah. Also the SPCA and Frank Buck. Chances are we'll need them all before the night's over.
Okay, mister. Thanks, Asher. Hey, who's that getting out of that cab?
From the top hat, cape, and spats, I'd say it was one Lord Ashley Duke, the legal owner of the chimp.
Oh, what are you two blighters staring at? Out of my way.
Just a moment before you go inside. I want to talk to you, Lord Ashley Duke.
You know my name, do you? Well, now, my job. That's interesting. I don't know you, sir.
I'll survive. Why'd you come down here tonight?
Because I heard that my niece was here, protecting my property. And that's no suitable task for a girl. Not capable to do that sort of thing, you know. It's a man's job, you know. I had a beastly time finding the place, too.
You haven't been here before, huh?
Oh, yes, a couple of days ago. But that was in broad daylight. Now, stand aside,
One
sir.
thing more. Why did you slug Wesley McDuff tonight and dump him in a cab?
Just who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Philip Marlowe's the name.
Sounds British enough.
About as British as you are.
Oh, yeah. And you, I presume, are the watchman.
Yes, sir. That's me, Your Highness.
What about McDuff, Your Highness?
There's no choice. The blighter wanted to welch on the transaction we've made. I refused, and he threatened me. So I bopped him. And then made out he was intoxicated, you know. Packed him off in a cab, you know. Nevertheless, when a man sells me a monkey, by George, that monkey is mine. I thought that treatment might bring Macduff to his bloody senses.
Well, it didn't. It made him tougher. And what's more, the chimpanzee is gone.
And Cornelius is gone.
Hey, wait a minute. Come on, Pop.
Okay.
Well, dear, where are you? Merle? What? Merle, what's happened to you? Oh, no. Merle, baby.
That's the way she was when we found her. And that crazy monkey was in here just jumping up and down like he was throwing a fit.
It was Macduff. Macduff, that's who it was. That madman.
Holy mackerel, what was that?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out. You stay here. the architectural blunder next door. It was one of those big gingerbread houses left over from the 1800s, and I got there just in time to meet the witch. The scaly front portal was jerked open in front of me, and there she stood. Like a pool cue in high panic, topped by a head of brittle orange hair, half done up tight in curlers, the other half streaming over her face. She clutched frantically at the stained kimono with one hand and me with the other one. Take it easy. Hold it, will you? What's going on?
Oh, that face, that awful face.
What face?
The ugliest thing I ever seen. Oh, protect me. It's upstairs
All
now.
right, take it easy. Will you calm down and tell me what happened?
I was upstairs in my room taking my hair down when I happened to look over at the window, and there was that face shoved right up against the glass. Oh, I swear I never seen nothing like that since before I took the cure, mister.
All right, now listen,
It had hair all over it, red eyes and a big grinning mouth. What was like one of the giant gorillas they got in the movie.
That's Cornelius, all right. Where's the room?
Oh, up there at the head of them stairs. Hey, you ain't going up there and leave me all alone, are you?
Well, then come along. Corny's a trained chimp. He won't hurt you.
Oh, no, not me, brother. I'm getting...
Where?
Right there, he stuck out his tongue and made a face at me.
Tell me, is that a passage out there between the houses?
Oh, no, it's a kind of an air shaft, only it's closed up at the back.
Oh, you mean he can't get through to the alley?
Yeah, that's right. There's no way out of there except the street.
All right, come on, let's get outside. We got him cornered.
Oh, you got him cornered, baby, mister, not me. I don't want nothing more to do with that ugly puss.
The air shaft was a scant 18 inches wide, and as dark and cluttered as the inside of a goat pen with odors to match. I worked my way back as far as the bashful light from the street reached.
Oh, be careful in there, mister.
And I stopped and listened. But Cornelius was a genius. There wasn't a sound. And I couldn't see my hand in front of my face, to say nothing of a black-haired chimpanzee who was no doubt getting a big kick out of the entire procedure. I decided to try psychology on him. So I called in what I hoped was a firm but friendly voice, and it got me no place. I groped my way along the wall of the drain pipe and called again. This time shorter on the friendly and longer on the firm, which was a mistake. The drain pipe should have given me a hint, but it didn't. Oh! What?
Look, it was snapped out of it.
What's the matter?
He's gone.
Oh, who's gone?
That gorilla. It was up on the drain pipe. It hit you on the head with something, then ran right past me and got away in a taxi. Oh, come on, let's get out.
Oh, wait a minute, baby. I could have sworn you said the monkey took a taxi.
Yeah, he did. I watched the whole thing.
My.
As soon as it got out in the street, a man in a checkered tan with a crooked stick in his hand came out from between them buildings over there and called it. They ran up to a taxi. The driver jumped out and they drove away. I seen him.
The driver jumped out and they drove away?
Yeah.
I don't think you took the cure soon enough.
Well, I seen something else, too.
Huh?
A fat breed in a high hat and spats came charging out of the freight house there. Saw the cab leaving, got in a green coupe that was parked in front and took off.
Holy smoke, that's my car. It's gone. How do you like that?
Yeah. Now maybe you'll believe me, huh?
Every screwy word, sweetheart. Now, look, you didn't happen to see...
Well, look, that's the cab driver there.
Did anybody see what happened? I gotta have a witness. My taxi was hijacked off of me by two crazy guys. One of them looked like an ape, exactly like an ape.
Move over, bud. We're on the same raft. My car's gone, too. Tell me what happened. Will you start at the top?
Okay. Tonight I bring this big shot in a high hat down here to the freight house. He hops out, tells me to wait, see?
Yeah?
So I drive down the block and turn around. I'm parked right over there, trying to grab a quick 40 winks, when up comes this lunatic.
A Scotchman?
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
He throws me a fast address and starts getting in, see? I politely tell him the flag is down, but he keeps coming.
You see, it's just
like... Yeah, I know. It's just like it. Now, look, did you ever see this Scotchman before?
No, never. I figure maybe he's got a snoot full of happy days, nothing more. So I'm reaching over to block him when a pair of hands that feels like a doormat with muscles grabs me around the neck. I twist around and look, and what do I see?
Cornelius.
Him I don't know, but an ape man is crawling in my wind. So help me, I'm rubbing noses with a missing link.
Yeah, I know. Then what happened?
Mac, I jump out of the taxi, and before I know it, the old geezer gives me a clout with his stick, piles in. The next thing, my taxi's gone just like that. You gotta believe me. Somebody's gotta back me up. If I try this on the cops, they'll have me in a padded cell in no time.
Well, don't worry about it, fella. Just reach hard for that address the Scotchman gave you. Can you remember it?
Oh, sure. Let me see. It was the Rushmore.
Rushmore?
Yeah, that's a down at the Hills Motel out on Vernon. Somewhere around Beverly Boulevard. Ed Nathan... Oh, stepped on something here on the sidewalk.
Oh, you sure did, cutie. Smashed it, too.
It looks like somebody's watch crystal.
Sure, lady's watch crystal.
Oh, a nice one. See? It had this hunk of black ribbon with it.
Ladies, what? Hey, wait a minute. Let me see that.
Sure, here. It's velvet, see?
Yeah, it sure is. That doesn't fit. Not here. No one's been here but the three of us and the chimp. So long, kids.
Hey, wait. Where are you
I'm going to talk to a liar about a murder. I'll see you later at headquarters, I hope.
But what about my son?
Talk to the night watchman in the freight house. You'll be good for each other. I was 2 blocks on foot, finding another taxi in 15 minutes, getting from there out to the motel, worrying all the way, because I'd left my gun under the front seat of my car. Business was slow at the Rushmore. The only cabin that showed a light was the last in the rear, next to the alley. I was sure of what I'd find inside, in spite of the fact that neither the stolen cab nor my coupe was any place in sight. When I heard the voices, I decided to bluff it. I went up to the front door and pressed my ear against the flimsy panel.
Anyway, a bargain's a bargain, McDuff. You'd have done better to stick by it.
I'd have stuck by it if ye had your scurvy crook.
Don't reach for your chain. It's a little late for that. You're in a real jam now. I'm going to see you blamed for my niece's murder.
But I didn't kill her. I pushed her down,
Yeah.
She caught me unlocking Cornelius' cage and tried to stop me. But I didn't kill her. You did that.
Yes, but who knows that? Except you and the monk there. And he can't talk, and you won't believe me.
You're daft, man. Why did you do it?
Because I had to. Because Merle was bleeding me to death. Every cent I could lay my hands on. I had to buy her silence. I had to pretend to lose thousands in poor investments. Well, Merle got what was coming to her, and you gave me that chance. I found her on the floor where you left her and simply finished the job.
Then you ran off and came back in that taxi 15 minutes later, the very spirit of innocence. I saw you. Very well, Lord Ashley Duke. You've got me as a thief, too, so get on with it. Get on with your filthy, evil plan. I'm ready.
Don't be in a hurry, McDuff. Stay where you are, Ashley. Don't bother turning around. Just drop the gun.
Oh, I knew you'd not let me down, laddie. I knew it.
What's this, old boy? It's rather an untimely incident.
Skip the accent, Birch. You won't need it where you're going. Drop that gun, I said.
Or you'll move. Shoot me with that pipe in your pocket. Marlowe, I've got your gun. Here in my hand, and you know it.
Want to bet?
Well, with the light out... Yes,
Ashley!
Oh!
It's a very strange thing, lad. He hit you but once, but there are 2 lumps on your skull. Do you ken this condition?
Never mind. Skip it. I don't want to talk about it. No. Where's Ashley?
Trussed up there in the corner. He should be coming around soon. You see, Cornelius, as you've no doubt learned, is a great imitator. When he saw Ashley bat you on the head with a gun, he grabbed McCain, leaped up on the dresser there, and batted Ashley on the head.
Oh, no. Not with this headache.
Hey.
Don't tell me I'm indebted to that. Just when I was learning to hate him.
Aye, we both are, for our lives. But tell me, what does a black velvet ribbon and a watch crystal mean? He mumbled that over and over while you were out.
Oh. Well, that's how I knew Ashley was a liar and a killer. See, the cab driver stepped on a round piece of glass that looked like a watch crystal with a ribbon attached. Happened on the sidewalk in front of an air shaft. Actually, the glass was a monocle.
Dropped by Lord Ashley Duke.
No. Ashley'd never been at that spot.
No?
But if Cornelius had, and if Cornelius dropped the monocle, it indicated that Lord Ashley Duke had been someplace with Cornelius early at night, you see? That could only be the freight house. Yet Ashley claimed he hadn't been there for 2 days.
Oh, I see.
Oh, you do. Oh, my head. How about you, Cornelius? Yeah, well, that's one of the best answers I've had tonight. It didn't take long at police headquarters. Maybe an hour altogether. A killer was locked up for trial, and the key witness ate 3 erasers, spilled a quart of ink, and broke a window before the homicide boys finally gave up. I watched the phony Lord Ashley Duke walk down the corridor to his cell. Any connection he had with man was just the category. Then I watched McDuff and company leave, too. A couple of regular guys. The monkey and the monkey's uncle. A genuine old Scot who loved life, and his shuffling friend whose only limitation was his inability to speak. But he communicated all right. In the only language that means anything. Love of one creature for another.
Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. As a special note of interest, Philip Marlowe fans, you'll be glad to know that Radio and Television Life magazine has this week named Gerald Moore as the best male actor in radio. Featured in our cast were Mary Lansing, John Daner, Tudor Owen, Sam Edwards, Michael Ann Barrett, Harry Bartell, and Junius Matthews. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Orunt. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a case-hardened car hop knocked me down a flight of stairs. An honest woman was strangled by a green silk sash, and a simpering dandy was shot to death. All because of a run-of-the-mill traffic accident 500 miles away.
You hear them all on CBS, and one of the funniest parts of that all comes from the bird brain of a woman, Miss Gracie Allen of Burns and Allen. Top troopers on the American stage for years, top radio stars after that, George and Gracie are now playing a big part in CBS's great Wednesday night lineup. Bing Crosby, Groucho Marx, George and Gracie, Dr. Christian. Join George Burns and Gracie Allen this Wednesday night on most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where Burns and Allen are heard every Wednesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy, calling Washington. United States Counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad. These Counterspy reports to the American people are brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday. Tonight, Case of the Foolish Father.
Here's your regular table, Mr. Baker. You please sit down.
Yeah, sure, pal. I'll get some bread and rolls on this table. I haven't got all night. What's the good of my owning this joint if I can't get
Mr.
served?
Baker, sure.
Oh, why hasn't the floor show started yet? What goes on here, anyway?
Take it easy, Lefty. It's only 10:30.
Bobo, you know I got that date with Hickman. Pal, I'll get going. Will you go tell the band leader, tell Charlie to start the floor show? I want to see that new day. Put her on fresh.
Sure, Mr. Baker. Right away, Mr. Baker.
Oh, people take all year to do the simplest thing. Your trouble is you're a hurrysome guy, Lefty. Take it easy.
Like you, Bobo, you fat monkey. I got a lot of things to do in my life. Why don't they start the show?
The show. What's so terrific about the show? A crummy comic and 6 tired chorus babes.
Selena.
Oh, the new snake dancer?
Uh-huh. I saw the photos when Charlie booked her. She dances in a filmy costume with a fake snake.
Thank
Thank you, and good evening, folks. Good evening. It's a privilege to welcome you to the Green Grotto, Liberty City's snappiest recreation center. Tonight, we've got a special treat for you, and here it is.
That guy talks too long.
The Dance of the Surfing Queen by Selena. Joe, the violet spotlight, please. Oompa, 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 music.
Holy smoke, Bobo. Look at her. Yeah. Why does she waste time with that snake? Oh, Mother, get my asbestos suit. I'm going to a fire.
Mr. Pickens, you're old and body. You want a drink?
Shut up, Papa. Leave me alone. Hey, Lefty, you know what time it is? What a disheroo. You'll be late for seeing Hickman. Yeah, let him wait, let him. Lefty, everything hangs on that. Look, Bobo, the minute she finishes, go back and tell her to wait for me in the dressing room. Don't let her leave, huh? Okay. I'll be back as soon as I finish with Hickman. Look at her, Bobo. I'll see you later.
Well, you're a little early, Lefty.
Oh, it's better than late, isn't it?
Yeah. Sit down.
Look, I'm in a hurry, Hickman.
Aren't you always? That's why I picked you, Lefty, as my right-hand man a year ago. And you've done all right, haven't you?
Not all right enough.
I don't get you, Lefty.
Things have to move faster. I got no time for them.
Impatience is foolish, my boy. Took me 20 years to work up to the head of the organization. Today I control every racket in Liberty City.
Uh-huh. None of them amount to beans except the numbers, and I want a bigger cut.
Greedy, aren't you?
Well, I take all the chances. The runners all know me, not you. I have the policy slips printed and distributed. It's worth more than 1/3.
I could get angry at you, Lefty. But I'm going to try persuasion first, because you're a good man. You know my basic idea. Run a racket like a respectable business. Build confidence among the men. A clear line of promotion for merit. You know you're going to take my place someday. You'll deserve it. Then you'll sit in this hideout office.
Oh, very pretty, Hickman, but 100 years from now we'll be dead. I ain't got time to wait.
I won't give you a bigger cut. That's final.
Mm-hmm. Well, I got something even more final.
A gun. You fool, We all end up in the grave, Lefty. Why hurry to get there?
Selena! All right, hold everything. Selena will be back for the late show, midnight, with an even more daring dance.
Hey, Paolo.
Yes, Mr. Folk?
Hold the next course for a few minutes. I gotta go backstage and see Selena. Mr. Baker wants to talk to her when he gets back.
In their interpretation of Oink Oink, right down on the farm. Here we go.
Hello, honey. I'm Lefty Baker.
Yes, a funny little man named Bobo said you were coming.
I own this joint, you know.
Somebody has to own it. Why not you?
You know, you're terrific.
I'm supposed to be.
Tomorrow morning, your name goes up in lights outside the club.
Good.
I'm going to have 2 dressing rooms made into one and fixed up to knock your eye out.
Good.
I'm going to double your salary.
Good.
In exchange, no guys around you but me.
You move fast, don't you?
I think fast, talk fast, and act fast. I hate molasses. If you don't chew, you order.
Let's see if you can listen as fast as you do everything else. I'm turning you down cold.
Well, what's the matter?
I like everything about the setup except...
Except what? Come on.
The biggest mistake a girl like me can make is take on guys like you. There's no security in it.
All right, stop talking from left field. Tell me what else you want. You can have it.
Marriage. I thought that'd cool you out. Well, it's been nice knowing you, Lefty.
How long does it take to get married?
You need licenses and things. Wait 2 weeks. After that, maybe 5 minutes.
I'll get everything set tomorrow.
Are you on the level?
Where you staying?
Liberty City Arms Hotel.
All right, I'll pick you up there tomorrow morning at 11. We'll set everything. People get married in church, don't they?
Okay, Lefty. I'll take you up. You just got yourself engaged. On one condition.
All right, don't drag this out. I got an appointment on the other side of town in 10 minutes.
I've been taking care of my father for 4 years, since Mom died. You have to let him live with us.
Was that all? Sure. Oh, I may not get back here to see a second show, but I'll be at your hotel 11 tomorrow morning.
Well.
Attention all Washington Counterspy personnel. This is David Harding's assistant, Harry Peters, speaking. Here's Mr. Harding. 8 days ago, C.J. Hickman, the crime boss of Liberty City, District 11, was found shot to death in his hideaway private office. According to the facts received here in Counterspy Central Analysis, no clues to his murder have been found, though we have our suspicions. First result of the murder is the accession to gang leadership of George Baker, known in the underworld as Hurry Up Lefty. Second result is a grand jury investigation of criminal corruption in Liberty City, and Counterspy aid has been officially requested by the City Council. From tonight on, my assistant Peters and I will be working out of temporary headquarters in Liberty City.
Get a load of this, honey. Private elevator to my penthouse apartment. I had it souped up fast.
Our penthouse apartment.
Yeah, that's right, baby. Well, we only been married 20 minutes. Let me catch my breath,
What's the matter? Things too fast for you?
That's why I go for you, sweetheart. You're the fastest thing next to me I ever heard of. Huh? Top floor. Yep. Like it?
How many rooms?
Oh, 5, 6, I forget. 3 baths, 2 terraces.
Rooms all as big as this one?
Oh, the kitchen's kind of small.
Servant?
Yeah, Bobo Falk, the little fat guy that's with me all the time. He's my right-hand man, personal stooge, and cook. Think you made a bum deal, sweetheart?
Put your arms around me, Lefty.
I heard you the first time, baby.
You always hear of dopes getting married fast, and they tell you it lasts a lifetime. Why shouldn't smarties like us have the same luck?
Well, me, I live for now. And I got you.
You sure have. Ooh, what's that? Beginning of the second round?
Somebody coming up in the elevator. Bobo, maybe.
Oh, Lefty. I forgot.
What? A husband someplace?
My pappy.
Who?
My father, don't you remember? He's going to live here, too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, there's an extra bedroom and bath in the back you can have.
Oh, hiya, Pop. Come on in. Lefty, this is Pop. Pop, this is Lefty.
Hiya, Pop.
Hi. Oh, that elevator come up so fast I'm dizzy.
Oh, Pop, didn't you bring some bags or something?
Bags? Oh, I wasn't sure this was all on the level, so I checked my stuff at the depot. Any ale in the house, Elsie?
Ale? I don't know. Oh, Pop drinks ale all day long, Lefty.
Well, there's everything out in the kitchen.
Yeah, I go find it. Well, what'd you say your name is, Elsie?
Mrs. George Baker.
Used to know a linotype operator named Barker. No. Well, I'm awful thirsty. I'll go see about that ale. Call me when you want supper cooked, Elsie.
You bet, Pop.
Oh, what's the matter?
You ought to see your face.
Is that old Crumb really your old man?
Well, he and Mom always said so.
Yeah, but look at you and look at him. Yeah, the way he dresses. Sort of a cowboy felt hat, a shirt but no collar, and a gold collar button showing. Yeah. What's he mean, let him know when you want supper cooked?
He likes to cook. He'll insist on doing all the cooking.
Oh, great. Bobo will love that. Is that what he is, a cook? Short order?
No. Cooking's just for fun. He's a printing compositor. Has been ever since he got out of school. Say, maybe you can find him a job.
What's he need a job for? You just give him all the dough he wants.
No, it'll be better if he works. You can find him something, I bet you.
No. There's a little print shop in the cellar of the Green Grotto Club. Prints all the menus and stuff. Maybe you could take that over.
No, you're sweet, Lefty.
Yeah.
I mean it. I'm not going to do a thing but make you a real home here.
Oh? We got a home, baby. And what are you talking about, doing nothing else? You're going to go right on dancing at the Green Grotto. I want the whole world to know what I got, baby.
This Liberty City setup is trouble, Dave. They all are, Peters, at first. The worst is it looks easy. Here we've got a couple of hundred of the policy slips used by the racket, but no luck in tracing them. You heard yet from all the paper companies? Well, it narrowed down pretty fast to that jobber in Kansas City, Chief. He sold a carload lot of this paper 5 months ago to a printer in Independence, Missouri. Now, that printer failed, and the paper was sold off at auction. No record of who bought it. But the chances are these policy slips are printed somewhere here in Liberty City. Well, we've checked every printer, Dave, big and little. There are 27 all told, including the printing plant at the university outside the city. Not one has this particular typeface. Vogue Bold, isn't it? Mm-hmm. 8-point and 12-point. And it ought to be easy to trace. You can see that a lot of the characters are defaced. Well, we can't sit here all night and stew about it, Peter. There's only one possible lead at the moment, the one turned up in our surveillance reports. The father of Selena, the snake dancer. Yes, Lefty Baker's father-in-law, Pop Wilbarger. He's a printer by trade. See what that leads to, Peter.
You're listening to the case of the foolish father on Counterspy. The American economic system has always preserved the basic freedoms of the individual, the freedom to work in the place of his choice, the freedom to bargain collectively, to contract his own affairs, to own property, start an enterprise, profit from his inventiveness and his investments. These freedoms are, in fact, basic to our economic system itself. Since 1910, we have more than doubled the output of each of us for every hour we work. In the same period, we have increased our supply of machine power 4.5 times. Since 1910, we have also increased our annual income. Yet in the same period, we have reduced our working time. Remember, our unrivaled production of goods and services goes hand in hand with the preservation of our basic freedoms. Our system may have its faults. We still have a lot to do to make it bring us all the things we want. But despite these faults, it has brought more benefits to more people than any other system. So at all times, work to protect and to strengthen our American economic system. And now, back to Counterspy.
From the slot machines, Lefty, 16,481.20. Check. From the laundry concessions and linen service and all the hotels and restaurants, 6,791 cents. Check. Should be more. Those guys are slow. Yeah. Hey, ain't it time for us to go home? I'll eat upstairs in the club tonight, Bobo. You too. You got a fight with the missus already? No, only can't go home to eat no more. It's Pop. Oh, he cooks, you know. Yeah, I know. All right. He run me out of the kitchen practically. Yeah, he loves to cook, he says, and he cooks dinner every night. Only 3 times a week he cooks the same thing, and it gets me. The same thing? Yeah, shepherd's pie. The dessert? So skip dessert? No, shepherd's pie is no dessert. It's the main thing when you have it. It's got meat and vegetables and kind of a crust on top. Yeah? Hey, that could be good. Yeah, once a year, maybe, but not 3 times a week. Yeah, I hope giving that old moocher a job running our printing plant down here to keep him out of the house, but no. Well, let's go up and get a steak, huh? Yeah. Oh, why don't you throw him out? I promised the baby. Come on, let's not hang around, Dennis. Just a second. Yeah.
Hello, sweetie.
Oh, baby, how are you?
Sweetie, if you hurry, we can have something to eat together.
Well, honey, I told you I can't stand any more of that
I know. But Pop's not fixing dinner tonight. He's going out to meet a new pal of his.
Huh? He's got a pal?
Be glad, sweetie. How fast can you get here?
You know me, baby.
Here I go, Dave. I'll check with you later at the office by phone. What are you calling yourself, by the way? Harry Peterson. Occupation printer's helper. Union card and all. Where are you meeting Pop Wilbarger? In Sampson's Delicatessen for a sandwich and some ale. When he got talking the other day there, he said he might have a job for me. Well, maybe he was only talking, but we'll see. Well, Pops, nice little print shop you got here.
Oh, not bad, not bad.
Well, seeing as you just hired me to help you, how about let's get going?
Will you look at this?
Oh, menu for the Green Grotto upstairs. Some prices, huh?
This face type I'm talking about. Caslon, old style. Why, we used to use that on the Tacoma Star News when I was a boy.
Yeah, it does look old-fashioned.
I'm going to change it.
To what? What other types you got here, Pop?
Some fella's been running the shop. Pretty careless. I don't know what there is. Let's look.
You bet. Some cases here. All handset stuff.
Looks like old monotype stuff. Cheltenham.
Well, that's no good for smart menus, Pop. Cheltenham's corny.
Yep. Let's keep looking.
A lot of old stuff. Ought to be melded up.
How you on hand something, Peterson? Ever do any?
Plenty. I can handle a Ludlow, too. No linotype, though.
My eyes, you know. I'm not so young anymore. Well, maybe you'll reset this menu if we can find a decent typeface.
Hey, Pop.
What?
Here's a typeface that looks possible.
What?
It's Vogue Bold, 8-point and 12-point. It looks okay, huh, Pop?
Vogue. In good shape, is it? No eyes, you know.
No reason why it shouldn't be in good shape, is there? And say...
Yeah?
Back here in the dark. And there must be at least 2 tons of paper. Can we use that?
Lefty, he owns all this. He said stick to the regular menu paper, the heavy stuff.
Well, maybe so, Pop, but we want to do a real smart job for the nightclub, don't we? And Lefty will be happy when he sees it.
Yeah.
So give me that menu copy and I'll go to work. These will be the most surprising menus Lefty ever saw.
Sweetie, I have to admit it. I like Bobo's cooking better than Pop's.
He's a character, your old man.
Oh, I don't know.
That gold collar button of his always sitting in the kitchen slopping up ale.
Yeah, I'll tell you a secret. He says his eyes are getting weak. Actually, he's boozy half the time and he can't see straight.
Well, let the old kid have some fun.
You know, you're different tonight, Lefty.
Who, me? Never.
You ate your food as if you had a little time for it. And you're sitting still. You're not looking at your wristwatch every 2 minutes.
No. I'm Happy guy, that's right. And you did it, baby.
In a month? I'll go on.
No, honest, you make me forget everything else.
Lefty, this grand jury investigation going on with counterspies, are they after you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then...
Now, don't you worry your little sconce about it, huh?
What's
the matter? You worried you wind up broke?
I'm worried about you, sweetie.
All right, then you forget it. I'm too fast for anybody.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Look at the time. I'm due at the club for the first show.
Oh, okay, baby. You get your duds. Bobo and I'll be waiting for you downstairs in the car. I think I'll take in the show tonight.
You take it in every night.
Well, I gotta keep an eye on my good luck, John. Come on, you better hustle.
Dave. Hello, Dave.
Yes, Peters, what's up?
I can't explain now. I just ducked out of the print shop to a phone booth. Can you come to the Green Grotto for dinner?
Of course. You expect something?
I've taken a wild chance, and it may lead to a blow-off. Now, when you get there, keep your eyes on Lefty Baker, especially when he sees the newly printed menu.
Good evening, and welcome to the Green Grotto, and another evening of fun and frivol in Liberty City's gayest gay spot. Yes, sirree. Well, we start off our all-star floor show with a little girl who's captured every heart in the city, the beautiful, exotic charmer in her dance of the Serpent Queen, Salida!
That's all I gotta say, Bobo. Wow. Yeah. Mine. All mine. Yeah.
How could it be, Mr. Baker? Dinner as usual?
No hurry tonight, Paulo.
Okay, Mr. Baker. I leave 2 menus with you.
Okay, Paulo. Look at it, Bobo. It's murder. Plain murder. I'll say it is. Lefty. Look at this menu. That pipe down, will you? I'm not ready to order. Lefty, look at this menu. Yeah, so you like the paper it's printed on? Yeah, sure, it's the same. Hey, and how do you like the type it's printed with? Oh, for the love of it. Well, come over the old sauce. Nothing has yet, something better. Yeah, maybe he's down in a print shop. You go keep Selena company till I get back. I'm going down and take real good care of Pop.
Hey, Pop. I brought back some more ale.
That's the stuff. Sit down, boy. Nothing I like better than sitting around a print shop. Gas.
Here's yours.
Ah, thanks. Now. Reminds me of one of Jim Bates out in the old Mountain Valley Press. Oh, yeah. He could set more type and drink more ale than any journeyman printer in the country. Yes, sir, and never pie a line or spill a drop. It's funny, I don't know why I'm yawning. Nerves, I guess.
Could be.
Peterson, you like shepherd pie?
I never had any, I don't think, Pop.
Yes, sir. He could drink more ale and set more type than any printer in the country. Jim Bates could. Has hunks of meat in it, and any kind of meat. What if he got lying around?
Shepherd's pie.
And he'd never pie a line, no, sir. Of course, potatoes and vegetables, anything that's lying around. Different every time, see? Only always the same. I'll make you some.
Here's more ale, Pop.
Hey, Pop, did you print up these new... Who are you, Jack?
Peterson's the name, Mr. Baker. Mr. Wilbarger's helper.
Helper since when?
Since tonight, Mr. Baker. Did we do anything wrong?
Somebody did. I told this old goat not to touch anything in the shop but what he needed for menus and table cards. He used the wrong paper and the wrong type.
Well, I know they're the same as the policy slips printed down there.
Policy slips? What do you know about policy slips? Come on, spill it, wise guy. What's your rank?
I just wanted you and me to have a talk.
We're having it with a gun in my hand, so talk fast.
Well, like you say, Mr. Baker, I've got an angle. I want to tie up with a smart guy like you. You wouldn't want me unless I did something smart, so I conned Pop into hiring me.
You're not smart after all, Peterson, because you did something that can wipe out my whole racket. That's why you and the old South here going to get it.
Lefty.
What? Selena, for the love of Mike.
She got the whole story out of me, Lefty.
What are you going to do to Pop? You were going to kill him, weren't you?
Oh, gee, honey.
Yes, he was, Selena.
Lefty, you crummy
Ah, honey, I took the old bum on because you asked me. That don't give him the right to louse up my whole racket. Bobo, take her out of here.
Yes, sure, Lefty.
Oh, will you touch me and I'll claw you wide open.
Hey, gee, Lefty.
Go on, you sap. You're scared of a dame?
Let's see you do it, Lefty. Why don't you give her what you gave your old boss, Hickman?
Shut up.
Lefty, I draw the line at murder. Pop and me are getting out of here. Come on, Pop, wake up. This is no place for us. Oh!
All right, everybody stand where they are. That shot went into the floor just as a warning. Now, everybody...
Grab his gun, Peters. I've got it covered.
Got it, Chief. Got some handcuffs for Lefty. Hey, well, what are you guys, cops or what?
United States Counterspy. You and your boss are both under arrest on suspicion of murder.
Murder? I didn't kill Hickman. He done it. Lefty done it.
Shut up, you crummy heel.
We'll take them all in, Peters.
Hold everything, boys.
Yes, miss, what is it?
I had no part in Lefty's racket. I was just looking for a roof over me and Pop. And we had it for a while. All I want now is plenty of publicity. I think I'll look pretty good on page 1.
It's a nice wife you got, Lefty. Drop dead.
Come on, Pop. Hey, Pop. Ollie, hit the deck.
Well, sir, anytime you want shepherd's pot.
Look at me, doctor. Will you? My shoulder's bleeding.
You bet, Lefty, a doctor and the penitentiary, the way you like everything, on the double.
Tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station, to Counterspy. Listen on Thursday for the exciting Case of the Coral Key.
Suddenly, in Europe, inferior counterfeit United States money appeared, a plot to damage confidence in the dollar. But the solution lay not in Europe, but off the Keys of Florida, in a strange murder and an even stranger fishing trip. Listen on Thursday to Case of the Coral Key on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by Leonard L. Bass, dramatized by Paul Milton, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production. This is ABC, the American broadcast.
Make-believe robbery. Another case for that most famous of all manhunters. The detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective.
So, Assistant Director, but how about putting me in this picture, too? Why should I pay you $10, Sissy? You ain't no cop. Oh, ain't I says to him. I'm Waldo McGlynn, that's who I am. I don't wear no uniform, but I'm the best doggone detective in this town. But when he hears that, he says, okay, give the other cops a hand holding back the crowd there. Well, why don't you...
Quiet, everybody, quiet. Let me have your attention, please. We're ready to start shooting. Each one of you policemen knows the job you're to do. Okay, now here's the layout. The bandit car drives up.
The two crooks get out of the car, walk into Rhinegold's jewelry store, and go straight through the store to the offices in the back. The camera will follow them as they go. We're not taking any sound now. That'll be done in later. Then, as the crooks come out of the store again, they'll get in the car and drive up the street. The sound truck and camera will follow them for some other shots later. Is that clear?
You know what he means?
Yeah, I know. All right, stand by. Everybody in the scene, act natural, please, and don't look at the camera. Here comes the bandit car. On your toes now. All right, you two crooks, look around. Now walk into the store. Don't hurry. Now, straight down the main aisle to the rear. That's it. Now go into the office. You know what to do there.
All right, now stand back. Don't shove. Take it easy, will you? Gee, McGlynn, this is exciting, being part of a real moving picture.
Oh, I don't know. It's all right if you ain't never done it before.
Have you ever been in a picture before?
Have I been in a picture?
That's what I said. Have you?
You know, this ain't a bad way to make $10, just standing around watching some other guys work.
I bet you've never been in a picture.
Hey, those were pistol shots. Come on.
Hold it, you dope. Those were part of the moving picture, remember?
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to find out what you do.
Who are you, kid?
Look, when I was out in Hollywood, I used to...
The two bandits are coming back now. All right, you two, now just take it easy. Nobody's going to stop you. That's it. Now get into your car and drive off down the street. We'll follow you for the other seats. Now get going. We'll be right behind you. You policemen hold back the crowd until we get well down the street, and then you can let them go. You'll get your checks at headquarters tonight. Thanks, and so on.
Well, that's that. Yeah, I sure wish I could make $10. Hey, what is it, lady?
The cashier's been murdered. They shot him down. It's cold blood.
Take it easy, lady. He ain't dead. This was
He
just
ain't dead, I tell you. Shot through the head. He's really dead.
Mr. Carter, you gotta do something. I'm worried.
That's why I'm here, Mr. Rhinegold. Mary, I'm amazed that at least one of your cops wasn't bright enough to have seen through this phony moving picture business.
Oh, don't rub it in, Nick, please.
Was headquarters ever approached at all?
Never. The individual cops were the only ones they contacted. $1 million worth of beautiful stones they took right out of the main safe and killed my cashier.
Well, don't you carry insurance on your jewels, Mr. Rhinegold?
Sure, I carry insurance, but I lose all my stock stones.
Well, did you know about this moving picture business in advance?
Sure I did. About 11 o'clock this morning, a guy who said he was Fred Harlan, a director for Colossal Pictures, come in and asked me, could they use my store for making a movie? Said they wanted a one-story building like mine, not too big, but important. I said, would the sign over the store showing the picture? And he said yes. So I told him okay.
Did this man who said he was Harlan have any credentials?
Oh, sure. Sure, his papers was good. Colossal Pictures, it said.
Who was here with you at the time?
There was me, my nephew, Lester Green, and my cashier.
What did this Harlan look like?
Well, a little bigger than me. Blonde hair, good looking, about 45 maybe. He was wearing sunglasses, the Hollywood kind.
You keep the safe open or closed during the day?
Always. It's closed. So much jewels it contains. When we want something, we unlock it. Take out what we want and then click, close it, and lock it again.
Who had the combination?
Me, my nephew Lester, and my cashier, nobody else.
Keep the burglar alarm on or off during the day?
Always, it's on. We have a button to turn it off when we want to get in. See right here. Look, the alarm is still on. Why didn't it go off when the safe was open?
If the alarm wasn't turned off, we can be sure the cashier didn't open the safe on. Let's see. Here's why the alarm didn't work.
What you got, Nick?
The alarm wire's been cut. Piece taken out of it to make sure it would stay cut.
Hey, Nick, since the safe wasn't forced open and the cashier didn't open it, that means the crooks had the combination.
Mr. Rhinegold, you say only the three of you knew the combination?
Yeah, that's right.
And one of you three helped in this robbery, and the cashier's dead, which lets him out, I should say.
Well, then you think me or Lester we should rob ourselves?
It's been done before.
Oh, come in.
I got here as quick as I could, Mr. Rhinegold.
Who are you?
Well, I'm Mickey Armbruster, the store detective.
What were you doing while they pulled off this fast job?
Well, I'm off on Monday, Sergeant. I worked Sundays as watchman, and Lester takes over for me on Mondays. Mr. Rheingold called me, so I came right down to see if there was anything I could do.
I don't think so, thanks.
By the way, where is Lester?
Since the robbery, I ain't seen him to no good.
Well, let me know when he comes back, will you? I'd like to talk to him.
Sure. Right away, I'll tell you.
Waldo, was the sound truck a colossal truck?
Well, no, Nick. I noticed it came from the Kramer Sound Equipment Company. Why?
That's strange. You'd think that if Colossal was doing the job, they'd furnish their own truck.
Colossal had nothing to do with it, Nick. We checked. That part was as phony as the rest of it.
Maybe there ain't no Fred Harlan either, Nick.
That's the odd thing about this, Waldo. There is a Fred Harlan.
Huh?
Well, there was, years ago. He used to be top director in the Colossal lot.
Maybe this wasn't that Harlan, Nick.
That thought occurred to me, too, Matty. Well, we've done all we can here. You said there were no fingerprints?
My men couldn't find one anywhere. Oh, it was a slick job.
And let's go. See you later, Mr. Rheingold.
Yes, sure.
Matty, I suggest you have some of your men check up on this Rheingold, this nephew of his, Lester Green.
Yeah.
Also, check the Kramer Sound Equipment people and see if they can help us. Waldo and I are going to drop in on Scubby and see what he can dig up for us and Fred Harlan.
Right, Nick. Be seeing you.
Now, Mr. Kramer ain't here now.
When'll he be back?
I don't know.
Look, have you seen a fellow with blonde, wavy hair around here in the last couple of days?
Blonde, wavy hair?
Yeah.
Wish my hair was wavy. I tried my sister's hair crown stuff, but it didn't do no good.
Did you see that guy around?
Maybe I should have wore a hairnet like she does.
Look, dimwit, can you answer me a plain, simple question?
Sure, well, go ahead. Ask me a question.
Ask me a question. Look, has a guy with blonde, wavy hair been around here lately?
The fellow directed the movie this noon had wavy hair.
That's the one I mean. Have you seen him?
Yeah, he was directing The Crooks. And they shot off guns, and a woman came rushing out and yelled, "Murder!" But she didn't fool me. I'm too smart.
Yeah, I'll say you.
She said somebody'd been killed, but I knew better.
A man was killed. That's why I'm...
Well, you, huh? Well, maybe you've never been to the movies. They shoot a guy, and blood runs all down his face, and he falls down. That's only ketchup. I read about it in a book.
Why, you dumb half-witted dope. You ought to be...
What are you doing here, Lonnie?
Oh, I was just hanging around.
Well, why don't you go home? I told you not to hang around the office.
Oh, all right.
Hey, you Ted Kramer?
Yes, here I am. What can I do for you?
I'm Matheson, homicide.
Oh.
You seen a man with blonde, wavy hair around here recently?
Well, you must mean Fred Harlan, the movie director.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, sure. He was in here yesterday. Hired my sound truck.
He tell you anything about himself?
Well, he said he was an old-time director. He showed me his credentials. Said he was doing a job for Colossal, but they weren't furnishing the truck because the job was too small. He had to furnish the cameraman, too.
Know who he was?
Yeah, he's a friend of mine. I recommended him, and Harlan hired him. Darn good man, too. Does a lot of picture work.
What does this Harlan look like?
Oh, about 5'10", good-looking. Man of about 45, I'd say. Wore big Hollywood sunglasses.
But it was raining yesterday.
Yeah, I know. But you know these Hollywood nuts.
All right. Did he tell you anything about the job he was going to do?
Yeah, he did. He was all excited about it. Said he was just shooting a few scenes, but it would give him a chance to show that he was still a good director.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to make a comeback, he said.
Your truck's not back yet, huh?
No. He said he'd probably keep it all day.
Well, okay. Thanks. See you later.
Well, here you are, Nick. This is everything I can find in the files about Fred Harlan.
Thanks, Scubby.
Hey, look at the bunch of stuff he's got there. That Harlan must have been quite a guy.
Well, he sure was.
Here, Waldo, you take these clippings.
Okay.
Scubby, you take these.
Yep.
I'll go through these others.
Okay. Oh, here's a picture of the guy, Nick.
Oh, let me see. That's the guy, Nick. That's the lad who directed the movie this morning. Sure as you're a foot high.
Yes? The date of this. Taken 15 years ago.
No change in his looks in 15 years? I wish I could do that.
Nobody can do that, Scubby. That's what interests me.
Yeah, Nick, he had his horoscope told, too.
Oh, anything for publicity, Walter.
Yeah, I see. And here's an article about him and his fingerprints. He didn't miss a trick.
Let me have that, Waldo.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, here are the last ones, Nick. Reports of his accident and the follow-up stories.
Accident, huh?
Serious? Almost fatal. Doctor said he suddenly cracked up while he was driving, went over an embankment, and was badly broken up.
Let me see those, will you?
Oh, sure. Here you are.
Thanks. Ribs broken, arm broken 2 places, leg cracked, bad cuts on head, long jagged cut under right ear.
cut on the right ear. Yes. I seem to remember seeing a scar like that very recently.
You mean Harlan still has it, Nick?
I've never seen Harlan, Scotty. I've seen that scar somewhere today.
Where, Nick?
I'm not sure. Spent months in the California Medical Hospital under the care of Dr. Edward Wilson. That all, Scotty?
Yeah, that's all. He dropped out of sight after that.
All right, thanks. That helps a lot. Now I'll call the office and see what's happened there. Then we'll look up Harlan himself if we can find his address. And if there is such a person...
Hello, Sergeant. Anything new?
Not much, Patsy. The boys are...
Oh, one moment, Sergeant. Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking.
Patsy, Nick. Have you heard anything from Matty yet?
Well, he's right here. You want to talk to him?
Yes, put him on.
Nick wants to talk to you, Sergeant.
Oh, thanks, Patsy. Hello, Nick.
Matty, anything new?
Well, the boys just found the sedan the crooks used about 6 miles out of town near the river. The sound truck is in the river. They're hauling out as soon as the crane gets there.
Any reports on Rheingold or Lester Green yet?
Yeah, we've been working fast. Nothing much on Rheingold except that he had his stuff completely insured, so he won't lose a nickel. But this nephew of his, this Lester, seems to have been quite a lad in days past.
That's so.
Yeah. Has a long record with the Hollywood police. Oh, nothing serious, just some studio brawls and several arrests for reckless driving. Lost his job at the studio because he was so wild.
You mean he worked in the studio?
Yeah, he was a bit actor for a while.
And he'd know the movie technique, wouldn't he?
What? My golly, Nick, he sure would.
Has he turned up yet?
No, he hasn't. But we got the boys watching for him.
Good. Going out and have a look at the truck when they get it out of the river?
I'm on my way there now, yeah.
Now take Patsy with you, will you?
Why, sure. What do you want her to do?
Put her on, I'll tell her.
Okay. Here, Patsy, Nick wants you.
Thanks. Yes, Nick?
Patsy, listen. I want you to go with Matty. Get the license number of the crook's car so we can trace it.
Uh-huh.
Get copies of any fingerprints Matty finds and any other dope you can get. Bring them back to the office.
All right, Nick.
Call Dr. Wilson at...
Carter here. I want to see Carter.
Hold it, Nick. I'm sorry, but Mr. Carter's not in just now. Who are you, please?
I'm Lester Green. Lester Green. Just the boy I want to see. Who are you? Sergeant Matheson, Homicide Bureau.
Oh, so you're the guy. What the devil do you mean by telegraphing Hollywood, checking up on me?
We wanted to find out what kind of a guy you are. And we did.
Oh, so I get into a couple of jams out there. What's that to you?
Plenty. Right now?
Well, I was just a kid when I was in Hollywood 6 years ago. I'm different now.
Says you. You got into jams out there. Now you're in a jam here.
Who says I'm in a jam?
I do.
You want a poke in the nose?
Just one little poke, mister, and you'll find yourself behind bars.
Okay, Nick, I'll take care of it. Bye.
Now then, what do you know about the robbery of your uncle's store?
The store?
Yeah.
Rob?
Yeah.
When?
Oh, I suppose you don't know nothing about it.
Well, no, I don't. Huh?
Well, then you won't mind answering a few questions for me, will you?
Gosh, no.
Well, that's better. Now, I got to go out to have a look at that truck, so suppose you come along with me. On the way, you can tell me everything you've done since you got up this morning.
Nick, we must be way out in the sticks by now. Are you sure we're going right?
That's what the cop said. Straight ahead to the next gas station and turn right.
Yeah, maybe this address we're going to is a phony, Nick. Just because Harlan gave it to the man he rented the sedan from, don't prove he really lives there.
It doesn't prove he doesn't either.
Oh, look, there's a gas station up ahead, Nick. One of them little one-pump places.
Good. That must be it.
I hope he's got something to eat there. I'm starved.
How many you want, please?
Fill it up. Should take about 5 gallons.
Okay.
By the way, do you happen to know if a man by the name of Fred Harlan lives around here?
Harlan, sure thing. Lives about half a mile up this road. Seen him lots of times. Good-looking fellow.
Blonde, wavy hair, about my height. Wears big sunglasses.
Yup, that's the fellow.
Does he always wear those sunglasses?
Oh, sure, all the time. Oh, once he took them off to ride them, I seen he had a bad cast in his left eye. Guess he don't want nobody to see his bum eye.
Anybody live up there with him?
Oh, never see anybody. Always alone when he come in here. You want anything else?
Well, you better look at the oil.
Okay.
About his business?
Well, yeah, he was here a couple of days ago. Told me he was movie director. said he was going to have chance to make the picture and gone back again.
It's the same guy, all right, Nick. And it is Harlan.
Maybe. Have you seen him in the last few hours?
No. He went out of here this morning early. I ain't seen him since. Why, his dog is still there, though. I hear him barking a while back. The mean creature, that dog. Harlan told me once I better keep away from his place if I didn't want to get that up.
I see. Well, how much will you?
Well, 6 gallons gas is $1.20. Your oil's all right.
Here you are.
You got anything to eat here?
I got some hot dogs and some candy bars.
Hot dogs. Them's for me. Give me 2.
You want mustard or coleslaw on them?
Put them both on. I ain't fussy. And a pickle, too.
Give me 2 hot dogs. No mustard or anything. Not even a roll. Just the plain Franks.
2? Without no rolls? No nothing? Just plain?
That's right.
It seems to me you've been crazy, but it's your business.
I thought you never ate them things, Nick.
I don't. I'm buying them for a friend. I hope he likes them.
Hey, Nick, it's almost dark here under these trees.
Yeah. Isn't a very attractive place Harlan lives in. That must be the dog you told us about.
Yeah, the dog. I hope he don't decide to take a bite out of my leg.
Well, if my plan goes right, Walter, this dog won't take a bite out of either of us. Now, let's see if Harlan is home. There's no one here but the dog. Well, let's see if we can get this door open. There. This is easy.
Now what?
Well, I open the door just a crack like this. And give Mr. Fred Harlan's dog the bikinis I bought for him. Nice doggy. Bet you're hungry. Here, see how these taste.
You think you're going to be his pal for life because you bring him a little hot dog? You're crazy, Nick.
Perhaps, and perhaps not. You're feeling tired, doggy? Well, lie down, take a little nap. That's the way. Now close your eyes.
What are you doing, Nick? Hypnotizing him?
And now we can open the door all the way and walk in.
Well, holy mackerel. That hound is dead to the world. What did you do to him, Nick?
Just fed him the 2 hot dogs he bought at the gas station, that's all.
You mean them 2 weenies did that to him?
Those 2 weenies, Waldo, had a couple of knockout drops in them.
Well, that'll be a monkey circle.
Now, let's see what we can find here. Now, this room hasn't been used recently. Try the next one.
No, this one ain't either. Just as thicker than the wood.
That's just the kitchen? Yeah. You used this room, all right. What a mess.
If you start hunting for clues in this place, you got yourself an all-night job.
And I can't spend that much time on it. Well, let's have a look upstairs.
Yeah. You know, the guy at the gas station said he never spent much time here. Well, maybe he just lived in one room in the kitchen.
I think you're right, Waldo. Yes. And this is undoubtedly the room he used when he was here.
Nick, do you suppose the crooks talked Harlan into a deal and then bumped him off when they were through with him?
Waldo, the fact that the man who ran this show looked like the Harlan of 15 years ago leads me to believe that there's been an impersonation.
Yeah? But who impersonated who?
That's what I'm trying to find out. Now, first, let's pick out some good fingerprints. Should be plenty of them on this dressing table. Here. And here. Flip them off for the files.
You mean they showed me the other night, huh?
Yes, use the clear Scotch tape.
Okay, Nick. Hey, did you notice all the makeup he's got here?
Yes, and there's several pictures here that look like those taken 15 years ago. You notice?
Yeah.
Looks as if they've been used as models for making up. And here, what's this? Hair. Blonde, wavy hair.
Hey, that's what we're looking for, ain't it?
Yes. Uh-huh. Now we're getting somewhere. Waldo, these hairs didn't come out of a head. They came off a wig.
Off in a wig? How do you know?
Have no roots on them. Ended up in a wig, huh? Now I know that was an impersonation.
Oh, Nick. Happen to see this here in the wastebasket.
What is it?
It's a piece of wrapping paper from Rheingold's jewelry store.
What?
Do you see what it says on it here? To be called for.
Yes. And look at the name of the one who was to do the calling.
Yeah. Well, what's the connection between him and Harlan, Nick?
A very strong one, I believe.
You got any ideas?
I have. Right now, we're going back to the office to gather up what loose ends we can. And you're going to bring Harlan's dog along with you.
Bring the dog? Are you crazy, Nick?
Maybe I am. I'll bring him along just the same.
And when they hauled the truck up out of the river, they found this megaphone in it. And it has fingerprints on it.
You mean the water didn't wash them off?
Water doesn't hurt prints, Waldo. Patsy, did you get a picture of them?
Uh-huh. Sergeant Matheson gave me one. Here.
Now, where did I put that news picture? Ah, yes, here it is. Now, let's see. The prints on the megaphone matched the picture of Harlan's prints exactly.
Then, by golly, Nick, it was the original Harlan who did the job.
Is that good or bad, Nick?
Anything that helps solve the case is good, Patsy. And if Harlan himself did it, it's certainly one step nearer the end.
Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking. Oh, yes, just a moment, please. I'll put Mr. Carter on. And Nick is Dr. Wilson of the California Hospital. He's the one who treated Harlan after his accident.
Oh, yes. Hello, Dr. Wilson. Yes. Uh-huh. I see. Wouldn't have recognized him, huh? Yes, of course. Well, Doctor, do you know where he went after he left the hospital? Oh, he did? I see. Well, thanks very much, Doctor, for taking the time to call me like this. I really appreciate it. Goodbye.
Well, Nick?
Just as we suspected. When Harlan left the hospital, it would have been difficult for even his old friends to have recognized him. He was badly cut about the head and had lost over 50 pounds. Dr. Wilson said he was in pretty bad shape. And he came back here to live.
Nick, I'm getting all balled up here. If Harlan actually is Harlan, he couldn't look the way he did 15 years ago before the accident, but if he does look the way he did then, it can't really be Harlan, which it is.
Oh, boy, you are tangled up, aren't you?
Patsy, call Matty and tell him to meet us at Rango's store. Waldo, how's the dog?
You're still sleeping, Glory be. He's a mean son of a gun, that one.
Okay, put him under your arm and let's go.
Put him under your arm and let's go. It's all I can do to lift the brute off the floor.
No, don't gripe, Waldo. Just be glad it isn't a Great Dane.
A great... Oh, nuts. Come on, you.
Hi, Matty.
Hello, Nick.
Ah, so you brought Lester, too, huh? Excellent.
Yep, I thought we might as well all be here for the fireworks.
So, Mr. Carter, you got news for us, yes?
I have, Mr. Rangold. I have news, the solution of the case, and the name of the murderer.
You hear that, Mickey? That's the kind of a detective you should be. The way you should catch more people stealing in my store, maybe.
Well, how'd you do it, Mr. Carter? I don't mind learning something when I can.
I studied the facts and found out more facts. I discovered that this robbery today was the result of years, probably, of careful planning, of leading a double life, of the killer being himself half the time and somebody else the rest. I learned that a man was so badly broken down through a nervous collapse in an automobile wreck that his own friends wouldn't have known him. And he traded on that fact, got himself a job of trust and confidence. In fact, he became an employee of a jewelry store. He was a store detective.
Well, what do you know about Arnold? Are you insinuating that?
I'm insinuating nothing. I'm giving facts. You got yourself this job here, watched and schemed and planned, and when you were ready, pulled this phony movie setup and robbed the safe.
Well, that's hard to believe, Nick. Have you got proof?
Waldo, let the dog in.
Okay, Nick. I'm glad I am to do it.
Hey, what's all this, Nick? Why the dog guy?
That dog belongs to Harlan. He also belongs to Mickey, as you can see by the way he greets him. For a while, I thought somebody impersonating Harlan had done this robbery, but I finally realized that the man who impersonated Harlan was Harlan himself, now known as Mickey Armbruster.
Well, man, mixed up. You got more proof than a dog, Mr. Carter?
I have. When Matty takes Mickey's fingerprints, you'll find that they match these prints of Harlan's I found in a newspaper. And they'll match the prints found on the megaphone the phony movie director used. And you'll find Mickey knew the combination of the safe also. It took time to get it, but he was in no hurry. When he was here in the store Sunday watching, he cut the burglar alarm wires as a safety precaution. And he wore the dark glasses while he was playing Harlan to conceal the cast in his eye, which, as Mickey, is so plainly evident. Well, Mickey, am I right?
Yes, Carter, you're right. Thought my plan was foolproof. That by impersonating myself as I looked 15 years ago, I'd throw you all off the track.
My jewels. Mickey, you bum. They're my jewels.
Why, you'll never see them. My pals will take care of me when the time comes. Who'll work with you, Mickey? You don't really expect me to tell you that, do you?
They're friends of mine. I'm going to need friends before this is over. You don't have to tell us who they are, Mickey. We'll find them without your help. As a movie director, you should know better than to take moving pictures of your pals and then not destroy the film. That's the best evidence in the world.
The camera was on the sound truck when we drove it into the river.
It was, but it just happens that the camera was watertight and the film is still good. It's being developed right now. And when we get a look at it, we'll be able to pick up your pals and recover all of Rhinegold's jewelry. The movie you were making may have been a phony, but the film you took was real. And your conviction is going to be real, too. You can depend on that.
Well, Nick, before you give us a peek into your story for next week, I want to talk for a moment to the young men of America. You know, it is no longer true, if it ever was, that men join the Army only if they can't get jobs anywhere else, or if they're not fitted for some other job, or if they're too lazy to look for one. The new American Army of today is a compact, carefully chosen group of skilled technicians with brains and ability. Young men seeking to enter the Army today must be able to understand and profit by technical training that is second to none. The skills that the men in the new American Army acquire, no matter what branch of the service they may be in, equals and often exceeds that demanded by many of the best-paid civilian trades. You can do no better for yourself and your country than to join the new American Army and become an informed technician in at least one of the many specialized fields offered.
Excellent advice, Ken.
Well, Nick, what about your story next week?
Well, next week, Ken, I'm going to tell you about an adventure I had recently when an explosion of unknown origin burned down a warehouse.
An alarm clock missing from an ex-soldier's trailer proved that the fire was incendiary.
And a bit of green paint on a crowbar led us directly to the firebug himself.
Who wasn't a firebug at all, but a crook who wanted to get rid of some very incriminating evidence.
What do you call this story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Missing Alarm Clock.
Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Pictured stories of Nick Carter appear in every issue of the Shadow Comics. In the broadcast of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Lon Clark is starred as Nick, Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy, Matty is played by Ed Latimer, Waldo by Humphrey Davis, and Stubby by John Kane. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Jock McGregor and Peggy Mayer. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual places is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented over most of these mutual stations each week at the same time. This is Ken Powell saying so long until next week. Program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a brawl in an alley and ended up with a murder that just missed.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Dayside, a reporter more or less walks in the sun. He talks to people in banks, offices, on street corners, doctors, druggists, housewives, salesmen, ball players. He gets a good look at their faces, and they get a good look at him. But Nightside is different. Stories are different, personnel different. Pugs, gangsters, singers, police, yeah, and lovers. And nobody hardly ever gets a real good look at anybody's face. Maybe it's better that way. Sometimes you see things in eyes that you don't want to see and feel things in looks that you don't want to feel. But I'm an after-hours boy, and that's what makes my copy. Like last Tuesday night, I was strolling down Rush Street, wondering if I'd be able to find a story somewhere in one of those sleazy gambling houses or bars or clip joints. I found one, not in any one of those places, but in an alley in the shadow of a cheap two-story apartment house.
Take your hands off me.
There were two men struggling. One was giving the other the full treatment. I figured two rummies having it out over the last drink in the bottle or a tap on the head robbery. Hey, what's going on there? When they saw me coming, the tall one ran off in the opposite direction. I went over to help the other one slump down in the alley. All right, now take it easy, old-timer. You're all right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you most kindly. I'm afraid I got the worst of it.
I'm afraid you did. You'll need a little first aid.
Yes,
All right, look, you stay right here. I'll phone the police
No,
and then...
please. I'd rather you wouldn't. This is a private matter, and I don't want the police notified. Now, if you'll just give me a little assistance, I'll thank you for your concern and be on my way. Oh.
Well, wherever you're going, mister, you aren't going to be able to get there without help. Maybe I better go with you.
That would be most kind of you, sir.
I'll put your arm over my shoulder.
Yes. I'm indebted to you. I shall see that you are repaid for your efforts on my behalf.
Yeah, I know, sure. Sure you will. You'll remember me and you'll will. Easy now.
Your name, sir?
Stone, Randy Stone.
I'm happy to meet you, Mr. Stone. My name is Noah Arnold.
Arnold? Seems to me I should know that name.
Well, perhaps you do.
Wait a minute.
You see, I'm Judge Noah Arnold, Chicago District Court.
And he was. As soon as we got out in the street light, I looked him over. I recognized him from pictures I'd seen many times in my own paper. And I thought he was some old bum in an alley ball who didn't want me to call the police because he was afraid he was liable to get himself booked for vagrancy. After all, how often are you going to find a full-fledged judge getting mauled by a hoodlum in an alley? Well, I hailed a cab, took him over to his place on Riverside. We broke out the iodine and gauze compresses and patched him up, and then we broke out some rye. Here you are.
Thank you. Well, that's much better.
Well, Judge, I guess you'll live now.
Oh, thank you kindly, sir. I suppose I owe you an explanation of what I was doing on Rush Street, Mr. Stone.
Now, you don't owe me anything, Judge. I think I should tell you that after the name Stone come two more words, Chicago Star.
You're a newspaper reporter?
Yes, I'm one of those. When a man in your position takes a beating in a Rush Street alley and doesn't yell coppers, somebody's liable to think it has the makings of a good newspaper story. So if you're trying to keep something to yourself, Judge, I'd better run along and get my ears out of here.
Wait, Mr. Stone, wait. You're the man I can talk to, I'm sure. And I must talk to someone.
Well, I'll be glad to listen, Judge.
Thank you. This whole affair concerns my daughter, Linda. She lives in the Falco Arms.
On Rush Street?
Yes, it doesn't seem plausible, does it?
Oh, not exactly, Judge. The Falco Arms isn't what you'd call a little bit of heaven.
Oh, to say the least. Mr. Stone, in the last year, Linda's become interested in the psychological aspects of crime. And she felt that she must reside in an atmosphere such as Rush Street affords. And study firsthand the operations and the lives of some of the criminal elements known to reside there.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's certainly the place to write an encyclopedia on the subject.
We quarreled when she disclosed her intentions, but Linda's a headstrong girl, and she moved out of this apartment.
And you went down there tonight?
To try and persuade her to return home. Mm-hmm. Mr. Stone, I've practiced law, and I've sat on the bench some 35 years. I'm supposed to know what is right and what is wrong. I even sentence people to punishment according to my convictions. But in my own daughter's case, I'm afraid to pass judgment. Afraid to say what I think.
What do you think, Judge?
That my daughter is not just objectively interested in crime, but instead that she's had a taste of the gutter, and she likes it.
He seemed very old and very tired and very sad, and I wanted to get out of there and not listen to him anymore. He took me to the door, shook my hand weakly, and I was out of the night again. But I couldn't stop thinking about the way the judge had looked at me with helplessness in his eyes, and I couldn't forget the picture I'd seen on his desk. So I dropped by the Falco Arms apartment house on Rush Street to have a look at Linda Arnold. It's a pretty drab place with a pretty colorful landlady.
No, she ain't here. She ain't been in here all afternoon and all evening. Everybody around here thinks I run a regular secretarial service. What do you think I do? Keep my eye on everybody every minute they come in and out of the door? I gotta eat and sleep and drink. And good night.
I didn't do much good there, so I dropped downstairs at the Falco bar and found myself asking a question of my old friend Al the mixer.
One bear, two bets.
Al, ever heard of a girl named Linda Arnold?
Linda Arnold? No.
She lives upstairs in the Falco Arms. I thought she might drop in here occasionally.
In here?
Yeah.
No.
I saw her picture tonight. She'd blonde hair, blue eyes, 23...
Or 4, maybe?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, hell.
Now, try me another question.
Another question like what?
Like, does this doll you're asking about travel around with a guy named Rocco Daly?
Well, does she?
Maybe. Sounds like the dame I see him with.
Who's Rocco Daly?
A hood with a look, Randy. Slow and sweet when it does the most good. Fast and hard when that does the most good.
You know him well?
No, just to look at.
Uh-huh.
Now, the girl, she's swift and soft and listens to him like he was somebody. But she doesn't belong with him, not his kind.
I'd like to meet Rocco Daly. I'd like to meet this girl of his.
Oh, that's nice. I'll introduce you.
Hmm?
That's them that just walked in. Over there in the corner having a schlag.
Thanks. I'll introduce myself, Al.
I remember what I said about him, Randy.
Hello, Rocco. How's tricks?
I don't know you, Mr. Beat.
Yeah, I don't know you either, but I'd like to.
Oh, suppose you tell me why.
I'd like to say hello to this pretty girl.
Go on, beat it.
I'll say hello anyway. Hello, Linda. How are you?
Who are you?
Do you know this guy, Linda?
No, Rocco, I never saw him before in my life.
You're telling me the truth, baby?
Well, sure. Sure, she's telling me the truth, Rocco. She never saw me in her life, same as you. You never saw me either. My name is Randy Stone. I'm a reporter.
Well, blow off. Get lost, scran, drift before I run you through a typewriter full of knuckles.
I got friends around here, too, Rocco. The bartender, the owner, those 3 fellows over at that booth.
Go on, you bother me.
Linda, I'm a friend of your father's. I came here to see you, but it doesn't look like we can do much talking with Junior here around.
What about my father?
Go on, beat it, Stone.
You see, we really can't do much talking with him around. We really should talk, but, well, I'll see you. It worked. She started to get up and follow me, but he pulled her back in the booth with him. I stepped outside and waited. A couple of minutes later, she came out alone.
Mr. Stone, I only have a minute. Please tell me why you've been looking for me.
As I said, Linda, I'm a friend of the judge.
My father. Mr. Stone, tell him I'm not in any difficulty. Tell him I know exactly what I'm doing and that I think it'll be invaluable when I'm practicing law.
You sure you aren't going a little too far?
Did my father pose that question?
No, I did. He doesn't even know, Rocco. Your father was beaten up in an alley tonight when he came down looking for you.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Was he hurt badly?
Well, not too much. Lucky for him, I came along in time. The brave man beating him up ran when I yelled at him. The criminal element, you know.
He shouldn't have come down here. He doesn't know about these things.
And you do, huh? Look, don't you think you ought to go home right now, sort of straighten it all out?
Yes, and I will, Mr. Stone. But I can't. Not now, not tonight.
Why?
I've got something terribly important to do. I simply can't tonight, but first thing in the morning.
Well, then, thanks for that much. Oh, Linda.
Yes?
Be careful of Rocco. I've seen his kind.
Don't worry, Mr. Stone. I can take care of myself.
4 years of college, 2 years of law school, good clothes, and nice friends don't exactly equip you to handle the Rocco Dalys on this earth. But then who was I to jump in and tell her what I knew about Rocco? About that time, it dawned on me I didn't know anything about him, so I put in a call to find out. The paper called me back 10 minutes later.
Got the dope for you, Randy.
Shoot.
Daly, Rocco Daly, age 29, 14 arrests, 2 convictions, both for burglary. First sentence by Judge Connors, second sentence Judge Arnold.
What was that last name?
I said the last time he was sent up, it was Judge Noah Arnold did it.
Suddenly, Linda Arnold's association with Rocco Daly took on all sorts of horrible new aspects. You can find them in the dictionary, all under revenge. I didn't like the setup one bit. I grabbed a cab and headed for her place. She was in this time. Her door was standing wide open. She was sitting on the edge of the sofa in the half-dark, staring out at nothing. There was a little ring of white around her lips. A nickel-plated .38 was sitting in her lap.
Oh, Mr. Stone. I came here to wait just as Rocco told me.
Yeah, that's right, Linda. Where'd you get the gun?
Oh, this? Rocco gave it to me.
Mm-hmm. Let's see him.
Well, why not?
It's been fired.
Yes. Yes, that's quite right. That's exactly right, Mr. Stone. It's been fired 6 times.
Yeah, at who? Where? What's been going on?
I'd imagine that my mouth doesn't seem to work right. But it doesn't take very long at all.
Linda, what are you talking about?
They say that you die in an electric chair very fast. I won't mind at all. I won't mind.
Now, you listen to me. What is it? What have you done? What are you trying to say?
It doesn't take any time at all. I won't mind it.
Are you trying to tell me that you killed somebody tonight?
They go off so quickly. They're empty all of a sudden. And then you see a man crumple and fall, and you see his blood on the floor, and you see him dead. I wanted to know about crime. Now I know all about it. Mr. Stone, tell me. Am I a good killer? Am I?
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. If the chimes shudder a little on Sunday afternoon, well, they know the mystery and peril in store with men of action like Mike Waring, better known as the Falcon. After the Falcon, it's the widely acclaimed dramatic series High Adventure. Then the big guy steps in. And when you hear the big guy telling chilling bedtime stories to his children, they're not make-believe. The new private eye, Charlie Weil, concludes with a few casual and somewhat deadly homicides. The chimes mean mystery and action this Sunday afternoon on most NBC stations. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Linda Arnold was too broken up to say anything logical at the moment, so I flagged the cab, put her in it, and told the driver to head for my place. On the way, she said not a word. When we got to my place, I thought the thing to do first was to pour a couple of drinks into her before I started asking questions, and that's just what I did. She was better, but she still had a lost look in her eyes.
Stop staring at me. What do you want me to say?
Well, anything that'll make sense. I want to help you.
I'm sorry I dropped the glass.
Well, that's all right. If I'm going to help you, I have to know more than I do.
I can't tell it.
Well, try.
It'll ruin his daughter. A common murder.
Linda, the more you cry, the more time we're wasting. Come on, please snap out of it.
Well, it's just that I'm so mixed up. All right, I'll try.
Good.
Rocco Daly said he was going to pull a burglary. I tried to talk him out of it. I even offered him money if he needed it. But he just laughed.
All right, now, wait a minute. Start back further. How'd you ever get tied up with Rocco Daly?
Well, my father made arrangements so our college class could visit some prisons. We visited Joliet one afternoon. I started talking with one of the prisoners. It was Rocco Daly.
Honey, I won't bite you.
I'm not scared.
Of course, they got these bars here for a good reason. I'm a dangerous member of society. I might kill and steal and burn and do all kinds of nasty things if they let me as much as put one leg outside on the streets.
Well, you did do something to get in here, didn't you?
Oh, sure. Sure, I was the West End Terror. Hey, get your pencil and your notebook out, and I'll tell you all about it. Let's see now. I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth. One my old man stole, of course. I went to the best schools, met the best people, played polo, went yachting, all that stuff. One day my old man lost everything in the stock market, and I couldn't stand it. Here he was, down to his last dollar cigar. And my poor old lady with only one jar of caviar left in the icebox. It was enough to drive any sensitive young man like me to a life of crime. Now get out of here, you society thrill-seeker, and leave me alone before I pull these bars apart and teach you something.
If you wouldn't mind, Would you tell me calmly and politely what you did? And how you got here?
Calmly and politely. All right, you blue-nosed busybody, I'll tell you. I was born in a bed you wouldn't be found dead in. I grew up without enough to eat or enough soap to wash with, so I learned to take little things I needed here and there wherever I could find them. And the bigger I got, the bigger things I took. And one day they caught me. But I didn't care because I had 22 good years when they didn't catch me. Now put that in your notebook.
I'm sorry.
Sorry? You're about as sorry as the guy who pinched me. All you're looking for is a good story to bring back to your society sisters.
Mr. Daly, you judged me wrong. I'm sincerely interested in criminal problems. You see, my father is a judge.
Oh, now, lady, don't I know it? Your father's the man who put me in here. 2 to 5 years.
I didn't know.
You talk about finding out about crime. Well, you'll never learn anything about it in that gold-plated mansion on Riverside. You got to get down with the people where the pinch is on and find out firsthand.
I'd like to. How can I do it?
Well, it's easy. I'll be out of here in 4 months, August 1st. And I'll show you enough about crime to fill 50 notebooks like that one.
All right, Mr. Daly. I'll meet you at the prison gate, August 1st.
And you actually met him?
Yes. He said I had to live his kind of life to really know what I was trying to find out.
Fine. So you end up in a murder.
I know. I knew it was the wrong thing to do. I didn't belong there. I wish I were dead.
No. Don't start that again. Now, you've got to tell me about tonight, exactly what happened, and try to remember everything.
Well, he said he was going to knock over a safe in a warehouse.
Which one?
The Elliott Transfer Company on Douglas Street.
Is that where you shot the man?
Yes. He gave me a gun. I was afraid to carry it, but he said it was the only way I could actually get the feeling a criminal has on a job.
And you actually let him talk you into this, something that's dangerous?
I know it sounds stupid now, but I had to see what it was like. We went in the place. The watchman showed up at the wrong time. Pulled a gun and jumped on Rocco. Rocco lost his gun and yelled, "Shoot, shoot, Lyndon." Before I knew what I was doing, I did shoot. The watchman screamed, and there was blood.
Steady, now take it easy, Lyndon.
Rocco examined him. The watchman was dead.
What you need is a sedative. I didn't have any sleeping tablets, but in the Stone household, hot lemonade laced with a little rye always did the trick. So I watched her until it took effect. Gradually, she stopped crying and her eyelids slid shut. I went into the living room, closed the door to the bedroom, and called Sergeant Kalski at police headquarters.
What's on your mind, Randy?
Look, Kalski, you got a homicide report from somewhere down on Douglas Street, the Elliott Transfer Company?
No, Randy, we haven't had a homicide report from anywhere tonight.
Well, I just got a tip. The watchman was shot there in an attempted safe job.
Where'd you get the tip?
Well, never mind. Take it for what it's worth.
Oh, get right on it. Thanks, Randy.
Don't thank me. Right then, there was just one thing I wanted to do, find Rocco Daly. If he hadn't already gone into hiding, I thought I had enough friends around Rush Street to help me ferret him out. 1 hour and 2 $5 bills later, I finally picked up a tip that he'd gone into the Red Eagle, a combination pool room and bar. I knew the man who ran it, Biceps Bill Candless, accurately named.
Hello, Randy.
Hello, Bill. Seen a guy named Rocco Daly around?
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago.
What? A friend of mine just saw him come in here.
I'm a friend of yours, ain't I? You see him anywheres around and about?
Well, what about the back room?
I tell you, I ain't seen him.
Mind if I take a look myself?
Yeah.
Well, I think I'll take a look anyway.
Randy, I'm not used to being called a liar, even by you. I might get so mad as to rap you over the head with this pool cue.
Bill, I don't get the pitch.
Look, maybe we're friends, but I make my living down here. I got to get along with an awful lot of people. You don't bring me no business. They do. You can look around the hall all you want, but stay out of the back. You're invading my private rights as a citizen.
I was more moved by the thickness of his bicep and the size of the pool cue in his hand than by the snatch of civil liberties he threw at me. So I rented a table, played a quiet little game of three-cushion, keeping my eyes open all the while. It was time well spent. 15 minutes later, I was surprised to see a man in a battered hat and a brown trench coat hurry out of the back room. I caught up with him just outside. He might have been a great judge, but he was no actor.
Oh, Stone. I knew I made a grievous mistake talking to you earlier tonight. You're just following me looking for a juicy tabloid story.
Judge, I wasn't following you. I ran into you by accident.
Well, then leave me alone and go on your way.
What were you doing in the back room of the Red Eagle?
That young man is my business. Good day.
No, it isn't. It's liable to become anybody's business.
Will you let go of my arm before I call a policeman?
Judge, you're in no position to call a policeman.
What do you mean by that?
What were you and Rocco Daly talking about in the back room?
I never heard of a man called Rocco Daly, and I see no reason to answer you.
All right, play it stuffy all the way down the line. But I know something you don't, and you're going to have to come clean with me to find it out.
What do you know?
I know where your daughter is.
Let's go someplace private.
We did. We went to his house. He was as nervous as a burglar all the way. As soon as we arrived there, he drank a glass of straight scotch, started to cry, and then pulled himself together long enough for me to get something out of him.
He said my daughter killed a man tonight. I just couldn't believe it. He said he could hush the whole thing up for $25,000 he'd get out of town.
Well, Judge, I'm sorry to say you walked right in one of the best shakedown rackets in the world. I'm surprised at you. Get a rich girl in a killing, make her buy her way out. That's the formula. You should know better.
Well, what am I going to do? My reputation, my position, my career will all be destroyed.
I think you better worry first about your daughter.
Yes, I'll have to hide her somewhere.
She's safe where she is. Now, Judge, look at it this way. If there was a murder and Rocco Daly was involved, he wouldn't dare go to the police. He knows what he'd get. Don't have to worry about him turning your daughter in because he goes with her. Judge, if I were you, I'd forget the blackmail. Your job's to worry about your daughter. How can you get her out from under a murder?
Who are you phoning?
The police.
Now, just a minute. I won't...
Hold on. I'm not going to tell them a thing. I'm just looking for information.
Police headquarters.
Sergeant Kalski, please.
Just a moment. Sergeant Kolsky.
Randy Stone, Sarge.
Hey, I've been waiting for you to call. Something's really screwy.
You mean a warehouse shooting?
Yeah, something happened there, all right, but I don't think it's exactly what you heard it was.
Well, what happened?
I can't figure it out. There was some shooting, but the bullets were blanks.
Yeah?
We found the paper wadding all over the place. And the blood.
Well, what about it?
Well, it was all over the place, too, but it wasn't human blood. It came from an animal.
Oh, well, I'll be a...
What do you make of it, Randy? What was going on there?
I haven't the slightest idea, Kalski. Not the slightest. You'll figure it out. Goodbye. I would have explained the whole thing to Kalski right then, but it seemed to me the judge rated first copy. When I gave him the good news, I thought he was going to collapse from relief. And I left for my apartment to get Linda.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. It's some psychological trick you're trying to pull on me.
It's the truth. The whole thing was staged. It was phony bullets, phony blood, and a couple of phony guys with flim-flams.
Stop it. I'm an adult. I was there. I know what I did.
Linda, I'll take you to the police, to the scene of the crime. Prove it if necessary.
I want to believe it, but I can't. I saw it.
Yeah, well, look, smarter dames than you have been taken in by dumber guys than Rocco Daly.
That's right, honey.
Rocco.
The guy's got it right down the line. Haven't you, nosy?
Put the gun down. It might go off.
Oh, shut up.
Rocco, did I kill that man or didn't I?
I said your boyfriend here was right, didn't I? You got to be beat over the head before you understand. You know, for a girl with a college education, you got a brain like a jerk.
You never were serious about anything. You were just making a fool out of me all the time.
You were making a fool out of yourself. I told you the first day I met you. You were just buying a ticket to the circus.
Why don't you put that gun down, Rocco?
Shut up, you. But now, honey, you're going to do something for me.
What?
You're going to see that I get out of the state. Safe.
I won't help you again if I never help anybody.
Think twice, honey. Think twice. Call up the judge. Tell him to send a car and a little money down here. And tell him it's for you. That you want to go on a vacation.
No. I won't.
Do it. Do it, or so help me, I'll pull a bullet right through you.
Let me tell you something, Rocco Daly. I learned a lot down here with you and your kind. Guns, brass knuckles, blackjacks. You never use them unless the advantage is 3-1 in your favor. Deep down inside of you, you're afraid, insecure. You can't look an honest person in the face. I believe you call it yellow.
Are you listening, Rocco?
Now stay away from me. Stay away from me, both of you. Or so help me, I'll shoot.
You wouldn't shoot anybody. Now give me that gun.
Now get back. Get back, you crazy dame. Get back.
Give it to me.
You're asking for it?
Watch it, Linda.
I'll show you what honest courage looks like.
Now, don't make me do it. Don't.
Give it to me.
Get your hands up.
I saw his trigger finger tightening, and then I jumped. I knocked his arm down, and the bullet plowed into the floor. Then I grabbed his wrist. He shot twice more, but they only hit the walls. I was too busy to notice what Linda Arnold was doing until Rocco Daly suddenly slumped in my arms and fell to the floor. She was standing over him with a Coke bottle in one hand.
Do you think I killed him?
No. He's just out for the count. I'll call the police.
No. Let me do it. Since I started, I guess it's up to me to end it.
Well, that about does it. It's all your show, baby.
Yes, Randy. I think the lesson's over. I've learned all I want to know about crime.
Well, it's early morning now, and I hope the right people are all back in the right pigeonholes, and Linda's had her look-see at the other side of the tracks. You know, I hold no brief against looking in on your neighbor once in a while to see what he's doing. How can I? I make my living that way. But there's a right way to do it and a wrong way. The right way, you make a friend. The wrong way, you get punched in the nose. So, if you decide to poke into somebody else's life, make sure you know what you're after. Because it's easy to misjudge your neighbor. Particularly since it's an even money bet you don't even understand yourself. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by E. Jack Newman and John Michael Hayes, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Noah Arnold was played by Herb Rollinson. Linda was Jane Webb. Others in tonight's cast were Peter Leeds, Lou Krugman, Jay Novello, and Bill Justine. Frank Lovejoy may currently be seen in Milton Sperling's production Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. The chimes ring for Dennis Day and Judy Canova tomorrow night on NBC. Dennis gets himself into more merry and mischievous mix-ups, but manages to extricate himself in time to sing in his beautiful tenor voice. And speaking of singing, Judy Canova prepares to go operatic tomorrow because her special guest on the Judy Canova Show is Ezio Pinza.
Chester William Bendix Riley speaking. Now hear Counterspy on NBC.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Like Plenamins, for example, Rexall's famous multivitamin capsules. 2 Plenamins a day give you more than your daily minimum requirement of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established, plus valuable liver concentrate and iron. What's more, Plenamins cost you only pennies per day. Ask for Plenamins at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall Family Druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. We trail them, we nail them. If they're guilty, we jail them. No charge for poetry.
Oh, no. Edgar guessed with a shoulder holster.
Hello, Helen, baby.
Rick, guess what's in town?
Unless I win something, I give up.
The carnival.
Well, is the balloon concession tied up yet?
Oh, Rick, I'm serious. I haven't been to a carnival since I was little. Let's go tonight.
You mean peanuts, popcorn, Cracker Jacks, and all that?
Yes.
Sounds awful.
Oh, now, Rick.
Okay, honey. I'll be around at 8. Shall I wear my knickers?
Rick.
Bye. That night, I picked up Helen and we went to the carnival. There were more people on the Midway than Rexall has stores, and we got pushed so much I felt like the tax bill in Congress. Helen decided she wanted a Cupid doll, so we stopped at the shooting gallery.
Hey, that's pretty good shooting.
Think nothing of it.
Just 3 more bullseyes and you win a doll. Well, here's your doll. Where'd you ever learn to shoot like that?
At the skeet club. Would you like to try a shot, Rick?
No thanks. Come on.
Oh, Rick, isn't this doll cute?
And now, for your amazement and proof of my statement, I'll ask him to step out here. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Samson, the strong man. Step right up, folks. He'll thrill you with his amazing feats of strength. Now, crowd right in. Don't be shy. There is no...
Standing on the platform with the biggest collection of muscles I'd ever seen. Samson looks like an overgrown orangutan. And at least 3 tigers had contributed their all to the loincloth he wore around his middle.
Samson, the great. And now, our sensational offer. $100 to any man who will step up here and defy the mighty Samson to put him to sleep by squeezing his chest. Now, it is harmless, my friends, and if any one of you daring gentlemen think the mighty one cannot put you to sleep with a mere squeeze, then step right up. If Samson fails, then $100 is yours.
Well, Rick.
Now, I tell you, friends...
Well, Rick, what?
Don't you want to show off?
Not my insides.
Rick, you mean you're afraid just to let him squeeze you?
Honey, I'm afraid to let him breathe on me. Come on, let's go see that fortune teller. I steered Helen toward the next booth before she could talk me into anything my bones would regret tomorrow. The sign outside the tent read, Madame Tanya, your past, your present, your future. And inside we found Madame T staring intently into a crystal ball. She wore gypsy clothes and a heavy makeup that covered what might have been very lovely features.
Welcome to the inner sanctum.
Haven't I heard you on the radio? She didn't crack a smile, and I didn't exactly blame her. She motioned us into chairs around the crystal. The room was decorated in about the same motif as the tattooed lady, and would have impressed a man with a bad case of DTs. Madame Tanya went back to staring at the crystal, so I followed suit. I couldn't see a thing in the glass ball, but then maybe she picked up television on clear night.
The crystal grows dim. I can see that you are both very much in love.
Well, go on.
It is good. This man adores you. He worships you. He idolizes you.
Wake me up when I propose.
You are an unbeliever?
Oh, let's be modern. I'm a cynic.
The crystal does not lie. But to make certain, I will consult the cards.
She picked up a deck that was too big for poker and too small for canasta. I should pay to watch a girl play solitaire? I nudged Helen and we were about to leave when a tall, thin young man pushed back the canvas flap and walked in.
Hey, Tony, I didn't know you were busy. Excuse me.
The boy pushed back the flap to go out and then made a sharp, gurgling noise in his throat. He doubled with pain and fell to the floor. Even from where I was sitting, I could see the big, ugly bullet hole in his chest. Don't scream. We'll have the whole crowd in here. Stand back, Helen.
Is he hurt bad?
You don't need a crystal ball for this, honey. He's dead. Even under the heavy makeup, I could see her face turn pale. I sent Helen to call the police, and then I looked around outside. The killer had either used a silencer, or else the shot was not heard in the confusion. 20 minutes later, Lieutenant Max Talbot arrived, followed by Sergeant Otis wearing his Hopalong Cassidy badge.
Hi, Rick.
Well, hello, Max. Where's Walt Levinson?
He's on vacation, Rick. I've taken over his cases.
Also his problems, I see. Hello, Otis.
Hi, Shamus. So there's been another murder, huh? And you just happened to be here. Sounds suspicious to me.
Otis, why don't you stick your head through a piece of canvas and let people throw baseballs at it?
And get my brains knocked out? Oh, no.
Why not? You got nothing to lose.
Rick, Miss Asher told me over the phone what happened. It sounds like we'll be looking for a needle in a haystack. You want to work on the case with us?
Not particularly. I just happen to be here, that's all.
Yeah. I still think that's awful funny.
Otis, I'll send you my confession in the morning. So long, Max. It's not that I wasn't interested in the case. I was. But in my business, you can't poke your head into murder on a gratis basis. So I took Helen home. The next morning, I went to my office as usual, and then around 10 o'clock, I had a visitor.
Mr. Diamond, I need your help.
Well, thank my lucky stars. Sit down.
Thank you.
She looked like a well-dressed Lady Godiva, minus horse. I stifled a drool as she sat down, and then I realized that I'd seen her before. This was Madame Tanya, minus the heavy makeup, gypsy garb, and the phony accent.
It's about last night's murder. You see, it's not the first. 4 men have been killed within a year. And all because of me.
Go on.
My real name is Tony Lawrence. About a year ago, a boy I knew asked me for a date, and we went out. Next day, he was killed. There were 2 more after that who showed an interest in me. They both died, too. It's getting so every time a man looks at me twice, he's murdered.
Well, it's a pleasant way to die. But what about this kid last night?
Well, he'd asked me for a date at a small party we had after the show one night. He worked in the show, but I hardly even knew him.
I see. Did you tell Lieutenant Talbot all this?
Oh, yes. He says he'll have to make a systematic check on everyone on the show. That could take months.
Yes, it could. Talbot's a good cop, though. Why'd you come to me?
I want you to go back to the lot with me. I'll arrange to get you a job there.
Honey, I got a job. I'm a private detective.
Oh, I know. I'll pay you what you ask.
Oh, well, that understanding, we'll just continue.
Well, maybe working undercover, you'll be able to find out who's behind all this.
Well,
Oh, I'm sure it'll work. I'll get you a job as Barker for the girls' show.
You know, I've always wanted to run away with the girls' show. We drove back to the carnival, and I became Rick Diamond, boy Spieler. The kid who was murdered last night had asked Tony for a date at a small party. There were only 3 other people at that party, and it seemed logical that one of them was the killer. First on the party list was Chuckles, the clown. Tony took me over to his trailer.
Here we are. I think you'll like Chuckles. He's got a great sense of humor.
Well, Tony, come on in.
Can't stay long, Chuckles. I want you to meet Rick Diamond. He's the new Barker on the girls' show, and the boss wants me to introduce him to everyone.
Well, any friend of Tony's is a friend of mine. Glad to know you, Rick.
How are you, Chuckles?
Yeah, oh, just fine. So you got the job at the Shakers, huh? You ever barked before?
Only at pet shows.
Oh, well, you'll do a good business over there. All the old fogies go to see Karen. She's the head shaker.
Is that all she shakes?
Hey, that's pretty good. Put some gags in your pitch. The crowd eats it up.
We better go, Rick. You start to work soon.
Yeah, well, drop around any time, huh?
Number 2 on the suspect list was Sampson, the strong man. I remembered him from last night and took a last look at my fingers as we shook hands.
Glad to meet you. Do you wrestle?
No, but I'm a demon with jacks.
Oh, I can't find no one around here to play with.
Oh, you poor kid. Have you tried the lion cake?
Rick's going to pitch the girls' show, Sampson.
Boy, that's no fun. Hey, look, kid, you work out with me, and someday you can be a strong man, too.
Well, that's a tempting offer, but I'm afraid I'm just a natural-born sissy.
Well, if you change your mind, come around and...
And you'll change my posture, I know. Glad to have met you, Sampson.
So long.
Playful little character.
He's really very nice. Hey, let's stop here for a hot dog.
Good. My favorite meal.
Give the man a cooked one, Maisie.
Sure thing, Tony.
Loaded with onions, honey. No date tonight. Aren't you hungry, Tony?
I've got to change for my act soon.
Tell me, how did a pretty girl like you get tied down to a crystal ball?
Oh, I don't know. I grew up on shows. Mom and Dad were wire walkers. Well, I don't like high places, so I decided to be an actress.
Mm-hmm.
Well, after a few feeble stage attempts, I came back here.
Now you do your acting in a tent.
That's right. If these murders aren't solved soon, I'll be on the move again.
Those two characters we just met, you think one of them might be the killer?
Gee, I don't know. They've always been friendly with me, but... Well, they did overhear that boy ask me for the date. Karen was there, too.
Oh, yes. The shaker, as Chuckles put it.
You'll probably meet her later on. She's always quick to discover a new man.
Well, I can hardly wait.
Say, I'd better get back. I'll see you after the show tonight.
You are, mister. It's got enough onions to keep you out of circulation for a week.
Tony walked away, stopped, turned, and gave me a smile that made me feel warmer than the hot dog I began munching. She was a very pretty girl. Pretty enough for someone to kill any man she got interested in. And that someone was either a clown, a strong man, or a hula dancer. Yeah, it was quite a mess, and here I was in the middle of it. But as P.T. Barnum always said, there's a sucker born every minute.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Whenever you develop a simple headache, what's the first thing you think of for fast relief?
Why, aspirin, of course.
Right. But it's also smart to think one step further and choose Rexall aspirin.
Give me 3 good reasons why.
Okay. First, every Rexall aspirin tablet contains 5 full grains of pure aspirin. Second, there is no faster-acting aspirin made.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that when taken with water, a Rexall aspirin tablet is ready to go to work for you even before it reaches your stomach.
Sounds swell so far. What's the third reason?
Just this. In the economy size 200-tablet bottle, Rexall aspirin costs you little more than 0.3 of a cent per tablet.
That I'll remember.
And remember this also. You can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Step right up and see Karen and her friend. Come on, boys, don't be bashful. Put your wives on the Ferris wheel, go on in. Get away from me, son, you bother me. Only 1/10 of a dollar plus 15 cents and you're all set. You'll see Karen, the blonde bombshell.
That night, I yelled my head off. The crowd was heavy, and the men poured into the tent until there was panting room only. I looked at my watch and saw that I had 4 more hours to go. So I warmed my tonsils and kept right at it.
My mistake, mister. Go on in.
4 hours later, I felt like a politician and had a voice like Andy Devine. Tony met me after the crowds had left, and we had a Coke.
Tired?
Tired? Me? No. 37 hours sleep and I'll be as good as new.
You'll get used to it.
Oh, do I have to? I thought the girl show would be great, but they're inside. I'm outside.
Well, you'll meet Karen soon.
That's some consolation. No, say, while I think of it, maybe we'd better not be seen together so much. I got a great affection for life.
Yeah, I thought of that. You'd better go on from here alone. But, Ricky, be careful.
I gave her my for you I will look, and then she left. I had been assigned a bunk in one of the trailers and was about to head toward it when something grabbed my arm. At first, I thought one of the snakes had left the charmer's neck. But this one had long blonde hair.
Hi. My name's Karen. You got a match?
I'd heard the match line in a movie, but what this gal carried around could never pass the censor board. I'd been singing her praises all evening, and now I could see that I'd been guilty of understatement.
Thanks.
Oh, that's all right. I'm loaded with them.
Hey, you're cute. The last guy had a lousy voice, but you're cute. What's your name?
Diamond. You can call me Rick.
You want to buy me a Coke?
Sure.
Well, never mind. I just wanted to see if you wanted to.
Well, any more party games up your sleeve?
Oh, sure, lots more. I've seen you with Tony. You like her?
Well, shouldn't I?
I don't know. Only the way things have been happening, it ain't so healthy.
Yeah, so I heard. You like her?
She's all right. Burns me, though. She makes more dough than I do, and she's strictly no talent. She just makes up them stories.
Now, me, I'd give the boys the money's worth.
Well, I'll bet you do.
You know, I bet we get along real swell, you and me.
Well, I hope we do.
You know, there's nothing but jerks around here. You look sort of like a gentleman.
Sorry, I'm just tired.
Oh, I like it. You want to take me into town, go dancing?
Well, I'm all worn out tonight.
Oh, I don't really want to go. Just want to know if you'd like to take me.
Oh, we're back at that. Yes, I would like to take you.
Good. Oh, gee, it's a nice night for a walk. Would you like to...
Let's not go round again.
Say, you're awful cute. Good night.
That night, I went to bed with a lot on my mind and an ice pack around my neck. I was after a murderer who left no clues. The only apparent motive was to keep men away from Tony. Chuckles or Samson. Maybe they were in love with Tony. On the other hand, Karen might be jealous enough of Tony to commit murder. I didn't count sheep that night, just characters. Next morning, while I was roaming around the carnival grounds, I found Chuckles sitting on the steps of his trailer sewing a bright-colored costume.
Well, hi there. Sit down.
Thanks. Hey, you're pretty handy with that needle.
Oh, you gotta be. How did it go last night?
Well, I'm a little better, but I'm in no condition for a cigarette test.
I'm glad I don't have to yell my lungs out every night. I just stand around and let people laugh at me.
I have a friend named Otis who does the very same thing.
Say, you should have been around yesterday if you like excitement. Guy was murdered.
Oh? What happened?
Somebody shot him. Seems like the only reason was because he liked Tony.
You mean the girl who showed me around yesterday?
Yeah, that's her.
Oh, I guess not many guys give her the eye.
No. There's one fellow that kind of likes her, though. A guy by the name of Leonardi.
Oh?
He don't work here no more. He's on another show. Tony and him write a lot, though. I'm always mailing letters for him.
Well, maybe they're just friends.
Yeah, that's what she says. He worked on this show before I came over here. I don't really know him, but I bet there's something between those two.
Maybe he's the one behind all this.
Could be. Well, it's not good to poke your nose into other people's business.
You're telling me. Well, I guess I'll look over the show.
Yeah, well, drop around any time.
I left Chuckles and wandered on up the Midway. About half past the merry-go-round, I ran into Karen, the curve cram kid.
Hi, handsome.
Hi, yourself.
You know, I dreamed about you last night.
You do wonders for my ego.
You do wonders for my dream. Care if I walk along with you?
Not at all. Karen, do you know a guy named Leonardi?
Oh, sure. Used to work here. Why do you ask?
Well, I've heard he might be interested in Tony. That's risky business, you know.
Tony and Leonardi? Oh, no. Now, somebody's pulling your leg.
Oh, Rick, I've been looking... Oh, I didn't know you had company. Hello, Karen.
Hi.
I just thought I'd see if you were getting along all right, Rick.
He's in good hands.
That's all a matter of opinion, dear.
Look, why don't you girls amuse yourselves while I make a phone call? Karen, you do the shimmy while Tony tells your fortune. I'll be right back. Both girls were exchanging icy stares as I pulled up my coat collar and walked away. So far, I'd accomplished nothing, and the case was still as mixed up as a chef's salad. I called Max to see if he'd uncovered anything on the latest murder.
Homicide, Lieutenant Talbot speaking.
Max, this is Rick. How you coming on that circus murder?
Oh, Rick, what a headache. Gets screwier every minute.
Yeah, I know. The fortune teller hired me.
Oh, well, then you know almost as much as I do. There's one new development, though.
Well, don't be greedy, Grandpa. Shoot.
That's what someone else did last night. And a guy by the name of Leonardi.
Leonardi. The guy Chuckles told me about. The one who liked Tony. Max filled in with the details. The killer had written a letter to Leonardi and told him to come to a hotel room in the city because Tony was sick and had been asking for him. Then the killer rigged up a gun trap so that when Leonardi opened the door, the gun would go off and kill him. Only Leonardi was still alive. The killer had made one mistake. I thanked Max and went back to Tony's tent, certain I could use that mistake to my advantage.
Hello, Rick.
Hey, where did little Miss Wigglehips go?
I don't think she liked your leaving her. She went back to her trailer.
Good. Now, Tony, you told me that only 3 people were present at the party when Bruce asked you for the date. Are you certain of that?
Why, yes. Just Samson, Chuckles, and Karen. They dropped in after the show, and we had coffee.
Mm-hmm. Well, I want you to invite our 3 friends over again after the show tonight. Will you do that?
Well, yes, but I don't understand.
I went back to the girls' show and began my afternoon pitch. That evening, I went through it again, and then around midnight, I went to the party in Tony's tent. They were all 3 there when I entered.
Sit over here, honey.
Thanks, Karen.
Hi, weakling.
Oh, please, Samson, I'm sensitive.
Say, you should have seen the matinee today. We did a bang-up routine and the crowd ate it up. We did the old one where we all pile into a car. You know...
They were all relaxed, and I decided it was time to try my long shot. Chuckles was just finishing his story as I took a deep breath and crossed my fingers.
Back, and then we all pile out of this little car. Oldest trick in the book, but they loved it.
Chuckles, remember that guy you told me about the other day? I think his name was Leonardi.
Sure, what about him?
Well, nothing. I was just curious. Did you know him, Samson?
Know him? Why, Leo and I used to room together where we worked here. Him and me is the best of buddies.
And you, Karen, you said earlier that you knew him, right?
Yeah, but I didn't think he was so great. He was nothing but a pest.
Hey, you can't talk that way about my buddy.
Oh, Samson, please. This is a party.
Yeah, take it easy, Muscles. Now, let's see. You both knew Leonardi. That lets you out and leaves only Chuckles. You said earlier that you joined the show after Leonardi left, didn't you, Chuckles?
Yeah. Say, why all these questions about Leonardi?
Because you tried to kill him last night. You thought there was something between Tony and him.
What's this?
It's a joke, that's all.
Yes, Clown, but the joke's on you. You're the only one who didn't know Leonardi. The only one who would rig up a gun trap the way you did.
What are you getting at?
When Leonardi opened the door, the bullet went over his head.
Oh, well, over his head?
That's right. You rigged the trap to shoot a normal-sized man. You're the only one here who didn't know Leonardi, didn't know he was a midget.
Well, you're kidding. He's a midget.
That's right. Still feel like laughing?
It's on me. The joke's on me.
You tried to kill my little pal.
And there wasn't anything between Tony and him, huh? Just friends, like she said. Oh, what a laugh, a midget.
Why, you dirty...
Take it easy, Samson.
Little Leo's my pal. I'll kill this bum when he wakes up.
Never mind, friend. That's the job for the state. And so, dear Helen, my life at the carnival ended, and I have come back to you. Beaten, perhaps, but ready to continue my valiant fight against the forces of evil. Justice must prevail. Truth must march ahead to...
Oh, Rick.
Quiet, I'm auditioning for Portia Face's life.
Rick. Was that Karen person pretty?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of a dance did she do?
Well, she started by, and then she... Well...
Oh. One of those.
Mm-hmm. Only more so.
Well, I hope you enjoyed yourself.
Helen, you're so thoughtful.
Rick.
Yes, baby?
I wonder how I'd be doing that.
Doing what? Helen, please. This is more your type. Sweet and lovely, sweeter than the roses in May. Sweet and lovely, heaven must have sent her my way. Skies above me never were as blue as her eyes. And she loves me, who would want a sweeter surprise? When she nestles in my arms so tenderly, there's a thrill that words cannot express. In my heart a song of love is taunting me, melody haunting me, sweet and lovely, sweeter than the roses in May. And she loves me, there is nothing more I can say.
So that's my type, is it? Come here.
Wow.
Well.
Oh, I guess a man's entitled to change his tune.
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Tonight, I'd like to say a special word to users of mineral oil. I know that what you search for is one with an extra heavy body. Well, Rexall mineral oil is refined by a special process to obtain just that. And because it's so exceptionally pure and bland, Rexall mineral oil is non-irritating and non-habit-forming. What's more, it's tasteless, odorless, colorless. Next time, try Rexall mineral oil. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Richard Carr, with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Bill Johnstone, Wilms Herbert, Lucille Meredith, Parley Bear, Joe Duval, and Joe Gilbert. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman, inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
Wednesdays this fall, hear Groucho, Gildy, and the Halls of Ivy on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
How was your vacation, Sam?
Who said it was a vacation?
Well, I thought you said you were going skiing for a weekend.
With me, F, it's always work. Do you know you can get killed on skis?
If you say so, Sam.
Yes.
Most people just break their legs.
Most people pick some easy little slope, the cowards. But I know a ski run up near a town called Lucerne that's sudden death.
I know a ski run called the Backbreaker.
Really? How dull.
And one they named Suicide Drop.
Effie, stop trying to top me. You just can't. This was the deadliest ski country ever seen. You just sit there while I do a Christiania swing down Market Street, a Gelände sprung up the stairs, and a Telmark right through the door with a tail I took out of the deep freeze only last night. The Chateau McCloud caper.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Take off those skis.
I just wanted to prove I could do it. I did a herringbone up the stairs.
And those clothes. I'll just bet you rented all those things, Sam. You were never in the snow country at all.
So, you don't believe me, huh? Well, here, doubting Effie, I brought you proof. And don't tell me I rented this.
A snowball.
Yes.
Sam! A real snowball.
Yes, I brought back 2 of them in a thermos box.
Where's the other one?
I threw it at a policeman. It was freezy, soaked with water and ice.
Oh, Sam, you're wonderful. I can't believe that you had trouble this weekend.
Oh, no? You cut that snowball open and you'll find a blood-stained bullet inside of it. And behind the bullet lies a tail. Ready?
I'm always ready, Sam.
Yes. Date, fill it M2, Sierra County Sheriff's Office, Lucerne, California. From Samuel Spade, San Francisco, license number 137596. Subject, the Chateau McCloud caper. Dear Sheriff, you run a neat little county up there at Sierra, and I hate to be snide, but when my train steamed into the cold mountain air of your lovely little village of Lucerne, I knew the chill of death was afoot. It had to be. The place was too beautiful to last. The background hills were right out of the Alps. The snow from Grandma Moses and the rustic buildings that snuggled under the mantle of white were just too cute for words. It was abnormally perfect. Something had to give. Well,
You were the only young man who got off the train. Are you from McCloud?
well, I'm supposed to find a Chateau McCloud.
Oh, what do you know? I got the right man on the first try.
Good.
Rufus sent me down to pick you up.
And you could pick me up almost any time.
Well, that took a little chill off the day. Shall we go?
Ooh, mush. Mush. We glided out of the station, runners squeaking on snow, the soft pat of hooves, and the jangle of merry bells. We had a bearskin lap robe. It was a short bear, so we had to move close. Her cheeks were apple red, and her silk brown hair flowed in a spanking breeze. Oh, it was a scene that will forever be etched in my memory.
Rufus tells me you're an advertising genius.
Well, I have placed a few ads in my day, mostly help wanted.
Aha, don't kid me. He says you're going to put the McCloud canneries right on top with a new campaign.
On top.
You know, you're supposed to have a big name.
Just 8 letters, Sam Spade.
Oh? Well, I'm Rita Parker. I'm supposed to be Rufy's girlfriend. Of course, I think it's only to make his wife mad. But it's fun up here.
Yeah, but this is my first trip.
Oh, well, then you're in for a treat. That is, if abnormal psychology appeals to you.
What does that mean?
The McCloud guest register is always full of dynamite.
Oh.
For example, this weekend reads thusly. Rufus McCloud with half of the money in the world trying to get the other half.
Good.
His wife who has an interlocutory decree.
Mrs. Interlocutor.
Yeah, Cora.
Yeah.
Her boyfriend, Paul Endicott, gigolo type. Charlie Allison, co-worker and friend to Rufus. He's a food technician or something dull. And then there's Tozier Fenborg, ski instructor, who comes down like a wolf on the fold. And people like that.
Yes, well, I'll never remember all the names. I'm in the ad game, you know. It's initials to me. I call people, RL, TS, NTG, and, you know.
Well, the names don't mean a thing. Just remember this. Every 30 seconds, duck.
I beg your pardon? The McCloud estate was 8 miles out of town, and it seemed we were there in no time at all. Rita Parker hustled the Alpine buckboard and mare into a stable, while I went up to the Chateau to meet my employer, Rufus McCloud. It was more of a Swiss chalet, you know, where the second floor is larger than the first, and I guarantee that no one in Switzerland could have afforded this chalet, even with the second floor the same size as the first. I walked in and found Rufus, big and red-faced, standing in front of a fireplace that could easily have roasted a brace of oxen, rump to rump.
Of course, you're Sam Spade.
I am, Mr. McCloud.
Well, you came at an opportune time. There's no one around to overhear our conversation. I suppose you wonder why I hired a detective for a place like this.
Well, not especially. I go where the people go, and the money.
You'll be paid well for your time and trouble. I must be quick. In essence, this is my situation.
Yes.
Earlier this week, I received an anonymous letter saying that if I invited the guest list I'd planned for this weekend, there might be serious trouble. Here's the letter. Keep it to yourself. It's a Los Angeles postmark.
I see. Well, we might start by tracing down this typewriter through an L.A. detective agency.
Every one of my charming guests is from Los Angeles. One of them wrote it, if you ask me.
Very likely.
I want to know who wrote it, if I can, but more than that, I wonder what serious trouble the writer is referring to.
The girl you sent to pick me up said you had a very volatile group of people assembled.
Yeah, perhaps they're high-strung individuals, but they're civilized. I'm sure their conflict would never get beyond a cutting phrase or two, or perhaps a punch thrown here or there.
Well, then you really don't believe you'll have any trouble?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought it would be advisable to have a man like yourself around.
Yes.
One who deals in trouble professionally. Perhaps if things do get out of line, you can help repair the damages or even prevent things from occurring.
Well, I'll do my best, Mr. McCloud, but it's not easy to look for something when you don't know what you're looking for.
Oh, here they come, Spade. Back from the ski runs. I told them you were handling an advertising campaign for my canneries. They came stamping in, pulling off gloves, unzipping parkas, and if it hadn't been for the grown-up dialogue, looking all the while like a group of carefree children, it was hard to believe that the chill of death was also in them even then. I couldn't keep my eyes off one of the particular members of the group, Mossberg ski boots, Chinese vermilion downhill pants, and a candy-striped parka, which she now pulled over her lovely head. The sweater she wore underneath was, I'm sure, designed for someone much smaller. A Dachshund, perhaps?
Is this the advertising man you've been telling me about, Ruth?
Oh, Mr. Samuel Spade, my half-wife, Cora. Half? Well, how do you do?
Glad you came, Sam. We can always use another sport in the crowd. Hey, everybody, shut up! Introducing the incomparable, fabulous Mr. Samuel Spade.
Hiya, Sam.
I'll give you a pass, Sam. Me, Paul Endicott, Rita Parker, Charlie Allison, Phil Spinborg. Charlie's the one who doesn't ski.
I'll take snowshoes any day. I can't get anywhere in snowshoes. You've heard, perhaps, of the tortoise and the hare?
Rufus, bring for some drinks. Tom and Jerry's, hot toddies, coffee, God, something.
We're having hot buttered rum. The stuff's warming in the kitchen.
Well, get it up, get it up.
Right away, Cora.
And as for the rest of you, ready? A one, a
what?
two, a three.
What?
Oh,
yeah.
Old Main, shout till the rafters ring.
Stand and drink a toast once again. Let every loyal Maine man say, oh, do-de-do-de-do. They took up the song with a gusto, lifting imaginary drinks into the air, and it was all very jolly. For a party that was supposed to be fraught with danger, this one certainly started out in just the opposite direction. The drinks came, and things got even merrier. Lunch was served, and afterwards I slipped into some outdoor gear and strapped on some skis. Everybody scattered different directions. Rufus McCloud and I skied to a place 3 miles away called the Halfway Cabin. Between the chateau and the cabin was a small lake called Royal Lake, completely frozen over. Rufus stood in front of the cabin, firing a .30-30 at a target set up down in the woods to the east. What do you see through the glasses, Spade? 2 bullseyes and nothing outside of the 8-ring. That's great offhand shooting at this range and standing on skis.
Well, I can do much better than that. What's this? See that silver tip on that big Norwegian fur over there?
Yeah?
I'll cut it off.
Hey, look out!
What? Well, he came swooping out of nowhere, Spade. I swear he did.
Well, I think he hit him. Who is it?
It's Paul Endicott. No, he's up.
Good.
There's Cora with him.
You told me nobody was supposed to be skiing in that area.
Yeah, they're not.
Well, here he comes, and he looks plenty mad.
What do I care about him? He's just after Cora for the money I give him, that's all.
You're going to kill me, you stupid fool.
You weren't supposed to be skiing there, Endicott, and it was an accident.
Yeah? Well, that was no accident.
All right.
You keep
Knock off
out
the
of this.
punches.
You keep out or I'll throw one at you.
Oh, that I'd love.
Paul, now stop it. And the rest of you, quit acting like children.
Your boyfriend threw a sucker punch at me, Cora, and even if he is my guest, there's a limit to hospitality.
I don't call one punch and even trade for a .30-30 bullet.
You aren't hit, so don't start crying.
Rufus, I have the feeling you wouldn't mind if he were hit. You wouldn't mind at all. Paul, I've just decided I don't like you without a mustache.
Well, from then on, everybody dropped the pretense, and you knew where you stood. And it was chilly, too. Later in the day, we were all back at the chateau again, and Paul Endicott wove his delicate variation on his main theme.
I'll knock your block off.
I tell you, Mr. Endicott, you have some delusions.
I have no delusions, Tozier. I've seen the way you look at Cora, the way you two are always trying to lose me on the trails.
Some people ski faster than others.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. The next time you try to wolf this girl, it's going to be your last.
I'm nobody's wolf. I'm a ski instructor. That is what I was hired for.
Well, stick to what you were hired for and knock off the extracurricular activities.
I don't have to take this kind of talk from you.
Anything you'd like to do about it?
As a matter of fact, there is.
Fellas.
Get it.
Boys. Men.
Stop it.
Yes.
I'll never speak to either one of you again. Sam.
Yes, you want me to stop them, Mrs. McCloud?
No, I want you to take me out of here.
Oh, all right. Well,
let's put on our skis and get out of here.
Okay, here, I'll help you.
Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you, gentlemen.
Well, even so, I'll take a minute.
Ready?
Yes. There we are. Now, where are we heading, Mrs. McCloud?
Oh, I thought we might go out to the boathouse. It's on the southern tip of Royal Lake. It's only a mile and a half.
Nothing.
And my name is Cora. I'm not really Mrs. McCloud anymore.
That's kind of rough on you, isn't it, bringing your new boyfriend around all of your ex-husband's friends?
Well, I like it up here. Rufus likes to have me. They're not all against Paul. At least they weren't. But he's on the defensive so much, he's going to make enemies of all of them.
Yes, he's off to a rousing start, I'd say.
Do you know something, Sam? I don't care about Paul Endicott, really. Or Rufus McCloud, or Tosia Finborg, or anybody. I just care about Cora McCloud.
Well, now, that's a good, honest answer. You know, most people wouldn't be that frank.
But, Sam,
Yeah?
I haven't known you long.
Well,
I like your style.
Style?
I could care about you.
It broke my heart not to stop right there on the trail and kiss her because that's what she wanted me to do. So that's why I didn't do it. And I'll never turn down anything better. Well, next scene, the boathouse. And when we got there, it was not at all the way I thought. The food technician and close friend of Rufus McCloud was there, working on something that baffled me at first.
It's a nice boat, Mr. Spade.
That's what it is.
Belongs to Rufus.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen one up close before.
I'd take you for a ride, but this one needs a lot of work before anybody could use it. I'm just puttering. What prompted you to come out here, Cora?
Because Paul and Tosia Finborg got in a fight over me, and I got tired of the whole thing. Sam and I went out for some air.
Oh. Well, glad you did. I was getting a bit lonesome. You see, Sam, they always leave me in a cloud of snow on their skis, and I just plod along on snowshoes all by myself.
Well, maybe we can go walking together sometime. I used to be able to shake a pretty good snowshoe.
It's a deal. Tomorrow morning, I'll show you the place.
Sam, I think I'll stick around here and help Charlie with the ice boat.
Oh.
Unless you're crazy about ice boats, why don't you go back to the Chateau? We'll be there in time for dinner.
Well, I don't need any engraved expectation. I hope you catch a common cold. The trouble with that girl was that she only wanted one man at a time around her. Back at the Chateau, there was no one but the cook, the Marjorie Main part. Too tall. As supper time approached, Rufus came in, then Rita, then Cora, then Allison, and finally Tozier, in that order. And the order is important, because you see, nowhere in the list is the name of Paul Endicott. He didn't come in for supper, nor for the next 3 hours. It was dark by then, and Rufus McCloud was worried about Endicott. So we fanned out in a searching party. I was alone when I found him. He was lying in the snow, 300 yards west of the halfway cabin. There was a 30-30 slug in him. Period. End of Paul Endicott.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. This Sunday, Cary Grant and Betsy Drake star in the second of the new Mr. and Mrs. Blandings series over most of these NBC stations. The delightful tribulations of Jim Blandings and his wife Muriel as they built their famous dream house entertained millions as a novel and then as a motion picture. And now you can follow the further adventures of Mr. and Mrs. Blandings every Sunday on NBC. And Sunday also means your weekly visit with the hilarious Harrises on the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. And now back to the Chateau McCloud caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
There were no ski marks near the body of Paul Endicott, just his own. Somebody had drawn a bead on him in the dust from some distance. I started to look for the rest of the searching party and then changed my mind. If the body of Endicott wasn't found, the murderer might wonder what happened to it, get worried, and make a mistake. So I picked him up, carried him to a small cave I found, covered the entrance with snow, brushed over the ski marks, and went back to the Chateau. One by one, they all showed up, discouraged.
Encourage you, but we have to keep looking.
I know how you feel, Cora, darling. It's too dark. We'll try tomorrow.
Oh, don't worry about him. Paul can take care of himself.
How can he take care of himself, Miss Parker, if he got lost?
Who said he got lost?
I am assuming.
I think we're all assuming too much. I'm sure that it's nothing to worry about. If I know Paul, he'll show up tomorrow with some tall tale to tell. What do you think, Mr. Spade?
What does an advertising executive know?
Cora, your manners. A sponsor might be listening.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry, Sam. I'm upset.
Okay. Frankly, I don't know what to think. But if I were a detective, I'd hazard a guess that Paul met with foul play.
Oh, nonsense, Spade, nonsense. Come on, everybody, let's have a drink and have some fun. Paul will be back, and even if he isn't, who really cares?
Scotch for me.
And I guess nobody cared. Rufus was a little more jolly than usual, and the drinks began to dispel the gloom. It was as if Paul Endicott never had existed. It began to get late, and the bizarre wake broke up. Everybody went to bed, including me. I lay there fully dressed, looking up at the beamed ceiling for an hour. About then, my doorknob turned, and the door slid open and shut. Someone moved quietly to my bed as I was sliding my .38 out of its holster.
Sam, me, Rita.
Oh.
Are you awake?
Yeah, I wasn't even under the covers.
Mind if I sit down here?
Not a bit.
Sam, Sam, I'm scared. I wish I could leave here.
Oh, what's the matter?
Paul's dead. I know he is. He didn't mean anything to me one way or the other, but I know he's dead.
Anything to back up your feeling?
I guess not. It's just something I'm sure of.
Why'd you come to me?
Because you're really a detective, and I know it.
Oh, me?
Oh, now, you handled a case for my father once. You just don't remember me.
All right, I'm a detective. Rufus hired me because he expected trouble.
Sam, I'll tell you something about Paul.
Yeah?
Cora didn't really like him. They were always fighting.
She only cares about herself, so she said. Tell me, what kind of a car does Paul drive?
It's a yellow convertible, but it's still in the garage. I checked.
Any other cars missing?
No, they're all there. Oh, and I found out something else.
What?
Before supper, there was a gun missing from Rufus's gun rack. It's back now.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
That's all I know, Sam, except that Paul's dead. I know it. I wish I'd never come up here.
After she left, I dressed for outdoors and climbed through the bedroom window. It was still and quiet, and there was a quarter moon when I skied away from the chateau. I wanted to look the land over myself before the next day, when the clues, if any, were trampled into the snow. When I passed the northern tip of Royal Lake on the trail to the halfway cabin, I saw a new set of ski tracks heading into the woods where I'd found Endicott's body. I followed them, and they went right to the cave where I'd hidden him. He was gone. I was standing there, pondering this, when I thought I saw something move in the trees to the west of me. I stood stock still. That was a mistake. A bullet splintered a tree next to me, and I shoved off as fast as I could. There was no second shot. I circled around in the trees trying to catch sight of someone. Nothing. I kept in the shadows and made for the halfway cabin. It was dark and quiet, at least until I opened the door. I tried, but he had the advantage of surprise and some kind of a club. I ended up on the floor with someone sitting on my chest.
All right, I have your gun. You make one wrong move, Spade, and I'll use it.
It's got bullets in it and a hair trigger, so be careful.
We could use a little light. As you see, there's Paul Endicott's body.
Yeah. How did you find him, Tozier? They're only putting a noose around your neck.
You're a very perceiving man, Mr. Spade. How do you figure I did it?
I talk better on my feet.
Just remember the gun.
If you didn't kill him, how else would you know where the body was?
Because I know this country like the back of my hand. He had to be somewhere. You are the killer, Mr. Spade.
Me?
Why, I do not know. You found the body before anyone else could. Hid it, then clumsily tried to hide your tracks.
Don't be silly. Why would I come back?
A murderer always worries about his crime. Did he forget something? Was something left undone? It's a natural.
It sounds good, except it isn't true. You couldn't pin it on me in a month of Sundays. But somebody might just tie it on to you.
That's what you think. Do you know what I'm going to do now?
I wouldn't want to guess. The shots came pouring in through the window, and Tozier's Svenborg went down. I saw the flash of the face outside and was gone. I kicked at the lamp, threw the place into darkness, and lay on the floor. Then I crawled over to Svenborg and took my gun back.
Well, that was a surprise. It hurt quite a bit.
Where'd you get it?
Oh, somewhere in the back.
Let me see. It's at the shoulder level. But he won't die anyway.
I'm afraid I misjudged you, Mr. Spade. Go after him. Go after him and catch whoever it was.
I can't leave you here.
I'll take care of myself. Just leave me your gun for protection.
No, I'll stay.
Go, please, while there's time. Or are you afraid?
I was, but I gave him my gun and left. Outside, there were many ski tracks, but a fresh set led left from the halfway cabin down. They went right to the edge of Royal Lake and then stopped. There were no marks of ski poles on the ice, so I followed the shoreline, looking for some kind of a clue. It wasn't until I reached the southern tip of Royal Lake that my effort was rewarded. Leading up from the ice were a set of footprints, then a set of ski marks. They led to the boathouse. Inside, I found two interesting items. One, a dismantled ice boat with fresh ice on the runners. Two, a pair of skis with snow in the grooves. I made my way along the beaten path back to the chateau. Circled it once, found interesting item number 3, and went in.
What were you doing up, Spade? Did you hear the shots, too?
Yeah.
I thought I'd look around. It's cold.
It woke me out of a sound sleep, Sam. What was it, you know?
Well, I didn't find out about the first shot, Mrs. McCloud. That was fired at me. But the next three were fired at a man named Tozier Svenborg.
Oh, no.
Tozier? How did it happen, Spade? What's it all about?
He found Endicott's body in the woods.
Dead?
Very.
I told you, Sam. I told you. Told him what? What do you know about it? Nothing. I just had the feeling, that's all. You know something. Now tell us or I'll slap the rents right out of your head. I don't know anything. Anything at all. I just had a feeling.
Who shot Tozier, Spade, and why?
I don't know. I was standing with him in the halfway cabin. Somebody shot through the window.
Didn't you see them? Don't you know who it was?
I was too busy ducking to look. Just answer me one thing. Have any of you been out?
Of course not.
No.
I haven't, and Mr. Allison's in bed.
Of course, they all lied. McCloud's shirt was stained with sweat. He'd been moving fast somewhere. The ski pants sticking out from under Cora's robe were wet, and Rita Parker was now dressed when she wasn't before. I was trying to figure out something to say when Charlie Allison came out from his bedroom, rubbing sleep out of his eyes and pulling a robe on.
What's going on here? What's all the excitement about?
They found Paul, dead, and somebody shot Tozier.
No. Where is Tozier?
In the halfway cabin.
Well, let's get him to a doctor.
I'll call one from town.
Why don't you go up and get Tozier? I'll have a car ready, and we'll take him right into the Lucerne Hospital. Wait a minute. What about the murderer? Who did the shooting? Nobody's getting out of my sight. It had to be one of us.
Why, Cora?
Oh, it wasn't just anybody. We're the only ones left walking. Why don't you ask Sam? He's the detective. Detective?
Yes, I hired him because somebody sent me an anonymous letter saying there'd be trouble.
You knew there was going to be trouble, Rufus.
Somebody else knew.
Then why did you let people come up here?
So what's the big idea you do?
Wait a minute. Spade, what did you find out?
Well, if you'll all wait here a minute, I'll tell you. When I circled the chateau before I came in, I'd seen footprints leading to a window, not mine. That meant somebody else used the back way in and out, too. I wanted to find out whose window it was, and of course, while I was looking, I remember the apparently dismantled ice boat and the fact that a set of skis were in the boathouse. It took me about a minute to find the right room, but somebody knew it.
All right, Spade, stand where you are.
Allison, you might be a great food technician, but you're a lousy killer.
Yeah, well, at least he didn't get her.
Neither will you. I got him, Spade. All right, come on, stand up. Come on. You sap. Cora, huh? You think you could get her by killing somebody?
Shut up, leave me alone.
I'm sorry for you. Sorry for anyone that ever knew her. I'm sorry for myself.
She loves me, you fool.
What's the matter? I was sound asleep.
We found our killer, Mrs. McCloud.
Charlie?
Yes, baby,
Oh, Rufus, it's been a long day. I need a drink.
And that goes to show you how cold it can get in the snow country. F. Period. End of report.
Sam, why would a man do anything like that? When he knew he couldn't get away with it?
Because he was stupid, Effie. People must have told him 1,000,000 times that they told him once, crime just doesn't pay.
No.
Yeah. Now, go type that up, will you? Go on, scamper, scamper.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Here's news of two important musical events. This Saturday, Arturo Toscanini begins a new Saturday series of concerts with the NBC Symphony. And for his premiere, the celebrated maestro Toscanini will present a special hour-and-a-half performance of Verdi's Requiem. And beginning next Monday, you can hear the first in a new series by the Boston Pops Orchestra.
All typed up. All but the P.S. page, that is.
What P.S. page? Why should it need a P.S.?
Sam, you know that this report, to borrow a phrase from you, is full of holes.
My phrase? I wish I'd never said it.
Now, for instance, who sent the note to Rufus?
Paul Endicott. He expected trouble. That's why he was so belligerent to everybody.
All right.
Yes.
I'm going to come right out and ask you.
Good.
Why did Allison kill him?
Well, I thought it was rather obvious, Effie. Cora was leaving Rufus McCloud for Allison, but because Allison worked for McCloud until Cora's divorce was final, they didn't want Rufus to know about it. So they used Paul Endicott as a decoy love affair.
But I'll bet Endicott didn't want to give Cora up. I'll bet that was it, Sam.
Effie, I don't know how you ever guessed. Endicott saw in it a chance to pick up a buck with a little blackmail.
It's just a wild guess, Sam.
Yes.
And, of course, Allison did ski, didn't he?
What do you think?
Well, how else could he get around so fast?
And he made such a point about those snowshoes. Sam?
Yes?
If I'd written the caper, I'd have covered that up a little.
Come here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. I guess I shouldn't have said that.
You certainly should not have. You know there's only one thing around here you're supposed to say.
Yes, Sam, I know. What is that?
Make it fast.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by John Michael Hayes. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Do you keep an appointment book? In 1950, 30,000 people kept an appointment they hadn't bargained for with infantile paralysis. And 4 out of 5 of these were helped with March of Dimes money. We must go on helping, yet we also must be prepared for what may come in this year. March of Dimes is your way of fighting infantile paralysis. Give all you can to your local March of Dimes headquarters. Join the 1951 March of Dimes today. The Magnificent Montague next, then it's Duffy's Tavern on NBC.